I wasn't the only person surrounded by light. Searching for the existence of the Devil King on the 12th floor, unable to be found. Confirming the Devil King's retreat. Pot. History changes. Tien, this is an idiom in Korean. The white light spread everywhere. Lightly shining, it looked like fog. The light covered the field in an instant, and it even covered the capital of the Ejim Empire. Raindrops. They could only be described as that. Sprinkles of light started to breeze through the air like dandelion seeds. This is. The witch looked around not knowing what to do. Kim Gongja, what's going on? No. This is the first time for me as well, so I also didn't know what to do. Seeing the world completely covered by light, I asked inwardly. Sword Emperor. Do you know what's happening? No, this is a first for me as well. What is this? It's scary. Other than the time when he taught me about the sword, he was useless. I didn't know how this ignorant gorilla managed to get to the 99th floor. Hey, Kim Zombie. You just cursed me, huh? No way. I was just thinking that you're so amazing and a lowly person like me wouldn't be able to understand you. That's strange. You look like you just cussed at me secretly. Bei Hurayang frowned and complained. Even when we were talking, the light rain continued to whirl around. Huh? It was then that I felt a change. I pointed my fingers at the gigantic city walls of the empire. Black Dragon Master. Look there. The city walls. It seems like all the flags are vanishing. The flags on the city walls that were red and gold were quickly disappearing. The hundreds of flags decreased to tens of flags in an instant. And they were still continuing to disappear. Yeah. You're right. The witch frowned. Hold on to me for a moment. We should go check. Yes, I agree. Teleport. The witch held my hand and used her skill. The next moment, we weren't in the middle of the field, but on the tallest fortress of the empire. A fancy view entered our eyes. Goodness, the witch quietly murmured. It's all changing. It really was. The world was changing. The squatter settlements and the Harlem were wrapped in white light, and they disappeared. As if they never existed. The clothes of the citizens on the streets also changed. The dirted rags turned into normal clothes. Even the fruit in the market changed. The rotten apples started to shine and looked tasteful. I subconsciously muttered. History changes, what? History changed. The numbers of guards around the city walls noticeably decreased as well. Not only did their numbers change, but their expressions also changed. Their faces weren't filled with fear and despair of the Devil King's presence. They looked like they were bored with their jobs. Normally, the Ejim Empire should have been attacked by the Devil King, whether they won the war, or were destroyed by loss, whatever it was, they should have had to fight against the Devil King. But, I swallowed. In this world, the attack of the Devil King itself became non-existent. While no one knew. In the time that no one knew, the incident of the Devil King attacking vanished from history. Yeah. I made it disappear. History changed. And that result was spread out right in front of my eyes. The 11th floor stage is being revised. The 12th floor stage is being revised. White light covered the city. The light touched the face of a child beggar. The rain of light streaked on the clothes of a man who was worrying about tomorrow's meals. Shaha. Light fluttered around like dandelion seeds. In the markets, in the corners, on the lamp post of a street and on people returning home. It softly stroked the world. Revision complete. And soon, it faded away. It had disappeared somewhere. I shut my mouth. The witch also did the same. In the paused world, we couldn't hear anything, so because we were both silent, it was like the world was holding its breath. But then, everyone, it's cheap. Not too long after, the silence was broken. Apples that just came over from Elbrant. Fresh apples. Sir, even elves get these seasonal apples. Come look at these fresh apples. Sound. The water in the sauna is horrible these days. I can see the dirty things. Geez, what are we supposed to do if the people who take care of it don't? I could hear sounds. After I accepted the quest, the pause time started to flow again. Sheesh. The crown princes are so naughty. I can hear the emperor screaming at them every night over the palace walls. They're just rumors, but I think, how about a drink this evening? Just us donate a little. Just a little. The goddess loves everyone. Elbrand apples that even elves like. Cheap. The world started to breathe again. You there? Among them, there was a sound calling out to us. Where are you from? The witch and I turned our heads in the direction of the voice. A general was holding his sword on the city walls. He frowned menacingly. How rude. Who dares to step on the fortress of the empire? Come down immediately. Somehow, it was a familiar face. I muttered. Sarbastijam, the general's eyes widened. He looked like he was seeing me for the first time. Huh. How does a guy like you know my name? I shut my mouth. I see. He was a general that should have been on the 11th floor. A citizen of the empire who greeted hunters kindly. The NPC with the skill that I copied after dying. You bastards. Didn't you hear me tell you to come down? He was shouting like he was talking to a stranger. Even the history of the 11th floor had changed as well. Thump. Ah. My heart suddenly vibrated. Unknown emotions wrapped around my heart, my chest, and my entire body. I couldn't even speak. Why was it me? The world had found its breath, but my voice seemed to have been taken by something. I shut my mouth and looked down at the general. It was now an old memory. Thinking of the words the general NPC had said to me, end your life. I can't do it. I thank you instead of the empire. I remembered the general's last smile. Please, take good care of our empire. Ah. I see. This was what it was. I didn't know why, but laughter escaped my mouth. Ahaha. Ha-ha-hum, wahaha. I laughed while holding my stomach. The general looked at me dumbfoundedly. All the soldiers turned their gazes towards me. The witch looked at me strangely. Behurayang looked at me like I was crazy. But I didn't care. I was sad that the citizens of the empire had forgotten about me, but a greater emotion than that had captured my entire body. Ah. I took a deep breath and opened my mouth. The empire. A lion's roar exploded from my mouth. The general's shoulder twitched. I protected. The soldiers on the city walls paused. I protected your empire. And I didn't stop. My lion's roar was amplified with red aura. I kept the promise. The citizens of the empire turned their heads. Some from the streets, some from the market, others from their houses. My voice rang in the city, climbed the city walls, and scratched against the reception room. I laughed. Loudly. My laughter echoed and rang to the tower. Without any shame. I pointed at the sky on top of the fortress. Hundreds of days. With the thought that I didn't want to create a single victim, the fact that I defeated the Devil King of Fall Rain after 100 days was, I'm proud. I was overjoyed. I did it. It was the first time in my entire life that I felt an emotion like this. I lived like trash. I was envious of others, laughed at them, and spent my days drinking. I threw my life away. I threw myself away. But not today. Stage clear. Today, I could stand tall. Today, the 12th floor stage has been cleared. I could stand tall in front of people. To the witch, and the sword saint. And to the world. Most of all, I could stand tall in front of myself. Letting everyone know again. I could be proud of myself. Today, the 12th floor stage has been cleared. I could be that kind of person. Calculating challengers, calculation complete. I was so happy that it felt like my heart was going to burst. The 3 challengers are being announced. Light was carved into the sky. Plus, subjugation contribution ranking, rank 1. Death King rank 2. Witch rank 3. Sword Saint plus they were probably letters NPCs couldn't see. The general was frozen at my lion's roar. Jay, just what are you, Sarbastijim? The general flinched. I looked down at him from the fortress. Look after the empire well. Sorry, but this is the end of a warrior's duties. Catching the Devil King is enough. There's probably rotten bits of the empire that you can't see, a bunch of other problems. Definitely. I beamed. Take care of it on your own. We're out. Whoop, whoop. Let's go. The general's mouth opened and closed like a goldfish. I don't know what you're saying from earlier, just what, boo-ha-ha-ha. Beihurayang rolled in the midair holding his stomach. Heek. Hee. Quack. See, crazy bastard. You psychopath. Zombie bastard. I thought you were going to be mature but you just explicitly bragged like that. I'm curious about how your brain works. Hey. Kim Zombie. I acknowledge. You're worth researching. I swept my hair back. Then what should I do? I'm so lovable today. See, crazy bastard. Kim psycho bastard. Huck, fine. I like it because you're not being like a loser. You hee-hee-heek. Beihurayang continued to roll in the air like it wasn't enough. I turned to look at the witch. Alrighty, Black Dragon Master. What are you doing? Let's go to the 13th floor. The witch sighed. Yeah, there's no normal person in the higher ranking hunters. It's okay. I understand. I'll think of it as a relief since you're better than the heretic questioner at least. What? Teleport. The witch grabbed my hand and activated her skill. The next moment, we were back in the field again. She didn't say much and grabbed the Sword Saint's arm. The owner of Black Dragon peered at my face. The first entrance is always given to the rank 1. She spoke. You can say transmit for all of us. Death King. It was the first time my nickname was called. Today was full of firsts. Yes, ma'am. I smiled. Transmit. And we headed towards the next stage. We passed through countless fights. We endured against endless battles. Eventually, we arrived. The 13th floor stage. It just had to be this stage with villains. Was that the reason why? As soon as we entered, it was different. 2 different species greeted me after we were transported. One with a happy voice, and one with a horrendous voice. Welcome, Death King. First was the happy voice. The tower no longer called me Hunter Kim Gongja. Instead, it used my nickname, Death King. I was acknowledged by the tower, and I was welcome as someone who belonged. Was I too simple if I was happy at small things like this? Yeah. And I won't forgive you. There was a voice that sounded like it was being ripped apart. You dare. To my children. No. The owner of the voice was actually being ripped apart. You dare to take the children that I saved. You dare mock me. Or are you trying to trick me? Are you going to take my flesh, my blood, and my soul? The Devil King. The owner of the red demon was spilling wastewater. I'll curse you. The Devil King's figure was ripping apart. Black blood and the boiling wastewater were evidence of his pain. He looked more pitiful than when he escaped from the 12th floor. He shouted towards the direction of the sky. You. The world. I curse everything that's not me. If the world is trying to get rid of me, I'll swallow the world. Your oceans will become my spit, and your earth will become my flesh. Your flesh. Bones. Heart. I'll chew everything up to your last organs. Next to me, the witch was silent. That was how violent the screams of the Devil King were. It was an intense murderous intent. Even the Sword Saint took a step back and tightened his grip on his sword. It's a horrendous scream. The Sword Saint murmured. I've never heard of a voice like that. It sounds like he has 1,000 mouths. Yeah. Why is he shouting like that? The Sword Saint and witch wrapped their aura around themselves. Was it to prevent themselves from being covered by the murderous intent? There was only one person different. Huh? Behu Ryang only tilted his head calmly. What's with that guy? And he said totally unexpected words. He's weaker than before. Pardon? He's a lot weaker than when he was fighting on the floor below this. He was a lot weaker. I slowly observed the Devil King. That? Yeah. Behu Ryang wrinkled his eyes. Since he was cut by the witch or whatever her name is, it's obvious that he would be injured. But it's not just an injury and his level completely dropped. His level dropped? How do I say this? For example. Behu Ryang carefully thought about his words. Yeah. Let's compare him to a head king goblin. That guy was like an SSS Class head goblin that was a combination of Alexander and Arthur, with a goblin. Your metaphors are becoming even more innovative. How do you know Alexander and Arthur? An emperor should know about the great ones before him. Ah, sure. Let's go with that, Sword Emperor. I spoke inwardly. So the Devil King on the 12th floor was that kind of SSS Class head king goblin, but, yeah. He's kinda like just a head king goblin with the SSS Class tag taken off. And not the head king goblin that was leading the 11th floor army, but the weak head king goblin you cowardly gorked and cred at to defeat. In the tower's time, it happened a few days before. But as Behu Ryang referenced something that was a far-off incident to remember, he tilted his head. Who? That's strange. Bosses have to become stronger as they climb the tower usually. But why did that happen? Did the witch's attack have some kind of level-down effect earlier? Listening to the Sword Emperor speak, I looked around. It was an empty temple. The Devil King was still crying out towards the sky like a lion. The nightmare causing the fall of rain was crying out in pain, and he was furious. Could it be, his appearance gave me a bit of assurance. Did something unexpected happen to the stage? It was then. Calculating the 12th floor clear rewards. Calculation impossible. Voices flowed into my head. The hidden quest is currently being progressed. All awards will be calculated when the 19th floor is cleared. Only the smallest rewards are being given currently. Something iridescent was spread out in front of my eyes. The blessing of the war god is being strengthened. It was a map. However, it was completely different from maps that I saw up until now. All maps from the 11th floor to the 20th floor are being opened. It was a world map. Like its namesake, the map that was given to me on the floor below was a mini-map. Even if it was big, it was limited to a single floor usage. But the map in front of me was on a completely different level. It was a map of this world, a map of another world. I began seeing a world map. As soon as I saw the map, I realized. I figured it out. The Sword Saint and the witch looked at me at the same time. The witch had a questioning face, and the Sword Saint had an indifferent face. Figured, what out? Why the Devil King is being like that? Black Dragon Master. Think of the last stage. I spoke quickly. The history of the Devil King's attack disappeared. And the cities are completely different. Things like the refugee shelters are completely gone. So what? Sheesh, think about it logically. Where would the refugees have come from? From the rural villages in the empire, no, probably from across the entire continent. But the refugee shelters where those people were completely disappeared. Ah. The witch finally looked like she caught on to something. I see. She narrowed her eyes. It's not just the Empire's history that changed. All the other refugees from across the Empire, yes. I nodded my head. Not just the Empire, but the entire continent changed. We returned to the time before the Devil King attacked. Yes. And now? That was what happened. And we're at the point when this temple was being attacked. Seeing the world map, I became sure. The continent of this world was divided by mountains. The mountains were so high that you had to risk your life to climb them. But in between the mountains, there was a small area. People could pass by this area to get to opposite sides of the continent. This temple was located right in that area. A temple that connected the east and the west. There would probably be a long history and countless legacies about this. This temple was the shield of the goddess. Inside the shield, there was a large horizon to the east. Small lands were in the field, and beyond that, there was an empire. Past the empire, there was only the ocean, so the empire's borders started on the plains and ended on plains. On the other west side, it was completely red. All the land beyond the goddess's shield was stained red. It was the Devil King's land. The Devil King had broken through this shield to plow through the east. And at the end, he had pushed them back until the port. That was how history was supposed to go. So this is what history changing means. I understood. The time of this world was going backwards. History changing. It might have been more appropriately called history regression. Hee-ha. Yes. Why the Devil King was crying out like that, and why the Sword Emperor said the Devil King's level had fallen. I could completely understand it now. I muttered inwardly. His level went down. What? Bar Hurayong furrowed his eyebrows. Level went down? Yeah, you know. The voice that we hear when hunters climb a level. There was a chosen voice that hunters heard when they became stronger. Your existence has become even clearer. Your level is growing. Bai Hurayong probably thought of the same voice as me. Are you talking about the your being thing? Yes, exactly. It was easy to understand what your level growing meant. But it was confusing what being becoming clearer meant. I just thought they were trying to sound fancy, but looking at the Devil King now, I knew. That boss monster probably grew by killing more people. But his murders and hunts became nothing. And so, that was why. His growth was deleted. His being was growing faint. The path that he took so far, the history of massacres had been erased. Because I changed the history of the 12th floor after going through endless battles. Kia. Every time I took a step forward, the Devil King took a step back. The Devil King of Fall Rain is furious. His being is becoming fainter. And the voice that I heard proved that I was right. You. The Red Nightmare growled. It was the same murderous intent as before. But no one was pushed back. Not anymore. The witch, Sword Saint, and I looked the Devil King directly in the eye. Let's go. I spoke. Let's light the signal fire of counterattack. 5-100 ghosts. BGRRRR. The Devil King's body boiled. -1,000 monsters. It was a voice that sounded like it was screaming. My child. As if replying to that, monsters from all over the stage were raised. It was summoning magic. They had probably been there from the beginning. From the column of the temple, from the remains of the collapsed building, monsters slowly got up. Uyua. About 1,000 zombies got up. Were they the humans that were in this temple in the past? They were some who wore mitres, and some who were dressed as paladins. The Devil King shouted. Kill them. The horde of zombies ran at us. Next to me, the witch sighed. Huh. I didn't like zombie movies from when I was young, I don't really like them either. Can you win, Death King? It's not a matter of if I can. I raised my sword. I will. To clear the 12th floor, I needed almost 1,000 deaths. For the 13th floor, I would need more deaths than that. Sword Emperor. What? Let's make a bet. What bet? I cut the neck of the zombie that was running at me. My sword went through like it was slicing through tofu. I spoke as I was looking at the tens, hundreds, and thousands of zombies that were running at me. How many times I'll die until the 19th floor? Let's make a bet. Mbae Hurayong stroked his chin. Okay. Then I'll go for 100 or less. I grinned. Then I'll do 99. Wow, you unfair bastard. You wanna play cowardly like that? Huh? Yes. I do. Baehurayong smirked. Fine. Let's watch the zombie kill his own kind. Do well. Instead, since it's a bet, I won't help you. Good? Good. I laughed looking at the zombies that were running towards me. You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. I died while laughing. You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. Ugh, we need to do something about this amount. Which, can't you do something? I'm already doing my best. It's just me. It's hard. But Death King, can't you use your skill to fight against them? Of course, I will. But it's not the cool time yet, about 3 coins later I'll have to use it. What's 3 coins? There's this thing. Anyway, is this thing on the mini-map, Sword Saint. Can you pierce through there? Through that large top that looks like a stone casket. I have something to check. What are you going to check? I'll explain later, so I'll request this of you right now. I'm a prophet. Okay? You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. Okay. Sword Saint. That stone casket is actually a secret opening. Through there, you can find a hammer that has an effect on the undead. You can go with Witch and use it. He's only ever used a sword his entire life, it has a large territory effect. If you put your aura on it and slam it into the ground, zombies will be swept away. Okay. How do you know that? Prophet. Okay. Well, you have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. The zombies are just about taken care of, so now, the Devil King, what's that? Zombies. Giants. I think it's a zombie giant. Since the history of the temple is pretty old, that's probably a giant soldier who used to protect this temple. He died beside the Devil King and became his subordinate, it's probably something like that. If the heretic questioner was here, we would have known more. Whoa, that person knows about otherworldly religions too. I guess he's not an SSS Class zealot for nothing. It's because of his skill. Well, that's the proof of his SSS class. How unpleasant. Do you have to talk about that damned bastard? Anyways, I'll take that giant. Yes, sir, Sword Saint. I'll leave it to you. You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. Anyways, I'll take that giant. No, Sword Saint. You can continue to take care of the zombies with the hammer. Look here, that giant is testing my sword so, prophet. I'm a prophet. Okay? Sheesh, who's taking care of that giant? Obviously, the witch. Please aim your beam on that giant's eyes. Well. They are eyes that I wanted to aim at. It's basically begging for it with that one gigantic eye. Perfect. Let's go. You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. Anyways, I'll take that. 100 ghost summon. Goodness. Death King. Your skill doesn't even have a cool time? It happened like this, alright, you two can deal with that giant. Especially Witch. I have something I want to ask of you. What is it? Don't aim for the eyes. How come? If you do, things will go bad. But Death King. Look at the giant zombie with a single eye. Look at the gigantic eye. Can you see it? Yes, I'm looking at it. I know it's basically begging to be targeted. But you can't. How come? Death King, if you could use beam like me, and you saw an eyeball like that, I admit it, which? If I was you, I would try to argue that I was going to aim at that eye. But I don't have time to explain that right now, please? Oot, listen to him, witch. Sword Saint, even you, that youngster says he's a prophet. Let's listen to him for now. Fine, I'll do my best, not to aim at that eyeball. Thank you. We ran. We fought. We saved each other. We did things. We talked a lot. My children. We broke through the zombies that were at the temple. My general. We pushed aside the giant one-eyed soldier that was probably a legend back in his days. Ah. The Devil King of Fall Rain chooses to retreat. And the Devil King of Fall Rain falls back to the 14th floor. We pushed the Devil King back floor by floor. Like on the 12th floor, raindrops of light whirled around. The temple that was the barrier of the continent was shining like a newly wiped shield. With the sound of a bell, people sang songs. From the east, merchants were riding horses, and from the west, merchants passed by on strange birds. The paladins were thrusting their hammers together while sparring, and the apostles who were looking at them with amorous eyes were pulled to the temple by their ears. The priest sneezed. There was an orphan who shouted jokingly and received a knuckle to the head by an apostle. A one-eyed soldier waved his hand at the apostle. Ah. Death King. Okay, witch. Let's go. Alright, Sword Saint, are you ready? Wait a moment. There's a merchant selling good whetstones over there. Sword Saint brought a whetstone. While he was sharpening his sword, I turned my gaze away from the giant and looked at the world map. The red land that was pretty far away was squirming like it was going to hoard over here again. But we still had time for Sword Saint to sharpen his sword. That would be enough. Death King. The witch grabbed my hand. When Sword Saint was finished, he immediately held the witch's hand as well. Teleport. The light surrounded us again. Is the 14th floor forest. The Devil King seems to have hidden. Be careful. I can feel enemies all around us. Yeah. Let's go slowly. Slowly. You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago, and like that, we cleared through the Devil King's elf army. The Devil King of Fall Rain has chosen to retreat. The Devil King of Fall Rain is falling back to the 15th floor. In the middle of a waterfall that flowed backwards, we defeated the Devil King, who was using the Queen of Mermaids. The Devil King of Fall Rain has chosen to retreat. The Devil King of Fall Rain is falling back to the 16th floor. On the top of an exploded volcano, we fought against the wyvern-using Devil King. The Devil King of Fall Rain has chosen to retreat. The Devil King of Fall Rain is falling back to the 17th floor. History was regressing to a time before the Devil King attacked the Empire. To not only the Empire but before he attacked several lands. Before the temple was destroyed. To before the fairy forest was cursed, before the waterfall flowed backwards, and before the volcano exploded. Before the Devil King ruled an army. Without any pause. Like how a wave covered another wave, and how a drop of water disappeared just like a bubble. Like how flower petals fell. Every time we climbed the tower, the Devil King's territory shrunk, and he became weaker. The Devil King of Fall Rain's existence is becoming faint. Like how the Devil King of the 13th floor was weaker than the 12th. The Devil King of the 14th floor was weaker than the 13th. And the 15th was a bit weaker, and bit by bit, little by little. You have died. The Devil King of Fall Rain has chosen to retreat. The Devil King of Fall Rain's existence is becoming faint. You have died. The Devil King of Fall Rain has chosen to retreat. The Devil King of Fall Rain's existence is becoming faint, you dare. The 97th time. When I arrived on the 19th floor while at my 97th death, we were in an unknown small country. You dare. The Devil King cried in the middle of the empty land. It wasn't the Sword Saint or the witch. The person the Devil King was glaring at while grinding his teeth was me. If it wasn't for you. His eyes were bloodshot with fury. It's because of you. Everything's your fault. If you took the right steps, yes. If it wasn't for you, this wouldn't have happened. You dare. A measly sword user from another world. I lifted my sword. Dang. I finally see the eyes. What? It's exactly how I said. After all this time, I'm finally seeing how your eyes look. Yeah. The original Devil King of Fall Rain had no eyes. He was a squirming shadow. He had a face, but no expression. He had arms, but no hands. Wastewater. Because he was covered in that black boiling solution. That was how it was. Does that make sense? The Devil King's mask was finally broken. The Devil King and a warrior weren't able to meet eyes. It's an unbelievable tragedy. And finally, there was a part that wasn't covered by wastewater. Bloodshot eyes. They emanated a grotesque murderous aura, but I wasn't scared. Rather, I was glad. I point my blade at the Devil King. Fight with all you got. You. Or run away again. Hey, aren't you curious? How much weaker you'll get if you run away this time. Dash. If you don't fight with what you have, you can't win. Even without the rewards I got from the 19th floor, the Devil King of the 20th floor would have been completely weak. You dare say, a mere hyena that ate all my flesh, what would you know? It was a growling voice like he was cursing me. There was a lost shadow where he was. I slowly opened my mouth. Estelle. Pause. The Devil King's red eyes widened. I warned you to fight with everything you have. Dash. If you don't dash, and I hit the ground that I was standing on. An exploding scream came from him. Black water was flicked everywhere. My time will be longer than your history. Listening to the Devil King, Estelle, scream, I glared at him. Face to face. Towards the path that I was walking on. It was long. After a long time, I finally reached this place. The penalty due to your skill is being induced. The trauma of the enemy that killed you is being reenacted. Now, it was time to talk about a certain nightmare. In the battle of the 12th floor, when I was swept away like a raindrop, the intensity of the penalty is medium. It was what I saw after being killed by the Devil King. It is Ghost Road. Trauma. The nightmare of the one called the Master of Nightmares. Penalty opened. The trauma of the monster Devil King of Fall Rain is being created. I stood alone in a burning village, right in the middle of the sea of fire. No, burn her. I might not have been the only person here. At least I had Bei Hurayong. The person that was really in hell all alone was on the other side. Burn the witch's nest. Estelle. The saintess from the countryside. Don't show mercy. They're all monsters that have been cursed. Don't miss a single person. Estelle couldn't understand. She couldn't speak. Because she couldn't understand, her mouth just moved without making any sounds. Why? Why were humans burning humans? They were parents who had said they were thankful to her. Babies that had received new lives from her. All of them were massacred. It's what the Sir wants. Soldiers who had appeared out of nowhere destroyed the village, His Majesty has ordered it. And knights who had different insignias brought their swords down. The Pope has said to the heretic who dares to call herself the Saintess, the owner of the forest had ordered this, so Spirit, please, the Queen of Mermaids has given us magic power too, us warriors have come to keep the promise of the volcano. Alright, dragons. Let's shoot fire too. They all revealed where they were from, but Estelle still didn't know who they were. Who were they to burn humans? Ah, ack. Save me. They surrounded the village like they were catching prey. There wasn't a way to escape. There were some families who tried to leave the village, but they were slaughtered once they were caught. The only escape was the square of the village. They were pierced by spears, chased by swords, injured by arrows, beat with canes. People continued to crowd the square. Cough. In the middle of the village, there was a paradise that they had made themselves. Estelle looked around in the smoke-filled air. Just endure it a bit more. Just a bit. A father hunched over. Between the space between the ground and the father, there was an empty area. His child hid in that space. The father was hit with the fire instead of his child and swallowed smoke for his child. The father died first. The child was able to live a minute more than his father. Just a bit more. An old couple held each other. Were they trying to die together? That was what Estelle thought. But when she looked closer, that wasn't the case. There was a newborn baby between them. Just a bit. When the fire spread, the couple screamed. But they didn't fall apart. Their arms were burnt from the flames. Even when they turned to ash, the old couple was holding each other. It wasn't an embrace for their last memory, but to protect the small child. The couple died first. The sobbing of the newborn baby ended after a minute. One by one, the screams in the square paused. The family that had become rich due to their farm, the old man who had woken up early in the morning to work. Why? There wasn't a citizen who was untouched. There were people with cancer, people with blindness. Because there were so many diseases in the world, Estelle swallowed all of them. But her heart was blacker than, how? When she swallowed all those diseases. She was surrounded by smoke. She burned from the fire. She quietly tried opening her mouth. Dash. In her mouth, she could smell something burning. Estelle realized that her heart was a bit more black. For a day, the village burned up. For a day, Estelle burned up. Crunch. Estelle's hand scratched at the ashes. No one bothered her. The soldiers had all left, seeing the village in flames. All that was left was the remnants of the paradise it was. Lependor. There was a corpse of a father. Degina. Under the father, there was a corpse of a child. Solape, Joe, Ugantia. She dug. Mobajan, Tofo, Anna, Garchov. With her bare hands. The remnants of the village. The ashes on the remnants. Her fingers turned black, and her red blood turned black. Estelle continued to dig. Dash. And she ate it. The flesh of humans. The bones of humans. The ashes that didn't have flesh of bones. Dash. The scent of human flesh wasn't pleasant anymore. She couldn't feel any hunger or beauty. It just smelled burnt. But Estelle still ate it. She swallowed it. Even though it was hideous. Estelle's mouth was derided black. Estelle's teeth turned black. Poor thing. Her intestines filled with pus, and the blood spread turned into a solution to cover her entire body. It wasn't just blood. Something else was flowing from her eyes. It probably weren't tears. If they were tears, why weren't they clear? Poor things. So it was wastewater. The wastewater that the humans had used and thrown away had come to her. It had gathered in her heart. Poor things. The wastewater didn't stop flowing. The wastewater flowed. You and you are all humans. It flowed in her mind. You were all born as humans, and knew the beauty and tears of life, so why? Just why? It spilled all around her. Were you called monsters? Wasn't it enough to know beauty and sadness? It flowed around her. So you remain as humans, and these, my children, will remain as monsters? Is that your world? It flowed as rain. In this world, is it just you who deserves to die? Was it only you that was allowed to have beauty? Her heart echoed, crying. Then now, you prove it. The rain poured. Prove it to me. The rain poured. I'll curse you. Because the rain poured. No village would burn from flames. My children. My blood. The color that took my heart. I lost the color of my blood, so only wastewater flows through me, but the rain is red, and proves the existence of my blood. Be swallowed in your evil. The rain poured. The rain. You, the rain poured. You made me like this, continuously. So I will make you like this. The rain, because the rain poured. Gongja. Blink. Awake. A voice. This isn't your hell. Hearing that low voice, I opened my eyes. Trauma reenactment complete. Confirm that the identity has been maintained. The penalty is finished. One stroke. Since I was holding a single sword, two extremes. There was something that only I could cut. Gongja. Blink. Now. I looked in front of me. No. What was in front of me showed me. The head's empty. In front of me, there was someone with a black body. Wastewater endlessly flowed from their body. Even if I cut water, it was still water, so there was a lot to cut. One sword, two extremes. Tien, Korean idiom, I cut what I had to cut. Hiya. As they were cut, wastewater flowed from the King of Black. It might not have been wastewater. If it was, why was it red? Blood. Vibrantly red blood flowed from the Devil King's body. UK, cook. The devil wavered and stepped back. One step. Two steps. When he took his third step, wastewater didn't flow from the Devil King's right arm. The footsteps of the Devil King were puddled with wastewater, but the puddle shrank with every step he took. And eventually. Cook, hyuk, wek. The wastewater was completely parting off from the Devil King's body. Drip. Drip. Wastewater couldn't flow anymore, so instead, blood flowed down. The color of life was red. The being of the Devil King of Fall Rain is becoming even fainter. And the all-powerful was no more. No, this can't, yuk. The Devil King covered his left arm with his right hand. Blood was flowing from his left hand. The Devil King pressed tightly against his left arm like he forbade even a single drop of blood from dripping out. My child, not like this, my hate. Retreat. I spoke in a low voice. The Devil King paused like he had been cut by my voice. Fall back to the 20th floor. You can't win against me anyway. Return to your base, to the Devil King's castle. Even without looking at the world map, it was clear what was happening. Blue territory. The territory of humans covered the continent again. It passed the hills. It passed the area called the Goddess's Shield. The temple with the one-eyed giant, the fields where the fairies were dancing, the waterfalls where the mermaids were playing, the mountains where dragons flew. There wasn't a single place that wasn't blue on the continent. Meanwhile, the red territory was, go back to where you started from. 1 point. It was only a single point. Just as how a fire died down after burning everything in its path, there was only a tiny red point on the world map. That place was, your final stop. Devil King. The Devil King groaned. You. The Devil King lifted his head. Wastewater had stopped and blood was pouring down, but half of the Devil King's body had been burned black. So was his face. His red eyes flashed violently, but that was it. The Devil King glared at me with an ash-covered face. The Sword Saint wordlessly gripped his sword. I'll leave the last attack to the Death King. The witch slowly pulled her mirrors back. Dash. There wasn't a chance to turn the tables. They didn't have any weakness. Was it because I saw the Devil King's trauma? I felt like this was the situation where they were surrounded by the soldiers in the village. Cook. There wasn't anything else for the Devil King to do other than escape. But the reason why the Devil King couldn't easily decide was because he knew as well. It was the same. Like how avoiding a fire only extended your life for a minute, even if the Devil King retreated to the 20th floor, his defeat was just pushed back. Shit. Shit. Blood dripped from his mouth. The Devil King has decided to retreat. The Devil King of Fall Rain is falling back to the 20th floor. Yes. Running away even though you knew you would burn to death was something a human would do. The further the Devil King was running away, the closer he was to becoming a human. Confirming the Devil King's retreat. Historical change. The 19th floor stage is being revised. The world was covered by raindrops of light again. After I checked that the Devil King was gone, I turned to look behind me. Sword Saint. Black Dragon Master. Yeah. Sorry. I want to clear the 20th floor by myself. I hung my head. Thank you for helping me so far. But I want to finish it with the Devil King. Please let me go alone. The witch shrugged her shoulders. Okay. I'm fine with that. You contributed the most coming on our way here, and I promised not to move for 5 days as you said. I broke that promise and helped you, so I'll honestly stay still this time. The Sword Saint put his sword back in its sheath. After today, it'll already have been 5 days. Meet me after you're done with the 20th floor. We have a lot of things to talk about. Yes, sir. Understood. I hung my head again. Thank you. And I moved on. Transmit. To the 20th floor stage. Welcome, Death King. Devil King. To the village that Estelle was born in. 2. You have entered the boss stage. The second time. This was the second time that I entered the boss stage. Compared to that time, there were a lot of similarities and a lot of differences. The challengers is Death King. 1 person. May luck be with you. First, the notifications. Like on the Hellfire Residence, there was only one challenger. It was solo playing. The tower, like always, wished me luck. However, there was something definitely different from last time. The clear rewards are being given. The rewards from the 11th floor to the 19th floor are all being calculated. Now, I wasn't a simple challenger. I was a conqueror who had cleared the 11th floor up to here. The tower greeted me, a conqueror, with 9 different trumpet sounds. Calculating the 11th floor clear rewards. Calculating the 12th floor clear rewards. Calculating the 13th floor clear rewards. Calculating the 14th floor clear rewards. Calculating the 15th floor clear rewards. Calculating the 16th floor clear rewards. Calculating the 17th floor clear rewards. Calculating the 18th floor clear rewards. Calculating the 19th floor clear rewards, plod. I took a step forward. Calculation complete. Listening to the melody that greeted my footsteps. The tower acknowledges your accomplishments. The power to change any skill is given to you. As long as it is not an EX class, you can strengthen any skill. It was like an anthem that was blessing me. The tower had made a stage in advance. The direction of the quests was decided as well. But I didn't walk the path that was already paved for me. I made a completely new stage and cleared the stage using my methods. The tower had acknowledged my methods. As if it was trying to say, that's also fine. The powers of the Death King are being readjusted. It also happened during this time. The limited powers of an apostle are given to you. With this reward, you are given a limited authority. The skill that you want to strengthen is up to you. A stage that wasn't chosen in advance. A method that wasn't chosen in advance. Just like that, the rewards weren't chosen in advance either. I nodded my head inwardly. They're leaving the choice to me, I see. I didn't know why the tower was built. I didn't know who did it either. I didn't know if the tower was filled with life from other worlds. There was still a lot that I didn't know. But I faintly knew what kind of being the tower was now. A being that watches over our decisions. And it was a being that remembered my decision. Fine. Caching. I lifted my sword. I'll show you my decision this time too. An artifact that an ancestor of the Empire had used. Lefanta Ejim's holy protection sword reflected my aura, shining white. I pointed my sword at the enemy in front of me. All right. The entrance of the 20th floor stage. It was standing on a path that led into a small village. It's time to meet your end, Devil King. Dash. It growled quietly. It looked like a beast that had been irrevocably injured. The beast that had been chased by the fire of the world was only able to have a small shelter like this. It was the path that led to the village. It's my. In the middle of the road with white flowers, the beast was standing all alone by itself. It's my village. It cried out. Don't you dare destroy my paradise. And its voice rang out. The boss stage is being opened. The curtains of the stage had opened. The stage of defeating the world's weakest boss. I looked at the sky for a moment. It was clear. It was blue. The sky had originally been blue territory. Looking at the cloudless sky, I was sure. Today. The rain didn't pour. Acacia flowers drifted in the air. The path was soundlessly covered with white flowers, and above, only the sound of people breathing filled the air. I can't forgive you. The breath sounded rough. I can't ever forgive you. In my eyes, the trace of burns is still left. The scent of burning is carved into my head. That fire. You. Did you think I would forget all your evil? It screamed while it flung its sword around. Every time someone screamed, the world became that much smaller. The 20th floor stage was especially smaller. Looking at the world map, this floor wasn't even 100th of the other floors. It was just a red point on the map. This was the 20th floor boss stage. Going back. You're trying to go back. It was an ordinary rural village. And burn my paradise again. It was the world's smallest stage. And the world's weakest boss monster. Again. You bastards always. Like that. On the path with acacia flowers, it was crying. It was a single scream. A frail voice. But the world was so small that it was filled with the screams of just one person. A small world. A tiny village. Our situations have been completely reversed. I blocked the Devil King's sword. Blade clashed against blade. Do you remember? On the 12th floor, you were the Devil King and I was the warrior. You attacked, and I defended. Hey, the world is pretty fair. Right? Now, you're defending. Die. Sorry, Devil King. I twisted my sword. That phrase doesn't have any meaning to me. My sword pushed the Devil Kings away without too much trouble. The amount of strength itself was different. The Devil King's physical strength was already insignificant. The Devil King couldn't endure against it, and he ended up exposing his waist. A blind spot. My sword cut the Devil King's upper body. Hee-ha. Red blood burst out. The being of the Devil King of Fall Rain is becoming faint. Blood poured out. The white acacia flowers on the path. Red blood had dripped down onto them. You've become weak. Devil King. I took a step forward. The red flowers were crushed under my feet. You've become really weak. You, cute, yuk, cute. But it's still not enough. I swung my sword. Become even weaker. You. A lot more than now. My blade split the Devil King. The white flowers became even redder. The Devil King of Fall Rain's being is becoming fainter. A step. The Devil King of Fall Rain's being is becoming fainter. Another step. Every time the Devil King stepped back, the white flowers faded away. Every time I took a step forward, the acacia flowers became redder. That wasn't just it. Cook, yuck. The Devil King's body was revealed little by little. Hate. Regret. Resentment. His wastewater was skinned away. No. The top of his feet was revealed. No. No, no more than that. His 2 legs on the path were shown. Yuck. His left and right arm were completely revealed. Above and below parts of his waist were revealed. His long neck was revealed. Tower, no, no. And, finally, his face had stripped off. The Devil King of Fall Rains being is becoming fainter. Chin. His upper and lower lip. The tip of his nose, and his cheeks. The Devil King of Fall Rains being is becoming fainter. His red eyes. Pale forehead. The Devil King of Fall Rains being is becoming fainter. And finally, the Devil King of Fall Rains being is becoming fainter. His hair, which was like a lion's mane. Each strand had lost its black color. The last of the wastewater flowed down. It groaned. His long arms were trembling. It wasn't able to endure the weight of the sword. You. The thing under the acacia tree was no longer the Devil King. You didn't call something that couldn't even properly lift their sword a Devil King. And the Devil King of Fall Rains being is becoming more faint. The Devil King of Fall Rain cannot maintain his authority. The tower no longer called it a Devil King either. The readjustment of the class is beginning. The Devil King of Fall Rain's nickname has been taken away. The thing that used to be the Devil King trembled. No. White light wrapped around it. It shook like it was being attacked by bees. No. No. No, no. But it didn't matter. The white light wrapped around it without fading away. Letting you know again. It began. The Devil King of Fall Rain's nickname is being taken away. The Devil King of Fall Rain's authority is being taken away. It screamed. The throne of absolute power had fallen. It extended its hand like it was trying to catch the sprinkles of light. But it couldn't. It just escaped its fingers. It faded and scattered away. And in its place. There was a small weak beast. Yuck. It wasn't the Devil King of Fall Rain. Nor was it the owner of nightmares. It wasn't the saintess of the rural lands. Just a frail being. Yes. I gripped my sword. You're weak enough now. Don't come any closer. Then stop me. Plod. I took a step closer. What will you stop me with, your words? Your sword? Try anything. If not, a step closer. I'll stand in front of you. It took a step back. It spoke up with much effort. You, all of you, to me, to my children, you don't even deserve to do this, you're wrong. I took another step forward. Like what you said, I'm an outsider who came from another world. Yeah. Everyone allied themselves to burn you and your village, the emperor, the military, everything. Let's say that no one on this continent is free from that responsibility. But not me. I'm a complete outsider. Hunters like us have the freedom of choosing. Boot. You don't deserve to hold me responsible. And of course, I took another step forward towards what stepped away from me. You don't have the strength to stop me. It trembled. The trembling escaped from its mouth. I didn't do. Are you trying to say you didn't do anything wrong? I just healed. Estelle was probably as scared as you. It flinched. She probably had screamed to live more. She probably shouted that she didn't want to die. She looked for her father. But what did you do? I spoke nonchalantly of what it did because it became Estelle, and had the memory of humans. You dug your teeth into a human's flesh. You ate what you wanted, and became it. And is that all? You swallowed the newborn baby that the mother entrusted to you. And you acted like you were the best, saying that you saved people. You betrayed the mother that entrusted you with her child. That's not it. I didn't do that. You hid the truth. Even though you knew that people would misunderstand, you stayed quiet because you thought you would be treated as a monster. You tricked people. I took another step forward. Even if you make excuses, it doesn't matter. There's no one who knows you as much as I do in this world. What you went through, what you felt, and how you changed. I know everything. You're not a flawless saintess. You're not an innocent victim. We don't even have to talk about the mother and her child. As I said, the moment you swallowed Estelle, you lost your innocence and it shouted in response. I didn't know. I paused. With its teeth clenched, trembling, it covered its face. Cries escaped through its fingers. I didn't know. I didn't have the memory of humans, the knowledge, I didn't know, the meaning of pleading to be saved. The begging. Then, I didn't know what it meant. Are you saying you did it because you didn't know? Yeah. So if only I knew, I never would've. It tried to say it wouldn't have eaten her, and I cut it off. That's what humans do. It became speechless. The kings that you killed will be able to say the same thing. No, they definitely will. And they probably did, right? What did they say to you before you covered their world with blood? I didn't know. I didn't know that you didn't have evil intentions towards us. I just thought you were a twisted witch. They explained themselves, Eventually, it became completely silent. Sorry, I'm not that well educated. I'm stupid. All I know is the justice of the world. A step more. More than retributive justice. Its shoulders trembled. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. If you believed what you swallowed became humans, fine. You should go through the same thing. Then wouldn't that be fair? What are you talking? Tower. I looked up at the sky. I want to use my clear reward. I pulled out a golden card. It was the clear reward that I earned after crushing through the 11th to the 19th floor. I had decided to use it on a skill. Plus, 100 Ghost Summon, rank, SS effects, what you killed will be summoned as monsters. The dead cannot use their abilities from when they were living. They can't remember it either. They'll be summoned as goblins, orcs, zombies, skeletons, etc. However, you can only summon them once a week. Plus 100 Ghost Summons. An SS Class skill. I lifted the card high up in the air. You said I could adjust a skill to however I wanted. The tower agrees to what you're saying. There was a voice that responded to what I was saying. But you cannot do too much. To help you understand, the tower is giving you an example. Evolving an SS class to SSS class is possible. I nodded my head. From the beginning, there was only one thing I wanted anyway. I request to adjust the skill 100 Ghost Summons. The tower is questioning your intention. You don't have to touch anything else. Just memory. I hope you change the part about they can't remember it either. So if under my control, the summoned ones can remember their life. Flinch. It paused. What are you trying to do? How's that? Doesn't that seem logical? I ignored Estelle and shouted. I'm not even asking for their ability to be kept. I'm not even asking for the cool time to be decreased. Memory. Just the memory. I hope the people I killed can remember their life. It was quiet. The sky was silent. Your request is being calculated. Calculating, a moment later. The tower acknowledges that it is within reason. Permission came. Checking the conditions. Will you use the rewards from the 11th to the 19th floor on the skill 100 Ghost Summon? Yeah. The condition of the skill you want is the following. If you want, the dead will keep their memory of when they were alive. Do you confirm this is it? Yeah. Confirmation complete. And The request of the Death King has been approved. White light surrounded my skill card. A storm of light lashed around. When the light completely settled, I slowly observed my card. Plus, 100 Ghosts Reincarnation, rank, SSS effects, what you killed will be summoned as monsters. The dead cannot use their abilities from when they were living. But if you want, the dead will be able to keep their memories and their looks from when they were alive. If you don't want to, they'll just be summoned as monsters. However, you can only summon them once a week. Plus 100 Ghosts Reincarnation. It was the name of the first SSS class skill that I had. Nice. Everything that I wanted happened. I turned my head to look at it. Our eyes met. From now on, I'm going to kill you. If you don't like the phrase of me killing you, think of it as swallowing, like what you did. Estelle, the sick people, the children. Like how you swallowed them into your shadow. I'll kill you in that same method, steadily. I lifted my sword. And I'll save you in that same way. It trembled in fear. Fear. An emotion that was more human than any other. Anxiety of the future. Horrified that it, the fallen constellation, could die like this. It was scared of me. As I took another step forward, it gave a fearful moan. But a moan never stopped anyone. I'm really glad you're human. I spoke. Think about it. If you were a monster, you wouldn't qualify to be summoned for the 100 Ghosts summons, right? No, I guess it's now, 100 Ghosts Reincarnation. Although the name of the skill doesn't, waver. It fought back its fear for the last time. The red sword of the Devil King. It wasn't even able to properly lift it anymore. It barely swung the sword at me. There was no way I would fall to that. I lightly avoided it. Once, twice, thrice, it trembled as it swung the sword. Beihurang muttered. It's nothing. His eyebrows were furrowed. Its stance is unsteady. Its feet aren't properly stepping on the ground either. It's not even looking in front of it. There's no certainty in the path of its sword, geez. What's it trying to do after it swings that sword? What's it doing? Beihurang grumbled. TSK. It a sword user that just relies on aura and its skills. No, it's not even a sword user. After I cleared the 19th floor, he had been silent, but the Sword Emperor seemed extremely displeased looking at the actions of the creature. Look. Zombie. Look at that. This is why I keep on telling you the importance of the basics. At the end, all humans have to rely on is their hands and feet. Beihurang spoke. Close the curtains. I did. With just one swing, I broke its sword. As blade clashed against blade, the sounds rang out. The fallen constellation's eyes widened. The red sword in front split into half. The last resolve of the fallen constellation also fell with the sword. The lithe beast collapsed on the floor. The acacia flowers were crushed under its bottom. Is it like the Devil King said? I calmly looked at its despairing appearance. Something that collects death. I suddenly thought of what the tower said as it gave me my nickname. Respects to the king who harvests death. That was what the tower said. It was strange, because it seemed to fit exactly with this situation. Yeah. I guess it's not wrong. I slowly put more force on my sword. It was the moment I was about to bring my sword down upon the fallen constellation. Zombie? Wait a minute. Sorry, I'm butting in when you were getting ready to show off what you don't have. Actually, I'm not that sorry. I just said it because I was bored. Anyway, wait a minute. And like always, the Sword Emperor inspected. Tien, inspected and Sword Emperor are the same words in Korean. Ugh. What? Feeling annoyed, I just spoke out loud instead of inside of my head. The Sword Saint and the Witch weren't here anyway. There weren't any hunters around to think I was crazy. No. Just because you seem to be really sure. So, about what? You're sure that isn't a monster anymore? But does that make it a human? What I'm saying is, are you treating that as a human, just like yourself? It could just be a normal NPC. So what? Are you sure even NPCs can be summoned through 100 Ghosts reincarnation? I stopped my sword. Can't that be the case? You're a fucking loser, so you haven't killed an NPC yet. It's definite that 100 Ghosts reincarnation doesn't apply to monsters. But we don't know if that's also the case for NPCs. What if you just did as you liked and it said, sorry? The skill cannot be applied to NPCs. Are you going to take care of the atmosphere suddenly becoming chilly? No, but, hey. Kim Zombie. Pay attention. I know because I experienced it, but the tower is really harsh when it comes to things like this. Fuck this. The fallen constellation was already looking at me with fear. Its eyes were filled with the horror of death. Cursing, I checked the skill card again. Plus, 100 Ghosts reincarnation, rank, SSS effects, what you killed will be summoned as monsters. The dead cannot use their abilities from when they were living. But if you want, the dead will be able to keep their memories and their looks from when they were alive. If you don't want to, they'll just be summoned as monsters. However, you can only summon them once a week. See? It says what you killed. Behu Ryong pointed at the card. How do you know if NPCs are included in the what? Can you be sure? NPCs are humans too. Humans. Oh ho. That's just what you think. Mr. Kim Zombie. Behu Ryong spoke with a serious face. Before you kill that guy, make a deal with the tower first. A deal with the tower, why? So what? You were doing it fine earlier. You already did it once, you can do it again. That was true. I looked up at the sky with a slightly awkward face. Mr. Tower. The tower is listening to what you're saying. Fortunately, I wasn't ignored. Earlier, I heard that I was being given the power of an apostle. Was it thanks to that? It seemed like for the time being at least, I could communicate freely with the tower. There's something I want to ask, please. Hey. Earlier you spoke informally to the tower, so what's with all the respect now? What a funny guy. I accidentally spoke informally because I was so caught up in the moment and, geez, never mind. Be quiet. Even while we were fighting, the tower answered calmly. The tower is checking what your question is. Let's see. So, does the 100 Ghosts reincarnation skill acknowledge an NPC? Or does that just apply to hunters like me? And I received an unexpected answer in response. The tower is judging. The question surpasses the authority of the tower. Pardon? And that wasn't the end. The voices that followed went way past my expectations even more. The tower is confirming the authority of the questioner. Pass. The Death King currently has the temporary qualification of an apostle. The tower acknowledges the Death King's question as an official agenda item. And the tower requests a majority conference to the 6 constellations of 10,000 lives. Pot. White light covered my eyes. Huh? When I blinked my eyes after some time had passed, I was already in a strange place. It wasn't an unfamiliar place. I was taken even more aback because it was unfamiliar. The netherworld. My dark prison. It was the starting point that I returned to when I died. In other words, this was somewhere that I didn't have to come unless I was dead. Why am I? Then, a voice rang out. Confirming participants. No. It wasn't just a voice. The 6th constellation. The author of all operas is participating. The 5th constellation. The lady who walks the mirage is participating. The 4th constellation. The moon that observes blindness is participating. The 3rd constellation. One who created Bonsan is participating. The 2nd constellation. The God who dances in emptiness is participating. Dot. No matter how much I looked around, there was only darkness, so I couldn't see anything. But even if I couldn't see, I could feel presences. Confirming that the 6 constellations of 10,000 lives are participating. The temporary apostle of the tower, Death King's problem is being shared. I could feel presences all around me. They were too powerful to say they were just presences. They were looking at me through the darkness. Sharing complete. Voices flowed where the gazes were. A majority conference is starting about the agenda item. Does the skill 100 Ghosts reincarnation apply to NPCs? If you agree that NPCs are included, please assent. If you do not agree that NPCs are included, please dissent. Quietly. The figureless presences opened their mouths. Geshla Zakuecho Deo. It was a language unknown to me. Sato, Yovala? Wiloyona sh. Deo Fenta. Kunto, Niola Geshbiinel na? Nigeshnel na? It seemed to be a language that formed a connection between all the shadows. This place was filled with snakes I couldn't see. From the left, the right, from below and above, and right in front of me. Hiss, hiss, their voices were similar to the hissing tongues of snakes. Their tongues were red and long, and it entered my brain. It licked it. Geshmula Gagamia Cho Greetin Waloyo. Nail. It was dizzying. I was feeling faint. I was definitely just a consciousness without a mind, but I felt like barking. Anything was fine. I wanted to spit something out. The oil in my stomach, no, oil infiltrated my brain. It was a feeling like my soul was being sucked to the bottom. Leona. Then, the voices all stopped as one. Gesh. Nail. Nigeshnale. Dash. Dash. Deozakan. Silence. Silence. Silence descended in the emptiness. No one opened their mouth. It was quiet. The sounds of beings that were licking at my brain stopped. Only then could I breathe. They're not beings in the tower itself. I got a grasp on myself. The language of beings in the tower are translated so I can understand it, but they're different. They're beings that live outside of the tower. They're beings that can't even be compared to the Devil King of Fall Rain. They might be the people who made the tower. People who lived somewhere that I couldn't imagine. After a long silence, the voting regarding the agenda item is beginning. A familiar voice rang out. After hearing the voice, I felt more comfortable. The 6th constellation. The author of all operas votes against it. The 5th constellation. The lady who walks the mirage votes for it. The 4th constellation. The moon that observes blindness votes for it. The 3rd constellation. One who created Bonsan votes against it. The 2nd constellation. The god who dances in emptiness gives up their vote. 2 for, 2 against, and 1 give up. Dot. I paused. I couldn't know who they were or where they were from. However, they had the authority to decide about my skill, 100 Ghosts reincarnation. That much was clear. But their votes resulted in something that wasn't for, or against it. Why? What did they expect from me? Wait. I looked around me, the sound of snakes hissing, gone. There's still a being that didn't vote. Yes. I had clearly heard it when I entered this place. The tower requests a majority conference to the 6 constellations of 10,000 lives. And that wasn't the end. Confirming participants. Confirmed that the 6 constellations of 10,000 lives are participating. Yeah. They said there was 6. The tower had definitely said there were 6 beings here. Then, the vote that just happened now was strange. 2 votes for, 2 against, and 1 that didn't count. There were only 5 in total. Then where was the last 1 vote? And, dash dot. Dash dot. Just what was the remaining being like, for everyone to remain so respectfully quiet? Dot. It was someone who didn't have to participate in this space. It was someone who didn't have to come here, because they were already here from the beginning. The person who knew everything while in here. The owner of the tower. I looked straight at the dark area in front of me. The most powerful being was right there. I think voting for it is right. I thought as calmly as I could. I quietly spoke about what I had been contemplating. Let's say NPCs don't count. Then how was the Devil Kill able to summon so many monsters? All the people who were massacred by the Devil King must have been NPCs. The gazes silently looked at me. Of course, I know what you're all worried about. You're concerned that I'll just kill any NPCs in sight to summon them, but I think I showed you what kind of person I was. A dark area. I looked at each of the directions where I felt the beings were. And I spoke. I'm not that kind of person. Dash. And I won't live like that in the future. In the end, it was the same. No matter how strong my opponent was, there were already methods that were chosen for me. It was always just to fight, or convince them. The Devil King can kill NPCs and summon them, and I can't? That's unfair. Not bad. Something opened their mouth. A voice. It sounded like it was whispering right in my ear, and also like it came from far away. It caused shivers down my back every time it spoke. But it's complicated. The voice was laughing. Death King. Speak with your heart, and not your head. I was silent for a moment. And I spoke. That Devil King is a game that I caught. I said what I could. It's mine, so please don't touch it. The voice burst out in laughter. The first constellation. The owner of 10,000 lives votes for it. The sound of the laughter pierced through the darkness. The voting is finished. 3 votes for. 2 votes against. 1 vote given up. NPCs are included in Death King's skill, 100 Ghosts Reincarnation. Clang, shatter. The darkness cracked like glass due to the laughter. In the empty prison, another empty space had opened up. From there, white light flowed. The temporary apostle authority of the Death King is being taken away. I realized while I was being surrounded by the blinding light. The conference is being ended. That I succeeded in convincing the tower. May luck be with you, zombie. Hey, zombie? Blink. When I opened my eyes again, I saw the acacia flowers. Beihurayong. And the fallen constellation that was once called the Devil King of Fall Rain. There wasn't any sound from the acacia flowers, and the fallen constellation didn't dare make a sound. Only Beihurayong spoke floating in the air. Kim Zombie? Hey, Zombie King. Can you hear me? I felt strange. It seemed like only a few seconds had passed by, but at the same time, it felt like forever had passed. It was really strange. And the memory of what had just happened became faint, so I didn't know exactly what went on. Sword Emperor, wow. You finally responded. Your brain must be turning into an actual zombies because I keep calling you a zombie. Didn't you hear it? You didn't see it? What? The tower summoned me to the netherworld, and something about 10,000 lives and constellations, and someone like the owner of the tower appeared and laughed. You don't know? Beihurayong frowned. His face looked as if he had seen a dog with rabies. In other words, he looked like he was looking at a crazy person. Sorry, zombie. I teased you too much. I've never been sorry my entire life, but I suddenly feel really sorry. I won't tease you as much, so get a grip. He didn't know. The Sword Emperor, who climbed up to the 99th floor. Beihurayong, the legend who had earned the name of Sword Constellation, even he didn't know what I was talking about. The back of my neck felt cold. Who did I just meet now? The cold feeling wrapped around my neck and spread to my shoulder and back. Just grip. I tightened my grip on the sword. No. Let's be calm. Kim Gongja. I swallowed and looked in front of me. The path I had to take was still in front of me. Although there's still a lot of things I don't know. I slowly raised my sword. Now, I am going to strike the final blow on my game. When I reached the 100th floor, I would be able to know something. Behu Ryong tilted his head. Huh? Gongja? You're just going to kill it? Don't you have to ask the tower first? It's okay. I answered. I already found my answer. The fallen constellation stretched out its hand. Wait. Save. I flung my sword. This sword was my reward from the 10th floor. It was what moved the hearts of the soldiers on the 11th floor stage. Tens of times. Hundreds of times. Thousands of times. It was the sword that was always in my hand when I was trapped on the 12th stage. It was a sword that proved my time because it was always with me. With that sword, I cut the fallen constellation. There was a small scream. As the screaming sound cut off, the fallen constellation collapsed. Blood poured out. The blood flowed and stained another acacia flower. Looking at the white and the red, I slowly opened my mouth. Ghost, wake up. Squirm. My shadow shook. A black hand shot out from my shadow. The hand that looked like it was escaping from hell didn't seem to want to leave. But it was a futile act. Stand up. The shadow couldn't refuse my orders. Its head lifted from the shade. Then, it was his chest, legs, and feet. Hyuk, its arms and legs shook like a newborn baby. Even though it had the body of an adult, it was nothing more than a newly born being. And Estelle is nothing more than the name you stole. It's not a name you can have. There was always a responsibility to those who gave life in this world. And the first of those responsibilities was giving a name. Preta. It looked at me through its wavy black hair. From now on, your name is Preta. Serve me as a master. It was celebrated as the rural saintess. And the being that used to be respected as the devil king of fall rain had his shoulders shaking. Yes, sir. The one that didn't deserve to have a name received a name from me, and bowed. The white acacia flowers fell, and landed on its head. I'll obey your orders. It was the last day of the promised 5. My lord. Death King and Devil King. One of the two kings fell. 1. And in that place where a king and a servant were left, the first person to open their mouth wasn't either of them. Technically speaking, an emperor, not a king or a servant, opened their mouth. Sword Emperor, do you have to do that now? He was such a party pooper. He twisted his body like a baguette with anguish. Yeah, I have to. I don't want to do it either, honestly. I want to get away from the two of you and pretend like I don't know you, sheesh, but I'm the only person who can say this. Geez, what are you going to say? What are you guys doing? I didn't know what he was saying, but it seemed like he wanted to be the one giving the name. What am I doing? As you can see, sure. So you killed the Devil King and saved him with your skill. You even gave it a name, sheesh, that name. What kind of name is Preta for a girl? If you wanted to call it a Preta, you should have named her Green Preta and call her Greenie for short. You're even complaining about the name now? No, let's just say the name's fine. Next, why are you suddenly establishing a hierarchy? The Sword Emperor looked at Preta and me like we were the strangest things in this world. Like you guys, what kind of bond do you have? Okay, fine. Let's say you have it. Since it's the game you caught, HM? You can do that old I got you under my skin trend. TN, reference to TVXQ's song Miradich. The lyrics before this section are You're My Slave. You listen to popular songs too? One of the hobbies of that Marcus guy is, anyway. So you're you, but I don't understand why she's going yes my lord. I was able to learn one of the Sword Saint's hobbies. I would have been better off if I didn't know that, but that wasn't important. HM, so you're asking why Preta is serving me as I'm her lord, right? Yeah. Zombie? I'll list all the things that you did to her. I nodded my head. You blocked her way while laughing and saying she wouldn't win, right? That's how it started. And you erased everything she stacked up. After that, you even blew her mind away with everything you said. That's what happened. And you even killed her. Phew, you forced a kid that didn't want to come out with 100 ghosts reincarnation. That's how it ended, I guess. The Sword Emperor clicked his tongue. HAAA, you indifferent bastard. Is your heart made of stone? There might even be a cobra in there. You forgot to talk about the fact that I closed the curtains to the one who doesn't even know how to use a sword like someone told me to. That was necessary, and that Preta is probably thankful for that deep inside her heart. If she has the passion of a sword user still left inside her. The Sword Emperor spoke in a serious tone. I thought this ghost was just good at nagging, but it seemed like he was also good at talking about bullshit. Anyways, so I think it would be normal for her to be angry at you. But why is she bowing her head and asking for you to command her? Was the disaster that swallowed up a whole world actually a masochist of the century? Wow, the Sword Emperor said that he wanted to get away from us, but the same went for me. I took a step back. Seriously, that gorilla's imagination. Sword Emperor, the reason why Petra is obeying me, the reason is? Because Petra knows. I looked at Petra. You'll know soon enough too. Sounds of sobbing rang out in the acacia field. Hyuk, Hyuk, Petra was crying. They were tears of sadness and fury. Her despair dripped down. It was true. Petra knew well. Searching for the existence of the Devil King on the 20th floor. What kind of tragedy would happen from now on? Search impossible. Petra's shoulders flinched. Confirming the absence of the Devil King. Drops of light soared up from around us. They came from the ground and flowed from the acacia trees. The 20th floor stage was small anyway, so it was quickly surrounded by light. In the middle of the white light. No, please. No. Petra trembled with a moan. But what did that all matter for anyways? Historical change. A strict-sounding voice came from the sky. Like a judgment against the guilty in court. The 20th floor is being revised. Slowly. History started to move backwards. Petra looked far off into the distance with wet eyes. Something came from the entrance of the acacia forest path. Chalkuk. Chalkduk. Every time they moved, their armor bumped around. Above them, there were flags of various colors. Please. They were a countless number of soldiers. There were the footsteps of soldiers and the sound of wings flapping. Again, the village, burn the village, to turn back history. To burn up paradise. Forces from all around the world were allied together and entered the acacia forest path. No, please, Uti, Petra collapsed to the floor and bowed. Her bowed head and hands were directed at me. Lord. Like what the Sword Emperor said, Petra should have been trying to tear me to shreds. But the fact that she was bowing desperately towards me probably meant that she was that much furious and hurt. My lord. However, she did it. She had to. I won't have any grudges, I won't take revenge. Preta didn't have any choice other than accepting to become bound to me and serving me as her master. But when a helpless person had something to protect, they would do anything. I'll do whatever you ask me to, servant, slave, I don't care about what happens to me, so please, it made people beg. Please, my village. All right. I'm not saying too much. I began to walk. The Sword Emperor followed me. He, who had been looking at us with a silly face, had a more serious face than ever. So that's how it was. Yes, this is how it is. Step. A servant has to follow their master. And a lord has the responsibility to take care of their people. Step. Sorry I twisted it. You lost the bet too, right? Please just think of the consequences for that. I walked past him. I took a deep breath and included aura in my voice. I shouted. All legions stop. The acacia flowers fluttered in the air as if an invisible force shook them. The sound of the dragons flapping and armor bumping against each other stopped. The sound of the horses' footsteps and the banging of the spear stopped. Stood alone in the acacia field. There were only flowers between me and the army. 3. Behu Ryong. The so-called Sword Emperor was a man who was likely to pop out if you mixed a psychopath and an oldie in a 5:5 matter. Thanks to this perfect ratio, 99% of the time, what the Sword Emperor said to me was either crazy or useless. When I swing my sword, it wasn't just my skills that mattered. In other words, the 1% contained the essence of the psychopath oldie. Faith. Confidence. Having faith in yourself is what's really important. Behu Ryong had a solemn expression. Even your bullshit is the same. It was a thundering criticism that came from his real-life experience. I fooled myself to be able to deceive my opponents. You have to believe in your own lies. Have confidence. No matter how convincing your lies are, if you do it without confidence, your opponents won't buy it. But no matter how ridiculous it is, as long as you have confidence, you'll be able to lure them in. Really? I know because I've done it a lot myself. Maybe the psychopath-oldie ratio was around 6:4 instead. Of course, if it was 100% a complete lie, your opponents wouldn't believe you, nor will you believe yourself. So mix your lies with some truth. Mix 10% of the truth with 90% of the lie. Mix? That's right. That's the beauty of lies. If you believe in your 10% truth, the remaining 90% lie will flow naturally on its own. Indeed. Remember, zombie. Lying comes down to having confidence. I looked at what was in front of my eyes. Troops came from all over the continent to capture Estelle the Devil King. Among them, the soldiers of the Egyptian Imperial Army, who were in charge of the vanguard, along with the general leading the soldiers, were staring at me. If I didn't deceive them, I would be in danger. Why is the emissary of the founding emperor? But that sword is definitely. Why is the emissary in a place like this? Murmur, murmur. Some of the soldiers suspiciously glanced at me. The Egyptian Imperial Army was gently bowing its head, but that was all. The soldiers who belonged to other divisions didn't have a sliver of doubt on their faces. As expected, even the Imperial Army couldn't stand up against the Holy Protection Sword. By the way, are you the emissary of the founding emperor? The very leader of the Imperial Army carefully examined my complexion. Can I ask you a stupid question? What is it? The reason we're here today, as I mentioned before, is to defeat the witch. Why is the emissary of the founding emperor here at this place? I closed my eyes for a moment. Lying's all about confidence. I exclaimed with my eyes wide open. Gentlemen from the Imperial Army. I've already defeated the witch. My ore-filled voice resounded loudly on the acacia field. General Sarbastijam was shocked. Who? Huh? What do you mean you've already defeated her? What are you? Look here. I cleared the way. Then the vengeful ghost who was hiding behind me was revealed. Whether they had already known about Estelle's appearance, some recognized her and shouted. It's Estelle. It's the Witch of the West. I've seen her before. It's that woman. Burn the witch to death. The vengeful ghost's mouth wailed and flinched. But I said without a care. Vengeful ghost. Yes. Come and kneel before them. A firm command. The vengeful ghost, who was reduced to becoming a part of my 100 ghosts, had no power to disobey my orders. She stumbled and knelt. That wasn't the end. Bow your head down. The vengeful ghost bowed her head. On the floor. The vengeful ghost touched the floor with her trembling hands. Was it because of anger? Or was it because of disgrace? Either way, she couldn't speak, or she was biting her tongue. The two cheeks of the ghost had a deep pouted look. A little later, blood fell down her jawline to her lips. Place your forehead to the ground. Ugh. The vengeful ghost followed my orders. The soldiers watched, holding their breath, as the former Devil King bowed her forehead on the ground. Even more anger and disgrace mingled with the sound of the vengeful ghost's breath. Nevertheless, to protect her little paradise, she obeyed my orders. In a way, it was an imposing scene. To the vengeful ghost, I ordered solemnly. Just like that, straining both your feet, kick the floor, and do a forward roll. Silence. Silence dawned on the acacia field for a moment. Huh? The vengeful ghost turned her head and looked up at me. She looked as if she had just heard something wrongly. I frowned. Didn't you hear me? Uh-huh. Go ahead and do a forward roll. The vengeful ghost flinched and reluctantly obeyed my orders. That is to say, she placed both her hands on the ground and made a forward roll. Degururu. T/N, Korean sound effect of rolling forward. A small body rolled down the field, and her blonde hair, which was even longer than her body, fluttered away and swept up the acacia petals on the floor. After one such lap, the vengeful ghost still had an expression as if she didn't know what or why she just did what she did. I nodded. Now do a handstand. The vengeful ghost looked back at me one more time. She seemed to doubt the mental state of her new owner. Of course, I didn't lift even an eyebrow. Hurry up, can't you even do a handstand? Hick. The vengeful ghost trembled and touched the floor with both her hands. And as she slowly tried to do a handstand, perhaps she didn't have enough strength, but she stumbled and fell. Sobs, as if swimming on the bare ground, the vengeful ghost was floundering in tears. Either way, I continued to order in a stern voice. Do 20 jumping jacks. 10 squats, start. 10 push-ups as soon as you're done. I order you to do 20 sit-ups. Stay in the plank position for 20 seconds. After a while. No more, Lord, I can't move my body. The former Devil King didn't have the power to lift even a finger and laid down on the floor. Tears filled her eyes. I looked at Sarbastijam. Do you understand now? Sarbastijam had his mouth wide open. Not only the general but also the soldiers under his command had a similar expression. The continent's army looked dazedly at the vengeful ghost, who was crying like a mere child. Holy emissary. What exactly is this, as I just said? I widened my eyes and stared fearlessly. The witch has already been defeated by me. Now, no matter what happens, the witch cannot go against my orders. Of course, I added. It is no longer possible for her to cause any harm to the people of the continent. Gentlemen, you may rest assured about the witch. The soldiers cheered. Then the soldiers shuddered, the commanders of the army were confused along with them. If the holy emissary. If you say so. No, wait a minute. Sarbastijam, who was subservient to the authority of the holy protection sword, seemed to be trying to somehow believe what I said, but the other commanders had a "what a load of bullshit" expression on their faces. Among them, the chief holy knight took a step forward and shouted. What the hell are you doing? We came here to defeat the witch. I mean, the emissary of the founding emperor already said, the witch has already been defeated. How can we believe that? On the contrary, how can I not trust him? The emissary of the founding emperor ordered me to, but did you not see the witch do all those things? Sarbastijam was angered. The power of the holy protection sword was indeed amazing. The chief holy knight had a face that said, I'm going to jump up and down crazily. He shouted while jumping. How can you believe that? No, in the first place. Isn't that one sword the only thing that could prove that the young man was the emissary of the founding emperor? You've been going at it since just now just for that one mere sword you say? Sarbastijam's voice rose. Did you just say that one blade? Oh my God. Right now, you dare doubt the authority of the founding emperor, who founded the empire? The evidence that we are favored by the goddess is that holy protection sword. How dare you? The chief holy knight flinched. No, general. Calm down. I didn't mean it to that extent. The founding emperor took that sword and left for the wilderness. Running through the fields, leaving a legacy in every city he went, climbed volcanoes, burned down waterfalls, and even pierced mountains. Just to establish the empire. All our ancestors stood with the founding emperor, and all of us owe him. But did you just say, just for that mere blade? No, that's not what I meant. If not, then what the hell were you talking about? Your Holiness, the Pope had given me orders. I was given a strict order to defeat the evil witch at all costs. But just because of one word, the general of the empire screamed. What do you mean just because of one word? You are indirectly questioning the words of the founding emperor's emissary using the order of the Pope. Wow. What? The chief holy knight shut his mouth. It took exactly 2 seconds for his bewilderment to turn into anger. Back at you, you dare doubt the authority of the temple of God. Didn't you first doubt the authority of the holy protection sword? Oh, good. I got it. Seems like the third prince that you are loyal to doesn't need the Pope's declaration of support. What declaration of support? The emissary of the founding emperor has already turned up and defeated the witch. What does the goddess's love have to do with looking over the sovereignty of the empire? So is that really the will of the third prince's faction? The empire's general and the knights of the temple were squabbling fiercely. I was grinning happily inside. Very good. There was something you must be careful about when groups of people band together. If an internal strife was revealed even once, it becomes a straight road rush towards destruction. They wouldn't be able to go far. When we hunters went up to the 12th floor. At that time it was unfortunate, but there were exactly 8 different power structures. Me, Sword Saint, and the top 5 guild masters all represented one power structure each. And the minor forces that were in a contribution by the 8th to 10th place. We were together for the external purpose of clearing the tower, but we were never a solid mass. There was something piled upon each other. There was distrust. That was why we pathetically self-destructed even though there was only one unexpected variable called, the Devil King's reward. Warriors, those who climbed the towers. As soon as the 11th floor was opened, I recalled what the hologram of the goddess said. From the 11th floor to the 20th floor, you will face a test. A test of faith. I grinned inwardly. The test of one's good faith. Not only the hunters, but probably also the residents of the tower would have to go through it too, right? Wouldn't that make the world a little more fair? The Empire and the Temple of God were fully in the midst of the test of faith. Other forces began to intervene one by one as well. Oh, everyone, now is not the time for fighting. The elf ranger captain from the fairy forest sighed. Shouldn't we investigate thoroughly whether or not the witch is really under that young man's control? No matter how foolish you all are, there's a time and place for everything. Was he trying to stop the fight, or fan the sparks of the fight? Naturally, it didn't help whatsoever. That's right. If I had to add a comment to what you just said, isn't the Temple of God being self-contradictory? The founding emperor of Egypt's holy protection sword was bestowed to him by the goddess of protection that you all worship at the Temple of God. To doubt the authority of the sword is to doubt the authority of the goddess, isn't it? That's why humans who live short lives are so foolish. What? The elf saw us in that kind of light? This is why these big-earned ones are unreliable sons of bitches. They even got in the way. What on earth are the Temple of God and the Empire doing? Arguing in front of us who came to uphold our honorable covenant. The dragoon unit captain that came from the volcano shouted. Settle it with a duel just like the warriors you are. What else are you going to use your weapons for? Basically, they were a unicellular unit. In hunter terms. Yes, they were just like the venomous snake from Chin Mumun. Our Freedom City Union believes both the Holy Protection Sword and the Temple of God are right. But there must be someone more right. If you have any suggestions, I'll listen with an open mind. That's why farming is for suckers. Oh, so when can we plunder that town? You said we could rob it, right? So, since they came to see us. Everyone. Guys, there's a witch's den right in front of us. Wearing an armed top, she openly revealed her personal status. She was a nomadic female chief who was grumbling while pulling along the horses. It was the closest place to the vengeful ghost's paradise, so only the lords of the minor countries, that initially tried to desperately spark the destruction of the paradise, were in a state of panic. In other words, it was a very dangerous situation. Hoo-hoo-hoo. On the other hand, the Sword Emperor and I became that much more relaxed. Beihurayang folded his arms and shook his head. I understand why the vengeful ghost put up a fight against the hunters. There was an exhilarating feeling when driving a wedge in, causing internal confusion. I admit it. Honestly, it was so much fun. However, of course, they were not the only ones full of trollers. Huh. Guys, get out of my way. Just like us hunters had a person that was so-called the civil militia guild master. A mediator. There were, of course, those who came forward to resolve the situation before the whole army headed toward chaos and destruction. A lizard-man magician from the Mermaid Falls stepped forward. In the eyes of this young one, the problem was simple after all. The lizard-man magician pointed at me with his webbed fingers. Whether the young man really is the emissary of the founding emperor, or if that woman was really the witch. Whether or not the emissary really defeated the witch and brought her under his reign. It'll all be solved as long as we can confirm this. The chief holy knight of the Temple of God, who became exhausted while arguing with the general of the empire, frowned. So how do you confirm that? Don't worry. Of course, I have a way. The lizard-man magician placed her webbed hands on her chest. In her grasp was a blue bead that seemed to hold the condensed deep sea. This is the soul jewel that the Queen of Mermaids gave me. The lizard-man magician was very serious. As if she was going to show us an extremely precious treasure from now on, and she sounded as if this was the fortune of our lifetimes to be able to see such a treasure with our own eyes. If you drip a drop of blood here, you can determine whether the owner of the blood has a good-natured soul, or a evil-natured soul. If you have a good-natured soul, the jewel will emit white light, and if you have an evil-natured soul, a black light will emerge. So it's like the Crusaders, lie detector, and the Sword Saints, detective's insight. I think so. The demi-folks are very good at making weird gizmos like that. Beihurayang and I remained unfazed. The Queen of Mermaids' precious jewel or whatever, it sounded grand, but it was nothing new for us. Unaware of our thoughts, the lizard-man magician was confident. Now, if that woman is truly the witch of the frontier, and if you are truly the emissary of the founding emperor, accept the test of the jewel. The lizard-man magician lifted the jewel. The evil deeds you have done. The good deeds you have accumulated. This jewel will prove everything. All right then. I nodded meekly. Try as much as you like. Don't regret it. As I said, the jewel will expose your soul as it is. You're standing quite far from that fork. How about you start running? The snake-like eyes of the lizard-man magician sharpened. I hope that confidence is not just false bravado. Well then, let's start with testing that woman's soul first. The lizard-man magician strode toward us. She grabbed the wrist of the vengeful ghost. Then she ran her sharp fingernails across the vengeful ghost's palm and scratched her. Blood flowed down from her palm. Hick. The vengeful ghost flinched. The dark red drops of blood trickled down and smeared the jewel of the Queen of Mermaids. Shing. The jewel was dyed black at once. What the F-? Oh my God. The commanding officers watching the soul test were terrified. The color exuded by the jewel was not an ordinary black. It was a color that was as dark as the abyss. A void-like black shadow writhed around, just like a slithering black snake. What an evil soul this is. Even the lizard-man magician, who was overseeing the test, gulped. It's to a degree that's hard to believe. How many murders and evil deeds did you commit? This is a being that shouldn't exist in the world. A cursed being. She's undoubtedly the witch. Plop. The magician quickly let go of the vengeful ghost's wrist as if she was trying to avoid wastewater. The vengeful ghost could see that the magician's eye contained a great deal of contempt and fear from even being close to her. No. Not even a witch could compare. She's definitely a devil king. The vengeful ghost shrugged even more. The atmosphere changed. Was it because the lizard-man magician confirmed the identity of the vengeful ghost? The soldiers' chattering died down. The commanders stopped arguing and stared fiercely at the vengeful ghost. The more they stared, the more she cowered, and she slipped back and hid behind me. Now, it's your turn. People's eyes naturally turned towards me. The lizard-man magician raised her long nails. Self-proclaimed emissary of the founding emperor. Are you ready? I'm always ready. It's no use bluffing. Now, give your hand to me. I willingly extended my left hand. Screech. My flesh spread like gills on the spot where the fingernails of the lizard-man magician had run through. Red blood flowed down from the cut. My blood dripped slowly onto the jewel that was dyed black because of the vengeful ghost's blood. And there was a ray of light. The blackness disappeared from the jewel as if it was cleansed of it. It wasn't just that. The white ray of light clung together and lit up, and finally spread like an explosion around me. Shing! The acacia field turned white instantaneously. Screams broke out from here and there. And I screened my face with my palm. The lizard-man magician who was holding the jewel did the same. Oh dash, how can this? She was stunned and gasped. Wait a minute, what the hell is this soul? What the hell is going on? Shouted the chief holy knight of the Temple of God. The water droplet given by the current queen. Why is this ray of light coming out from the jewel? His soul, the wizard muttered without even looking back at the holy knights. How can you be so? How many lives have you saved? Such a pure white, this is simply. Said the lizard-man magician. This person he's light itself. Yes. I was the light. Light. The Temple of God's chief holy knight stuttered. The brilliant white glow of light that emerged from the jewel subsided a little. Then it got to a point where I didn't have to cover my eyes anymore. What do you mean he's the light? It's as I just said. He's just the light. The lizard-man magician cried. I wasn't very confident in reading the lizardman's face, but I could at least recognize the expression that the lizard-man was wearing. She was moved. Her snake-like eyes were filled with dews of tears. Can't you see how dazzling this soul is? I don't know. Why don't you know? Do you have problems with your eyes? Or is your brain the problem? The chief holy knight looked dispirited. The extent of his intelligence was suddenly being questioned. No. I mean, I just don't know what you mean by the light. The lizard-man magician whimpered. Then he quickly looked back at the chief holy knight. That's why the idiots from the Temple of God are so. What? Do you even know who you're looking at now? He's the light. Why don't you know that, even when the light is so dazzling? Do you not have eyes? Do you not have a brain? Pure white. It's not just an ordinary ray of light, the light he exudes is pure white. Isn't a ray of light always white? This is why. My words can't go through to these crude humans. The lizard-man magician pounded her chest as she was annoyed. Boom boom. A little more irritating and she would have smacked his head instead, not her chest. Even the chief holy knight felt it, so he cowered. He who carries such a soul would never lie to us. The lizard-man magician strongly asserted. Even if he did lie, he would have been lying for our sake. Oh, foolish humans. Those with corrupted souls like you all should just simply obey him quietly. This man is the emissary of the founding emperor. No. He must be the goddess's apostle. The lizard-man magician looked at me. Her gaze seemed as if she was seeking for my recognition. It wasn't just the magician. The entire army that gathered at the acacia fields held their breaths and looked at me. Yes. I folded my arms proudly. That's right. With my utmost solemn expression. I am the apostle of the goddess. I knew it. Roaring. The soldiers all around started chattering. Following the general of the empire, even the magician from the Mermaid Falls guaranteed my identity. 3 men talking makes a tiger. Even if the tiger didn't exist, the way those 3 said it, it would seem as if there really was a tiger. T/N, it is a Korean idiom, and basically means that if rumors are repeated continuously, they will become a fact. Apparently he's the light. What do you mean light? It seems that he's a dazzling light. The sword's also flashy too, it's a sword that the Emperor of Egypt or something once used. Then that means he's a noble that came from a prestigious family somewhere. Most of the soldiers were suspicious when they first saw the holy protection sword. But now their gazes changed, and it looked like they were exclaiming, "No way?" Of course, one more person was still needed to achieve the effect of 3 men talking makes a tiger. No. As expected, I'm not sure. The chief holy knight stepped forward. Let's say you are the emissary of the founding emperor and also light itself. But why is that young man? I mean, why did such a person march here by himself, and why is he blocking our way? Have you all forgotten? We have a mission. The chief holy knight adamantly pointed to the place beyond my shoulder. We must burn that place. Estelle's hometown. That was the paradise that the vengeful ghost had talked about. His Holiness, the Pope was not only concerned about the witch. The heretics who followed the witch. We can't let them get away from receiving divine punishment. If you are truly the apostle of the goddess, take the lead in carrying out the heavenly punishment. Och! Someone grabbed the hem of my clothes from behind. It was the vengeful ghost. I could feel that she was terrified without even looking back. It's all right. I folded my arms calmly. The best lies are, in other words, made up of 90% truth and 10% lie. Recalling the advice given by Behu Ryong, I slowly opened my mouth. Holy Knights of the Temple of God. Watch your language. It is not up to you to decide how the divine punishment should be executed. Whatever punishment that is given to the evil group is entirely up to me. What are you? I have collected all evil, and divine punishment has already been carried out. I said gently. It is my duty to bring divine punishment to man. What do you mean duty? I'll show you. I raised my right hand. Wriggle. In an instant, my shadow spread throughout the acacia field. Goo! Skeletons began crawling out of the shadows. The soldiers screamed. The chief holy knight turned pale while he contemplated, and the other commanders were so surprised that they armed themselves. In the meantime, the number of skeletons had risen from dozens to hundreds, and from hundreds to thousands. Before they knew it, the continent's army was completely surrounded. 100 ghosts reincarnation. Skeletons numbering around 4,000 rows. Goo! Yuwu! Yuwu! The monsters cried ferociously and waited for my orders. As one could see from the fact that the vengeful ghost was out in the open, I still had the 100 ghosts reincarnation in active mode. I could summon as many ghosts as I wanted. But it was a different story for the continent's army who didn't know what was going on. It's the devils. The soldiers were thrown into confusion at the sight before them. 4,000 monsters suddenly popped out all over. And the monsters emerged from the ground as if they were climbing out from hell. It was literally a scene from the purgatory. Go. Oh, Almighty God. The chief holy knight trembled. What the hell are these horrendous beings? It's my duty. I placed my hand on the vengeful ghost's head. The vengeful ghost flinched, but she remained quiet. Look. How can this witch be the only evil being in this vast world? Every one of these ghosts are wicked evildoers that I have subdued. Devils, second only to the witch. All these monsters. That's correct. I stared at the distant sky with my squinted eyes. As if I was a hero that was doomed to have a tragic destiny. The goddess ordered me. Punish the overflowing evil that has corrupted the world on her behalf. Punish and subdue. That's why she bestowed me with this ability. My voice naturally became somber. It is my calling, my mission to bring down all the evil in the world. It's my duty to drag these devils to hell. What you guys are seeing right now is my hell. Oh my God, the lizard man magician lamented. Tears were flowing again from her eyes. These are all wicked evildoers who were comparable to the witch. I nodded. That's right. With Dash, without us knowing. Was the goddess's apostle by himself, alone, bringing down punishment to the evil that was rampant in this world? That's right. Oh my God. No one even recognized Apostle Nim. How could you have such a hell? How can you, who's nothing more than a mere human being, by yourself? Oh goddess's apostle, will you be all right? With my arms folded, I nodded. This is my duty. Seriously, earnestly, and solemnly. There is no need for you all to punish the witch separately. There is also no need to punish the witch's pawns. I have already subdued all who are wicked. These evildoers will grieve and suffer in agony forever under my shadow. That is to say that I am their hell. Ah, oh holy light. The lizard man magician fell to pieces as she sobbed. How did I not realize how holy and white your light was? The foolish me has finally perceived your light. Without our knowing, you've continued to save our continent without rest. I nodded again. Indeed so. The greatest lies consist of 90% truth and 10% lie. Although the process was filled with a series of lies, the ending was correct. In fact, since the end result was right, it wouldn't matter, right? You son of a... Behu Ryong had a proud expression on his face. I see that there's nothing more I can teach you. Be on your way now. Oh, everything was thanks to your advice, master. How could this unworthy pupil be on his way? No, no, no. Zombie, your immorality has already transcended mine. Behu Ryong lamented while sighing. This master of yours is as innocent as a child, so I just can't handle a son of a bitch like you. You're too humble. I still have a lot to learn from Master's vicious personality. Take your words back. You bastard. Have you ever heard of Chonchal-Iram? T/N, Chonchal-Iram, is an idiom that is used when the student surpasses the master. Have you ever heard that no disciple is better than their master? The disciple and master praised each other's character. On a day like today, when relationships were being ruined. But actually, it was a beautiful and warm scene discreetly unfolding. Anyway. I deactivated the 100 Ghosts reincarnation. Whoosh. The 4,000 skeletons disappeared in an instant. The continent's army stared dumbfoundedly at the sight of the monsters being absorbed under my shadow as if a ship were sinking. You all don't need to worry about the witch and her pawns. As long as I am here, they will suffer forever in my hell. This is the will of the goddess, and this is the divine punishment of the goddess. Do you really intend to reject the dignified will of the goddess? The chief holy knight staggered. If I may ask, O holy apostle. Truly, are you sure these atrocious devils are secured? What this humble one is trying to say is, if these devils were to escape out into the world, the harm caused would be beyond our imagination, indeed. I carefully nodded. You basically want to confirm if these devils are truly imprisoned by me. I beg your pardon, but that is correct. All right. Thud. I snapped my finger. Then a skeleton came out. It was the one whose summon had not been dispelled yet. It stood tall between me and the chief holy knight. Shocked, the chief holy knight took a few steps back. O holy apostle. Why is this skeleton? I'll clear your suspicions properly. I patted the skeleton on the shoulder. O 100 ghosts, regain your memories. Wiggle. Wastewater rose up from the shadow of the skeleton. The wastewater, which had climbed up the white bones, was shaped in the form of the skeleton. It formed the muscle. It formed the flesh. It formed the clothes. In the blink of an eye, instead of the bony skeleton, a handsome man had appeared. Erg. Wadash, what the fuck? He was a handsome guy with a dirty mouth. What the hell? Ugh, man, you son of a bitch. What kind of resentment did you have towards me that you put me in this state? Fuck me. What the hell did I even do? A fiery glance. That's correct. I returned the memory of the Flame Emperor Yusuha. You crazy son of a bitch. I'll kill you. How dare you, you trash-like motherfucker. I'll fucking kick your ass no matter what happens. As you can see. Holding on to Yusuha's shoulder, I looked back at the commanding officers. Yusuha tried to move his limbs, but it was useless. Because it was impossible for him to defy me no matter what he did, as I was his master. This man was also an evil man that was comparable to the witch. I had a bitter look on my face. No, I can say that he was more evil than the witch. The witch was born a monster from the beginning, but this man was born a human, but he did all sorts of evil and terrible things. He burned anything that got in his way. I'll kill you. I'm going to kill you. There was no need for further explanation. Fuck dash. Hey. I'll tear you to Shri, dash. Sounds of curses resonated in the acacia field. One of the 100 ghosts, Yusuha, opened his mouth and spewed out all kinds of curses that could have existed in this world. As the swearing continued, the commanders' faces turned pale. Less than 60 seconds later, Yusuha described as many as 15 ways to kill me. It was absurd. No wait, fucking hell, and who the hell are these people? Hey, lizard. Pointy ears. What are you looking at? Do you guys want to be fucked up by me so? 60 more seconds later, he started cursing not just me, but everyone else that was here. A little later, he even cursed the parents and family of the people present. He then listed about 10 more methods of how he would kill all those people. Sudash, such a disgusting. Such darkness. The lizard man magician was shocked. I don't even have to use the queen's jewel. That man, he really has the devil's soul. Certainly, the elf ranger captain groaned. I've seen a lot of foolish humans over the years, but it's been a long time since I've seen such a disgusting and evil man. Oh. Rejoice, Yusuha. Finally, your greatness was recognized. Moreover, it happened in this world itself. Hey zombie. Aren't you desecrating the dead? That's right. Isn't that a little too much? Even if I did this, it was a cheap punishment for Yusuha. Besides, Mr. Sword Emperor. You said I was the zombie king. The zombie king wants to bully a zombie-like bastard. Is there anything wrong with that? Beihurayang nodded agreeably. After listening to you, you're actually right. Logically, I can't refute that. Right? As expected, zombie, your immorality is way beyond me. That was just his opinion. Thud. I snapped my finger once again. Dance. What, fuck dash, what the dash. As soon as I gave my orders, Yusuha began tap dancing. Yusuha's heels tapped merrily on the flowery path. Tack, tack, tack. Yusuha's dance was quite skillful, as if he had his share of fun going to clubs back in his old days. No, why dash, wait. What is this? Fuck, continue dancing. Tack. Yusuha's dance changed from tap dancing to jitterbug. For better or worse, he had a talent for dancing. After he finished dancing jitterbug, he immediately started to do the Kazatsky dance. T/N, jitterbug is like South Korea's twist on tango. I'm going to kill you. Yusuha cried out as he danced the Kazatsky dance. Ki dash, I'll kill you. Son of a bitch. You, fucker, you. You dare, to me. I must. As he was speaking, he kept on dancing the Kazatsky dance. As anyone present could see for themselves, what he said while dancing the Kazatsky dance was not scary at all, no matter how dirty or appalling the curses were. Even if Hitler came back to life and began talking, no one would take him seriously if he was dancing the Kazatsky dance. That's the power of the Kazatsky dance. Fuck. Fuck, F-U-C-K. Could you Suha also feel the power of the Kazatsky dance? Realizing that nothing worked, Yusuha just kept cursing and saying fuck. And he enthusiastically focused on the dance steps. It was fantastic background music and a fantastic scene. I looked at the Chief Holy Knight. Are you still worried? The Chief Holy Knight opened but didn't say anything. The devils can never disobey my orders. Rest assured. In the end, the Chief Holy Knight gradually kneeled down. O Apostle of the Goddess. May I ask for your name? He had spoken in a quivering voice. Everyone from the continent's army was looking at me. I accepted their stares with pride and folded my arms again. My name is Ganja. The Chief Holy Knight bowed his head. I will follow your orders, Gangjanim. The commander, who cried out and insisted till the end to burn the village, gave up the attack. Then. Congratulations. A pleasant voice was heard. Normal stage clear. Hidden quest, warrior of the paused world, has been cleared. There was also a voice that was unwelcoming. Again, you crazy bastard. The voice's owner rolled around frustratingly. Crazy bastard. You're probably the first one to clear a quest like this. No, it's definitely the first. Wow, where did this crazy dude crawl out from? Hey, I gotta admit it. Kim Gongja. What do you admit? You are the light of all idiots. It was an irrelevant opinion. 1. You crazy bastard. The continent's army moved their troops back a little. In the meantime, Behu Ryan just laughed hysterically. From now on, I'll call you Crazy Kim. Ah, for God's sake, please stop. I sighed inwardly. Do you know how many nicknames you've already given me? Zombie Kim. Zombie King. Crazy Kim. If you keep this up, I'm going to be able to fill up an A4 paper with just my nicknames. Oh, that's pretty nice. Let's go. Dozens of nicknames for this crazy dude, let's go. Behu Ryan's loud laughter resonated throughout the skies. But fortunately, there were more people in this world than those who made fun of me. Boss stage cleared. It was the voice of the tower. The voice told me that I had successfully reached the 20th stage rang inside my head. It was just like when I cleared the 10th stage, the so-called Hellfire Residence. The challengers is Death King. One person. I looked up slowly. The blue sky spread out between the branches and the leaves of the acacia flowers. Calculating clear rewards. Calculation complete. The rewards will be given 24 hours later, once you enter the 21st floor. That's right. I smiled brightly. Well, even if I was a crazy guy or something, what's the big deal? Anyways, I did my job. What's this? Look at this guy's confidence. I cleared up to the 20th floor just the way I wanted. I won't let anyone die. That was the goal I had set in my mind. Looking back, how absurd was that desire? While I was clearing the 20th floor, not a single hunter died. The Devil King of Fall Rain. Now that she was reduced to being a part of my 100 ghosts and entrapped in another world, the hunters who doubted each other and started killing each other were now no more. I had interfered and stopped the starting point of the tragedy in advance. Not a single soldier from the empire or continent died. I fought for this world that got its time paused. And I raised my right hand and placed it on someone's head. I subdued this bastard too. Vengeful ghost. The captive, imprisoned in my shadow, sat on the street and stared blankly at the continent's army. Soldiers who had originally burned down her small hometown in the past. But today history had not been repeated. The moment the Chief Holy Knight knelt, the continent army's hostility was repressed. Believing that I am the apostle of the goddess, they gave up their mission. The paradise had been protected. These are just my thoughts, but... He patted the vengeful ghost's head gently. Maybe this 20th floor. If I had just sat by and did nothing, it would have probably been cleared by itself. I didn't really have to come forward. Huh? Why? That's because the village burning and disappearing is also a kind of outcome. Ending. I realized that while going through the stages so far, the tower was open to both a happy ending and a bad ending. As long as it was a proper outcome, the tower would accept any kind of ending. Otherwise, Yusuha wouldn't have been able to reach the 40th stage. Even if you shattered the dolls in the Hellfire residence like the Flame Emperor. Or, were like me, playing with those kids for a while. Either way, both acts were recognized as a kind of outcome. Basically, this world was not set by the tower. I turned my head and looked at the village. It wasn't an ending I chose because I had no other choice. Where the wheat ripens yellow under the sky. Taciturn and stubborn, however, the kids were putting up a playful act, and the old man turned a blind eye to it, while he sat in front of the orchard and smoked in vain. A refuge for the sick, who had no way of recovering. But this is the ending I choose. Today. Rain didn't fall from the sky here. Fire didn't burn the ground here. Sure enough. But why? When I was filled with a proud feeling for some time, Beihurayang had a subtle look on his face. He looked as if he was staring at a pitiful child. What's wrong with you? Nothing. It's just you said this was the ending you chose. Beihurayang pointed his finger furtively somewhere. I wonder if that was also part of the ending you chose. Yusuha was standing there. Fuck. Fuck you, you son of a bitch. Are you not going to make this stop? Huh. Make it stop right now, fuck. Why isn't this stopping? To be more specific, Yusuha was still hopping around dancing the Kazatsuki dance. The entrance of the rural village that had beautifully ripened crops. The sky was blue, and there were petals on the ground. In this picturesque landscape, there was a handsome man there swearing fuck all alone. It was a masterpiece that would get tens of millions of views if posted on the internet. What's wrong with that? I tilted my head. Isn't it extraordinarily beautiful? As expected, this guy is crazy Kim. Beihurayang murmured. It was then. Today. The 20th floor stage has been cleared. A voice resonated throughout the sky and the ground. It wasn't a voice that only I could hear. Announcing to everyone again. Today, the 20th floor stage has been cleared. An official announcement. Perhaps the same voice was spreading throughout the entire area of the tower, as it did when the 10th stage was cleared. Ah. I licked my lips. What a shame. What is? The internet isn't working here. My smartphone was fast asleep in my backpack right now. 5 days in the real world, but in terms of the time I've actually spent, I haven't touched my cell phone for hundreds of days. The only region where the internet was connected was from the 1st floor to the 10th floor. By now, the internet must be making a real fuss though, huh? What's this? Do you not care about people's reactions anymore? When did I ever say that? No. You told me. Didn't you want more recognition than a normal citizen, just like the witch and Marcus Grandpops? No way. I shrugged. Don't you know Didaixian? I want to receive recognition from people like the witch and the sword saint. I also want to be recognized by the general public. And I, myself, do not want to be ashamed to look up at the heavens. T/N, it basically means the more the better, wow. Aren't you being a complete pig? Why do you have so much greed? Originally, people feel alive when they have greed. Fortunately, I was able to soothe the disappointment of not being able to see the internet. 24 hours from now, the 21st floor stage will be open. 240000, Shingig. The fireworks filled the sky just like last time. When the first firework burst aflame, a clock made of light appeared. Then 2 hunters were transferred as if they had been waiting for the moment. Death King. It was the witch and the sword saint. The witch flew at once using a teleport skill. Flash. The witch reached her elbow out and hugged my head as he shed her signature bright smile. Crazy. You're really crazy. Ack. Ack. Wait a minute, Black Dragon Witch. It unexpectedly hurts, this coming from a little kid. Coming from a greenhorn that's not even 30 yet. I tried to resist but to no avail. Gorg. The witch's strength was so strong that I couldn't escape from the headlock. Oh my god. How many elixirs did she usually take to be this strong? I can't believe it. You really cleared everything all the way until the 20th floor in 5 days. Are you crazy? You're crazy, right? Excuse me. Black Dragon Witch, please calm down a little bit. You don't know how much of an uproar the tower is in right now. Look at this. The witch showed me something. It was a smartphone. It was a 5-year-old model. On the phone screen that had a low battery indication, there were internet articles that were not supposed to be accessible here. This is. I stopped by the first floor and took a picture. The witch had a genuinely excited voice. There were so many articles that it was impossible to record them all. Sorry. But Death King, you have to understand. It wasn't just within the tower, but even the world outside was in an uproar. I only captured articles with the most view clicks, but look. There's already so much. The witch swiped down her phone screen. There were article headlines that showed. Dash, breaking news, skillful and smooth speed. The 14th floor was also cleared. T/N, the original text stated Gyudu Nanma, S speed. It basically means handling something in a row without any difficulties. It's decided that his sacred nickname is the Death King. Official announcement by the Black Dragon Guild. Currently, the raid team has 3 players. Was the leader the Sword Saint? The Witch? The Death King? Dash, special coverage, intensive report on Death King. There was a lot. Just reading the headlines only, it was impossible to read them all because there were too many. Even though the title went like this. The witch laughed. The articles were all only talking about you. It starts with what kind of life you lived before this, to where you actually came from. How did you come to the tower, and how did you get to the top of the ranks at once? It's really all just about. Hold on. I was puzzled. I wasn't perplexed by the newspaper articles. This reaction was natural. In the past 5 days, even on the internet bulletin/forum, it was pinned hundreds and thousands of times. It was something that I had experienced once. Instead, the reason why I'm puzzled was nothing but. Did you capture all of this yourself? Yes. The witch nodded. As I wasn't released from the headlock yet, her face was a little close. Of course. Was it to show me? This kid. Then would there be any other reason? So. As I scrunched the middle of my forehead, I said. Just to show me what kind of articles were released, you purposely teleported to the first floor and looked for each and every one of the articles, and then took a screenshot of every single one of them. Is that right? If I had to put it in words, then yes, that's right. I pictured it in my mind. Ranked second among the hunters. Head commander of the biggest guild within the tower. Such a high-ranking person quickly went to the first floor, and diligently used her smartphone to take a screenshot of everything, then came back here again and showed off her screenshots as if she was boasting about it. Now that I think about it, it was somewhat of a cute scenario. But I still didn't understand. Why would someone like the Black Dragon Witch go through such a bothersome? Seriously, what is this guy talking about? The witch giggled brightly. Of course it was because I wanted to do something for you. Oh, just in case, don't read the article comments later on. It's all about frame and fraud. The comments section has just been terrorized by a bunch of jealous humans. The witch let out a short sigh. I don't know why those good-for-nothings always do that. What an amazing thing it was that the death count was 0. Death King. Don't pay heed to any of them. From now on, the Black Dragon Guild will take full charge of the media. What's this? This person? Is she perhaps an angel? Hey zombie. Really now, if someone is just a little bit nicer to you, you revere them as angels. No matter how pitiful your life was, you have to be open to the goodwill of humans. A man that's so strong against malice shouldn't be this weak against goodwill. If she was not an angel, then maybe she was a goddess? You're a crazy dude. Behu Ryong's face crumpled. Although I knew this bastard was going to be crazy one day. You've finally gone crazy now. Then why don't you praise me a little bit sometimes? Do you know how hungry I am for praises? You don't know how precious the tiniest bit of attention is for me in this dreary daily life, do you? No. That sort of thing. It'd leave a bad taste. I'd rather not have become a spirit. Behu Ryong really went yak and retched. I wonder who is the psychopath here. I bet my whole fortune that this man didn't have a single friend when he was alive. Hey. What kind of dog's head are you saying? I have friends too, okay? Excluding the Sword Saint. Behu Ryong averted his gaze. It was my silent victory. I don't know what that victory was for though. Also, look at this. Only then did the witch release me from her headlock. What the witch was trying to show me this time was not a phone screen. The black dragon witch loosened and tilted her small backpack, then took out a thick bundle of newspapers. Here you go. The witch spread the newspaper wide. It was the first newspaper that came out yesterday. I couldn't understand the contents of the newspaper at first glance. However, the list, which was written in capitals, was the first thing I saw. Above the list was the title, Updated Hunter Ranking. Plus Rank 1, Sword Saint Rank 2, Black Dragon Witch Rank 3, Death King Rank 4, Count Rank 5, Heretic Questioner Rank 6, Venomous Snake Rank 7, Babel's Linguist Rank 8, Kwangyak Messenger Rank 9, Crusader Plus. I was lost at words for a while. While I was alone in a prison of time, fighting the Devil King. I only realized now about what was happening in the world below the 12th floor. This kind of thing happening is the first of its kind since the tower opened. The witch laughed. I can't believe you climbed all the way up here in one shot from outside the rankings. Third in ranking. Just like a hunter's nickname, the ranking was also decided by the tower. The ranking that was established this way was displayed on a monument erected in the first floor plaza. I know it doesn't feel real yet, but try going down to Babylon today. You'll know right away what kind of person you've become. Bam. The witch rolled the newspaper and smacked my shoulder. Congratulations, Death King. That's right. You are now also a representative of all hunters. The world changed in just 5 days. From now on, you also have to consider your actions a little more, said the witch. She kept whacking me on the forearm with the rolled-up newspapers. Thud. Thud. She was so excited that she couldn't control herself. My actions? MMHMM. Now you're in all of the top 5 guilds. But in actual fact, you're no different from a solo hunter. Now that things have worked out so well, it's also good for you to create a new guild for yourself. The witch laughed merrily. Since you're the 3rd rank hunter, you should have the title of guild master. Even if you joined all the top 5 guilds, it doesn't suit you if you're just a regular member. It didn't feel real. Being a guild master. Me, being the leader of a guild. Not only did it feel unreal, but it was also unimaginable. In the first place, was it even necessary to have hunters under my wing? I already have an army of skeletons. Yes. Realizing that my complexion didn't look very good, the witch shrugged. Past her shoulder, the Sword Emperor stared silently at me. You may be similar to that grandpops, your personality might suit solo playing more. There are unexpectedly quite a lot of people whose romance is to destroy everything the dope go die way. If you don't have any thoughts of doing it, I won't force you. T/N, "Don't go die" is a Korean idiom that means to do everything you want to do, or doing everything your way. Oh ho, are you talking about me behind my back now? That's that. The witch turned her head, ignoring the sword saint. What are those? On the other side of the acacia field. On the small plain, the continent's soldiers were building something. It was a barracks. They gave up attacking the paradise of the vengeful ghost, and in return, they would take a day off today and withdraw their troops afterwards. Ah. I stroked my chin. These soldiers gathered from all over the continent. From all over the continent? To give you some context. I continued explaining. Of course, the story of the vengeful ghost was omitted. I only spoke about how I deceived the continent's army. The witch and the sword saint heard the story together, and as the explanation continued, their expressions became weird. A word from the witch represented the two hunters' thoughts. Death King. I see that you have pretty good senses when it comes to lying. Well, thanks to you, the stage was cleared without shedding any blood. No, I'm not blaming you. On the contrary, you did really well. The witch's gaze sharpened. It was the look of a merchant who came up with an insidious plan. This means from now on, we can trade here on the continent. We don't have to grovel anymore to the old guys in the outside world. Those bad guys. They always lower the prices using their source of food. We'll see if they can do that in the future. Resentment was flowing from her voice. Basically, the trade between the tower and the outside world was unfair, said the sword saint. Capital, resources, technology. Whatever it was, the outside world has richer resources as compared to the tower. Of course, some elixirs and materials in the tower can't be obtained from the outside world either. Food provisions. Food is always a problem. The witch stamped on the ground. When I first saw her, I thought she was an unfriendly person. Is it because the three of us broke through the 12th to 19th floors together? She expressed her feelings colorfully in front of us. That meant we had become that much closer. Anyways, Black Dragon Witch, you mean to say you're going to start trading with the people of the continent? Of course. The outside world needs to know what bitterness tastes like too. Then. I grinned. Then I pointed to the military camp that was set up on the plains. You're going to have to talk to them from now onwards. If you just say let's trade, it's not gonna work. To the people of the continent, we are strangers, and for us, they are otherworlders. That's right. I'll lend you my name, I said. I am the emissary of the founding emperor and an apostle of the goddess in this world. If you make it look like you are also an apostle sent by the goddess, at the very least it will be useful for you to start trading with them. The witch's gaze sharpened again. It's an offer I'd be thankful for. It's also an effective move. But you are definitely not gonna lend me your name for free, so. What do you want? The 20th floor. What? I looked around. Acacia fields. A small plain. The hometown of Estelle. This little world was all that was on the 20th floor. I want the 20th floor. For a moment the witch was at a loss for words. Hold on. What do you mean by the 20th floor? Don't tell me you want to have the whole 20th floor to yourself? Yes. To be exact, I want to possess all the land that is on the 20th floor. Instead, I won't accept anything for clearing the 11th and 19th floors. You can share the benefits of trading with the continent with the other hunters. Again, the witch's lips were shut tight. It was an unprecedented offer. Usually, when hunters raid the stage, the participants would first share their achievements among themselves. The ownership of an item. And furthermore, the ownership of resources. But about half of the rights were left to be shared by all other hunters. It was unprecedented for someone to have the whole, one floor. This is not something I can take care of on my own. The witch had a perplexed expression. We need to call in the other guild masters to discuss about it. Well, I don't have anything to do for the next 24 hours, so I'll wait. You really want the whole stage here to yourself? The witch glanced around. This land, it doesn't seem very valuable at all. The acacia flower path is pretty, but there's not enough land to farm. And the size of the stage is also small. Well, based on my experience, Death King. In such cases, it is much more profitable to receive the distributed rewards from the 11th to 20th floors that have been cleared. You'll be able to earn a fortune. I laughed. I prefer real estate to money. Land is the best. Call? T/N. Call is like a Korean slang for agreeing to something, e.g. going out for drinks or whatnot. The witch sighed. I'll gather the guild masters. Let's discuss it on the first floor. Okay then. MMHMM. You have to show your face to the people at least once anyway. But, the witch slowly glanced around. There is something I wanted to ask you since before. Yes. What the hell is that? I looked at the direction the witch pointed at. Fu-CK. Black, fucker, this, stop, make it stop. Is it such a difficult request? Fuck. What kind of grudge do you have against me? What did I do wrong? A top dancer was showing off his skills there. The dancer's sweat and tears flowed down the acacia fields beautifully. It was beautiful. Black Dragon Witch. I smiled brightly. Black Dragon Witch, you didn't see anything today. Huh? You didn't see anything today. You know what to do, right? The witch had a curious look on her face. She had the same face as a biologist who had encountered the mysteries of a lifetime. That's right. There are all kinds of people in the world. I understand. But, the witch murmured. As expected, you're also out of your mind. It was also an irrelevant opinion. 2. I left the vengeful ghost and the flame emperor on the 20th floor, and transferred to the first floor with the hunters. Is it okay for the meeting place to be held at the coffee shop we went to last time? Yes. I don't mind. It's been a long time since I came back to the city on the first floor. Babylon. To others, it may seem like I returned after only 5 days, but that wasn't the case for me. Literally hundreds of days. It was the first time in years that I had returned to the city. Heya. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm coming to realization now, that I've cleared the stage. The witch giggled. I'm not sure. You probably need to comprehend it a little more. Huh? I told you. In the tower right now, you're the only thing everyone's talking about. Brace yourself. There was no need to ask what kind of preparation he had to do. Huh? Is that perhaps? Not long after I stepped on the first floor transfer gate, the surrounding area began to buzz noisily. Passers-by on the street. Street vendors who set up stalls by the side of the road. Hunters who were just getting ready to leave to go hunting, all whispered one after another. Isn't that the witch and the sword saint? Then that guy is. It's the Death King. Someone shouted. That was just the start. The Death King appeared. A customer who was carefully looking at the used weapons at the stall turned his head. A couple who were enjoying coffee at an outdoor cafe stood up. Merchants selling rare flowers, hunters chatting with their colleagues, dozens, hundreds, all at once, looked this way. My way. A crowd flocked together in an instant. Wow, there's a rumor that you cleared the 20th floor by yourself, is that true? Look here please. Wait please. Here. Chatter chatter. I didn't even have time to cope with anything. I blinked my eyes once and people already surrounded our party. That wasn't the end. When I blinked twice, the encirclement doubled in size. Don't say anything. The witch whispered softly with a voice that only I could hear. You haven't had any experiences dealing with the press, have you? Yes, well. Of course. Mysticism? Popular star? What? I'm talking about the concept. Do you want a mysterious concept or a popular star concept? The crowd tripled while the witch was whispering. Our party's pace seemed to have slowed down by 30 times. Snap. Snap. Every step of the way, cell phone cameras continuously flashed. Oh my God. It felt like I was out of my mind. Once a concept is set, it's hard to change it. You need to give me an answer now. I know what the mysterious concept means, but what's a popular star concept? It's similar to a movie star, said the witch. First of all, you need to make a new SNS account. You need to have a secretary for image management and a secretary that deals with the media. Of course, you should also hire someone who takes care of your looks and fashion. Oh, don't worry about the money. The Black Dragon Guild will take care of that. I lost my mind even more. Next to us, the Sword Saint was frowning. He muttered a few words. I hate dealing with this bullshit, so I'll go on my own. It sounded reasonable. I'd like to have a mysterious concept. Are you sure? A person changes when they receive some maintenance. It's natural to be much more handsome than now, and you'll realize some new ways of dealing with other humans. For example, in the case of the heretic questioner, he's a magazine model and he probably also does personal photo shoots? I too knew that well. Before returning back to 4,000 days, didn't I used to collect those magazines and pictorials? Even the black dragon which right in front of me was a regular model for magazine covers. No, mysticism. I want to have a mysterious concept. However, if I was the one involved, it'd be a different story. Why? You don't want to shoot a pictorial? Was I shot in the head to be like that? I'll die of embarrassment. They're all shy at first. No wait, the heretic questioner didn't know what shame was even when he first started. He's an exception. Death King, if we're talking about embarrassing things, when you went up the pavilion at the Egypt Empire and shouted, that was even more, I'm leaving the top 5 guilds if it's not mysticism. I meant it wholeheartedly. The witch lightly laughed. Yes. I suppose you'll do that. You look like you'd really do it. What should I do about the mysterious concept? Simple. You just need to have a good poker face. This was the first time in my life ever that I heard somebody advising me saying, keep a good poker face. SNS activities are absolutely forbidden. No magazines or broadcast. Even if a personal broadcast streamer or media company asks for an interview, refuse it. It's okay to have an interview about twice a year. I'll only send you reporters that I have verified in advance. That's all? You still don't know how difficult that will be. The witch giggled. Attention is a drug. The most addictive sort of drug. The Sword Saint stepped in after she said that. It's also a drug that thoroughly destroys people the most. That's right. If just 10 people paid attention to someone, that person would feel happy. But when you reach this spot, even if you say a few words, dozens and hundreds of people will react to it. There aren't really a lot of people who can resist this sort of drug. An even bigger crowd gathered. It was as if the population of the whole city gathered here. It's all for naught. That's what the Sword Saint said. Yeah. But it sure is a pleasant piece of crap. The witch replied. Maybe knowing how to enjoy this kind of drug is also a famous person's accomplishment. Until they get tired of the drug. Or you could choose to hang in there until you're disillusioned with your companions who take the same drug. What do you want to do, Death King? I looked around me. A curtain of people. It was packed with people, leaving no gaps. The camera flashes went off constantly, so I had to squint. The continuous flashes were eye-blinding, and felt like a mirage, and the curtain of people looked almost like a shadow. No one would be as hung up on others as I was. I opened my mouth. What I want to get is recognition. And although I don't really know, I think receiving attention and recognition is a little different. I thought of the Flame Emperor. Before returning 4,000 times, he was the supreme being that hogged the limelight of the tower. I don't need the attention of millions of people. Just the attention of people around me is enough. Hundreds of thousands or millions, what I want from the people of the world is. It's not attention, it's recognition. All right then. The witch smiled. I think they're not that different. But if that's your answer, I'll respect it. Yes. I'm glad you're such a person. I had heard something like that before too. So how do you make a good poker face? I'll teach you the secret. The sound of the crowd burst from every direction. Shortly, the speed of our party dropped to about 10 centimeters per second. This really reminds me of a bad memory. A bad memory? Yes. In my case, when I was in the outside world, my father died in a civil war. The witch said calmly. It was when I was 7. I was running away with my parents, and the soldiers probably came after us. My father stayed behind. Then, my father shouted, "Don't look back and run quickly." But, the witch led the way through the crowd. I really ran without looking back. I heard a gunshot, but I didn't turn around. I kept running. Snap. Snap. The camera's flashes didn't stop. It happened when you were young, right? It happened when I was young. The witch murmured. It's not that I hated the fact that I ran away. I was a kid. But, why didn't I look back? It would have been an easy thing to do. It was just looking. I think of those times when I have to put on a poker face. When I recall the memory of my heart beating fast, I can put up a really good poker face. It's like a little magic trick of my own. The witch looked at me. You have 1 or 2 such memories, don't you? I did. A dark alley. I recalled the memory of when the Flame Emperor gripped my head and burned my whole body. I suppose so. I could tell even without looking in the mirror. That I was putting up a perfect poker face. Please look here for a while. Please say something, anything. Black Dragon Witch, when can I hear the official announcement? What kind of relationship do the two of you have? Sword Saint Nim. What do you think of Death King? When I looked around again, before I knew it, I got used to the camera flashes, so I could see my surroundings better. I had never been surrounded by such a large crowd before. It was also the first time that I faced a shower of flashes like this. But it's immediately effective though? I wasn't as out of mind as before. It was just my usual calmness. The witch lifted the corners of her mouth slightly. You're a fast learner, huh? You'll get used to it soon. The world clearly changed in 5 days. But it wasn't to a level where I had to change with it. 3. We got through the crowd and finally managed to reach the cafe. At the cafe, there were people with anticipating faces waiting for me. Ha ha ha, welcome. Heretic questioner. The guildmaster of the 10,000 temple shook my right arm. I never thought you'd actually clear the 20th floor in just 5 days. It's the greatest feat that's ever happened since the tower was built. I sincerely respect you, Hunter Kim Gongja. No. We'll have to call you Death King from now on. Right now, I still doubt whether this is a dream or not, but, Crusader sipped her iced coffee. Honestly, I thought that you 3, Black Dragon Witch, Sword Saint, and you, would fail the raid and die. But you even cleared the 20th floor by yourself? Amazing. If you have a secret know-how, please let us know. What secret? I sat on one side of the table. You just need to lead a good life though? That's very practical advice. Crusader smiled bitterly. Anyways, it's nice to see you after such a long time. Everyone. How have you been? Well, it's only been 5 days since the last time we met. Puff. Holding a pipe, Count smoked some tobacco. At first, we stayed in the throne room just like we promised. A promise was a promise. But after a while, all of a sudden, the Empire's NPCs started moving around. It took us by surprise. T/N, originally called Reception Room. Ah. It was when I defeated the Devil King on the 12th floor. I defeated the Devil King and received a quest. It was then that the time that had been stopped began to flow again. I didn't think that far. How'd it go? The NPCs of the Empire thought we were intruders who invaded the Imperial Palace. The heretic questioner tottered. Someone in fancy clothes yelled, "Catch those intruders!" Then the Knights of the Empire and the elite soldiers came to catch us. My, it sent a shiver down our spines. But this kid had a lot of tricks. Venomous Snake, Guildmaster of Chin Mumun. A one-eyed hunter ruffled heretic questioner's head. First, we obediently surrendered and then we escaped from prison. Was what I meant. For real now. Ahahaha. Wasn't it fun? How could we have known that such a secret passage was hidden in the underground prison? It felt like I went back to my childhood days. I heard you were caught by a Bulgarian mafia when you were a kid. Yes. Heretic questioner giggled innocently. That's why I recalled the fun times from my childhood. Prison. Underground. Escape. These were all decorations that brightened my childhood beautifully. Everything has become a nostalgic memory for me now. Crazy bastard, Venomous Snake sighed deeply. While I was working hard to hack up the Devil King's minions, the Guildmaster's party seemed to have been pretty active as well. I know all too well that we all had a wonderful life out there in the outside world. The witch shrugged and sat down at the table. The Count was born in a slum village in India. Venomous Snake, your parents were gang leaders. Crusader had suffered some hardships in Venezuela. So we were all garbage when we were in the outside world. Don't you all agree? The mood at the cafe instantly turned gloomy, only the sound of Crusader sipping her coffee flowed quietly. That's not something we should talk about here. Crusader quietly glanced over at me. Do you mean to treat Death King as a member of us now? Yes, said the witch. You guys probably don't know, but Death King had made a decisive contribution to clearing the tower. That's something we also know. No. You all don't know. The witch shook her head. In the raid this time, we didn't have a single casualty. Even on the 11th floor, where a lot of hunters participated together. This was all thanks to Death King, who taught me the strategies and tactics to clearing the floors. All the hunters' eyes were on me. Yes. It's true. The witch opened her mouth. This man, I want to make him the hero who represents our tower. Silence hung over the cafe. The witch looked at the hunters that were sitting around the table one by one. Count. You disclosed too much of your wealth. It's true, I can't say otherwise. Heretic questioner. You've killed too many people. Yes. It was a necessary sacrifice. Crusader. You don't like receiving attention from other people at all. It's just how my character is. And Venomous Snake. You, huh? What? I'm sorry. You're too ugly. Venomous Snake pouted. A dejected expression. But he soon bowed his head. It was a portrait of a sorrowful middle-aged man. Sword Saint, as we all know, is an old man that is only crazy for the sword. And me, I have to constantly act behind the scenes, so it can't be me. After looking at those sitting at the table one by one, the witch finally looked back at me. On the other hand, Death King doesn't have any impression on the public yet. If we try hard enough, we can make it so that he becomes a perfect hero however much we want. This is an opportunity. An opportunity to revamp the tower's previous image. Would that really be the case? Heretic questioner stroked his chin. We're all people that have been around for a long time, so it's true our presence has grown a little weaker. We've continued to print out magazines that contain updates on the activities of hunters, but in the outside world, the sales volume is steadily decreasing. Yes. That's what I mean. Then we'll have to start making our image from today onwards. Heretic questioner stood up. And just like a puppy, he began to circle around me. You're a little short. But that's fine. As you can see from my example, the photos will be able to cover all that. No. Wasn't he just emphasizing that his height was his charming point? There was a big smile on the short hunter's small face. A short but passionate man, Death King. If you use a catchphrase like this, it'll work. Without having the chance to say anything, the hunters gathered around me. Witch. Count. Venomous snake. Crusader. Regardless of which guild they were from, all of them came close to me, and carefully examined my whole body. I'm asking just in case, but are you seeing anyone now? No, I'm not. What about since you entered the tower? Any ex-lovers? Nope. That means, there's no need to worry about a scandal. This is the best. I didn't know what was best about it. The top-ranking hunters began to chatter among themselves. I've been watching him from the side, but this man, when he smiles, he gives off a cunning impression. So I'm thinking of going ahead with the mysticism concept. Anything else wouldn't matter since he would just have to put up a good poker face. But we're in a pinch, he has never dated anyone before. Said the Crusader. We need to create a scandal that doesn't exist here. Otherwise, the people out there are just going to spread false rumors. No worries. I'll take care of it. Oh. Will it be a scenario where love blossomed as you stood side by side fighting together for 5 days? Ha ha ha, I like it. I can make a story that people would definitely dig. What about a scenario where he donated the majority of the money he earned so far to an orphanage? In case something like this might happen, I made regular donations anonymously. Let's just say the donations were actually from Death King. I'll leave it to you, Count. What's this? What's going on here? For starters, let's call a photographer. Let's take some pictures. Heretic Questioner smiled brightly. Call all the designers, too. We're going to have to at least give a picture to the press by the end of the day anyway. We've already taken a video of the battle on the 11th floor, so we'll upload it on the internet when the right time comes. No. Wait. Hey, guys. Don't worry. The witch stopped me and smiled. It was a smile that told me about her numerous profound experiences. Death King. You won't have to do anything. We'll take care of everything. That's right. You just have to do what you've always done till now. No, you said it was a mysticism concept. I thought we didn't need someone like a designer? It's just today, please. The witch gently put her hands together. Everyone in the world wants to know about you. One picture. Let's just take one picture and show it to the people. Huh? Don't worry, Death King. The designers who signed an exclusive contract with us are amazing. I came to a realization 30 minutes later, that it was never going to be just one picture. Look here. Snap. Up to 10 designers came and dressed me up. They styled my hair. Whenever I was dressed and my hair was styled, the photographer's camera flashes started to go off. Yes, that's good. This time, hold the dagger. Like a wolf in a thicket waiting to hunt its prey. No, wait. Very good. Snap. The hunters huddled behind the photographer. They whispered as they examined my pose with hawk-like gazes. Dressing up in a suit unexpectedly fits him well. Maybe we should go with a somewhat playful vibe. No can do. Because the playful concept is mine first. That's true. Then what should we? Then how about a flaming youth with an adventurous spirit? Let's go with that. Snap. Very good. Very good, my ass. Poo-ha ha 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 ha. Poo-ha, poo-ha ha. Coo-ha ha 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 ha. Behu Rayong was rolling about in the air since a while ago. 1 hour passed, and then 2 hours went by, but the photo shoot didn't seem like it would end anytime soon, so my patience reached a limit. I'm not doing it. Let's stop all this. I stripped off the suit I was wearing and threw it on the floor. Hunters just have to climb the tower diligently. What media image? What photo shoot? Because all these useless things are always on your mind. For several years, the lot of you couldn't even clear the 10th floor. Silence. Did my heartfelt words work? The air became awkward. All the hunters, including the witch, stared at my face. And nodded. Wasn't that a pretty good speech? It felt like you really are a flaming youth with an adventurous spirit. The headline of this time's magazine will be, "The Hunter Who Climbed the Tower." We also had that passion in our 20s. It didn't work at all. No thanks. I came here to talk about the 20th floor. I'll give you all the rights from the 10th to the 19th floor, so make sure the 20th floor is mine. The hunters nodded again. I like your greedless concept, too. How about this for tomorrow's newspaper headline? Death King, shocking announcement. Declares to distribute the rights of the 10th to 19th floors to all the other hunters. Declares that he's satisfied with being able to clear the tower. Agreed. It will be appropriate to write an article on the second page like this: Death King, known to have regularly donated to an orphanage. Yeah. Let's just say that we're giving him the 20th floor as a sign of gratitude and respect to Death King. Perfect. What a beautiful finish. Wrong. They didn't listen to a single thing I said. These people were too preoccupied right now by the idea of making me a hero. Just give up, young man. The sword saint spoke bluntly. The old swordsman stood with his back against the pillar of the building. The same thing happened when I was ranked number 1. Something like being old would make a favorable impression on the world, and asking me to grow my beard differently. I heard all sorts of things then. Oh my God. This was what they wanted to show the outside world. We're living an honorable life too. It's kind of an inferiority complex. The old man murmured. They abandoned everything in the outside world and came to the tower anyway. What's so pathetic about it? The sword saint stepped away. Let's go. Yes? If you stay here, it'll be endless. After you finish the photo shoot, they'll tell you to take a video, and then after that, they'll tell you to prepare for a press conference. They're that kind of people. If you don't run away now, the whole day will go by just like that. It sounded horrible. Without the need to even think about it, I said. Let's run away quickly. Good decision. Focusing aura on the tip of our toes, we ran. A cry could be heard from behind us, but we didn't stop. Death King! Cried the witch. I'm holding a press conference tomorrow, so come back in the morning if you can. You shouldn't be seen by others, so go around secretly. Even if you want to run away, get on the roof and run. Be careful. Behu Ryong laughed hysterically. Hey. That person isn't an angel, nor is she a goddess. Isn't she more like a mom? That really was the case. And I didn't even know what kind of existence a mother was. Before I knew it, the sun had set. Following what the witch advised us, we went towards the roof and ran. Looking down from above, there were still hundreds of people crowding in front of the cafe. A swarm of reporters from the broadcasting station was there too. We could have been in trouble if we went out from the front door. We skipped through the crimson-colored roof. The place we stopped at was the bell tower built in the square. The guard who was guarding the bell tower and fiddling with a smartphone recognized us belatedly. Huck. SWO- Sword Saint Nim. The Sword Saint landed at the bell tower easily. I'm sorry, but can you excuse us for a moment? That's 5 minutes is enough. The young guard was flustered. He must have been taken aback when a living legend asked him to excuse himself. Then our eyes met, and the guard's eyes opened wide. Are you perhaps the Death King? Yes. You Wow. It's my first time seeing you in person, wow. Awesome. The guard scurried through his bag. A romance novel popped out from the bag. He seemed to have brought some random things to kill time when he was on guard duty. This is the only paper I have right now. May I have your autograph, please? Sword Saint took the novel as if he was familiar with this situation. Do you have a pen? Here it is. What's your name? Well, I haven't received a nickname yet, so. The old swordsman signed in neat strokes. The guard took the sign like an innocent boy and looked back at me. I don't know why, but his eyes were very bright. Death King Nim, may I also ask for your signature too? My autograph? I've never signed anything before though. It's my lifelong wish. Please. Dazed, I was given a pen and a novel. How was his lifelong wish to receive my autograph? How light was his life? Feeling a little awkward, I put down the novel. Sword Saint's autograph was already written there. While I was trying to write my autograph with a pen, I suddenly realized that it was the first time I had written the name Death King. Before I realized, Sword Saint's and my handwriting was already side by side. Plus Sword Saint. Death King. Plus. The dash, thank you. Thank you so much. The guard bowed his back. Afraid that the autograph might disappear, the guard quickly took the novel back. When the guard took the novel, I was filled with a strange feeling, and it was hard for me to even determine what it felt like. Excuse me, I'll honor it as a family heirloom. Don't worry. I'll never sell it to anyone else. Oh, thank you both so much. Have a happy weekend. The guard quickly went down the steps of the bell tower. Thrilled, he said yay. What a lucky day, and his excited voice gradually faded downwards. When the voice was finally gone, a speck-like crimson-red sun that was setting could be seen from the bell tower. And only the silent breathing of the two remained. Both of us were silent for a while. And then... Sword Saint Nim. Hey, young man. Sword Saints and my words clashed and faded away. It became like that because both of us spoke at the same time. An awkward silence, but it didn't last long. I said. Sword Saint Nim, to you, it must look as if I have killed a tremendous amount of people. A mass murderer that must be punished. I looked at the Sword Saint with a calm face. But if you look in the mirror, you will also see a mass murderer who has killed a great number of people. That person is you, Sword Saint Nim. Sword Saint was looking at the sunset, not me. But Sword Saint Nim, you wouldn't punish yourself for that. This is because you have a clear standard for killing someone. And the standard is, punish those who hurt many people. While the twilight spread, I continued on saying. I also had clear standards, and that was why I did what I did. And the standard is, punish those who hurt many people. This was what I had prepared in advance since the time I lied to the Sword Saint that I was a prophet. If Sword Saint Nim killed someone because they killed many people before, I killed someone before they could kill many other people. It was a meticulous lie that I specially prepared for the Sword Saint. So, Sword Saint Nim. You and I are actually walking on the same path, young man. But before I could finish my lie, the old man gently called out to me. You don't have to try to justify yourself like that. Yes. Sword Saint Nim, Young man. I shut my mouth as he called out to me in his low-pitched voice. While staring at the sunset, the old man muttered. I'm different from the other hunters. At first glance, the remark seemed to come out of the blue. Black Dragon Witch. Count. Heresy Questioner. Venomous Snake. Crusader, they're all kids who suffered harshly in the outside world. But I'm different. I was born without shortages, and lived without any shortages. Marcus Callenberry. I knew the old man in front of me was from a prestigious household. Rather than knowing, I did a full-scale investigation on him as a foe, and looked him up. They say he came from a prestigious family recognized throughout Northern Europe. When the tower appeared in the world, I had already built my own family. I ran a company, I had been married, I had children, I had seen my children have grandsons and granddaughters. I've seen enough success already. The Sword Saint's voice was calm. But I questioned. What do you mean by questioned? Is my success all due to my capabilities? I suddenly felt curious. The old man slowly pulled his sword out of its sheath. Wasn't it purely because I was born into a good household? The sunset shone. The sword was crimson red even though it had not cut anything. Wasn't it just because I was a bird born into a good family, received a good education, met good friends, and grew up only by drinking the best things? I was proud of the fact that I achieved everything myself, but maybe it was just a delusion of someone trapped in a birdcage. The sword saint explained. No, that's not it. It was a blade-like sharp voice. That can't be. A scarlet heart, like the sunset, was possessed by him. I'm sure I was born with something good. However, I wanted to stand tall and proud on my own. I wanted to prove that my pride was not a delusion. So that's why you came to the tower? Yes. The old man nodded. His wrinkles were deep and thick. He who enters the tower can never go back to the outside world. Only my body. In this place where there are no prestigious households, no families, and no aides who support me. I wanted to prove my way of life with my own body. However, the sword saint murmured. I seem to have let my guard down unknowingly. Open skill card. Disclose. Shinging. A silver card floated from the hand of the sword saint. Plus, detective's insight, rank, B effects, you can see the opponent's kill count. It does not include indirect murder. Only murders committed with a clear intention are counted. However, you are not able to know the method of killing. Plus I was foolish. The sword saint lowered his skill card. I was going to only trust my eyes and hands, but before I knew it, I was relying on skills. I saw it through the skill rather than through my own eyes, and I had blind faith in the judgment of the skill rather than in my own judgment. Then, young man, I'll ask you one last time. The old man's blue eyes turned to look at me. Have you ever killed a single innocent life? Is that all? So that's why he said I didn't have to try to justify myself. I was convinced. Yes. To justify is to do it with one's own head as I just did. No matter how elaborate a lie may be, it's just to fool someone's mind, and not for winning over their hearts. No persuasion, and not convincing. I've never done that, Sword Saint Nim. Just like what I did as the pillar of the tower, I said wholeheartedly. I won't do that in the future either. The Sword Saint shut his eyes gently, as if he was reflecting on my expression and voice. A long silence passed. And hup! The card flew away. The card that flew into the air was cut with the crimson red blade. A card split in two. A golden ray of light from the sunset pierced through the cut gap. I believe in my eyes. Soon, the cards became sprinkles of light and dispersed. The skill was destroyed. You've had a hard time for the last 5 days. Thank you for going along with the stubbornness of an old man. The Sword Saint sheathed his sword. It's a bit late to tell you now, but it was quite a pleasant experience seeing you break through the 12th to 19th floors. Take a good rest today. When the press conference ends tomorrow, the 21st floor will be opened immediately after. The old man stomped on the floor. Just before skipping to the roof of another building, he glanced at me. I'll look forward to seeing you perform on the next floor. Death King. And in an instant, he was quite a distance away from the bell tower. For a long time, I stood absent-mindedly. I opened my mouth reluctantly. Sword Emperor. What just? Just now, Sword Saint Nim acknowledged me, didn't he? I think so. My heart was at ease. Wah. My knees went weak and I slowly sat down. The floor made of stone was chilly. I stared blankly at the red sky that was slowly fading and began to turn dark. Wow, it's really over. The 20th floor is also mine now. And the guild masters will take care of the press, yes. It's really all over. Beihurayan giggled. What do you mean over? Someone else might think you just cleared the 50th floor or something. Just from what I feel right now, it's like I just cleared the 90th floor. TCH TCH TCH. Zombie, sometimes I get confused about whether you have nerves of steel or are you just another coward. Actually, I sometimes get confused too. Anyway, I wrapped up all that I've done till the 20th floor. When I thought of what I had done, I was engulfed by a strange sense of satiety. The goddess of protection was impressed by your achievements. A voice that hadn't been heard for a while rang. Huh? Come to think of it. Despite defeating the Devil King of Fall Rain, the goddess of protection remained silent. No, except for the time when I broke through the 12th floor for the first time, the goddess of protection was actually always silent. The goddess of protection acknowledges all your accomplishments. As if venting out all she wanted to say all while being silent all along, a series of voices could be heard. The goddess of protection concluded that even though you have lied about being an apostle of the goddess, in actuality, you are fully qualified to be an apostle. Goddess of protection allows you to employ her name in the future. But there was something strange about her words. What does she mean by using her name in the future? What does that mean? The goddess of protection is hurt by your words, given the fact that we've been doing well together so far. It became more and more incomprehensible. We've been doing well together so far? The goddess of protection asks you to look down. I looked down. There was nothing but the stone floor. The goddess of protection asks you to look to the left a little bit more. I shifted my gaze to the left. At that side, my legs and waist were there. On my waist, there was a legendary weapon that was bestowed by the goddess to the Ejim Empire's founding emperor, in other words, Lafanta Ejim's holy protection sword, which was worn with a sheath. Wait a minute. By any chance? The goddess of protection advises that you focus your attention on your waist. I felt strange. I recalled the scene where I was fighting against the Devil King's army on the 12th floor. At that time, I was sure that there was a voice stating that the goddess of protection was squeezing out the last drop of her power. As soon as the words were over, a white ray of light burst out of something I was holding on to. There was no other miracle after that. No. Wait a minute. Don't tell me the goddess of protection that was mentioned from time to time in the fight against the Devil King is. I said it with a heart full of disbelief. Were you a sword? After a while. The voice answered. The goddess of protection has affirmed your question. Oh my God. To think the holy protection sword I was using all this while was actually a sacred sword. All of you are now watching an amazing video right now. A witch, more popularly known as the Black Dragon, which is leading the 11th floor raid team. This is the latest video we just got from BBS. Oh. Let me zoom in on this part. Yes, this is the part. Let's pause the video for a second. A quiet waiting room. I was watching TV mindlessly. To all our viewers, can you see it? The Black Dragon, which is holding hands with another hunter. This hunter is presumed to be Death King. If the video wasn't fabricated, it would mean that Death King hunted the 11th floor stage boss in a single stroke. It's often called a one-shot one-kill among hunters. But until now, there was never a precedence where the boss monster was defeated in one shot. The caster and commentator were in a commotion. So you're saying this is the first time? Yes, it is. Of course, the Black Dragon Witch helped, but the hunter who faced the boss monster by himself seemed to be Death King. Underneath the screen was a breaking news caption, Death King's press conference this afternoon. Everyone, let's watch the next video together. Death King, who has been under the veil all this while, had finally showed up yesterday afternoon. He came back to Babylon on the transfer gate. As you can see, the Black Dragon Witch and Sword Saint were with him. It looks like they're escorting Death King though? Yes. To properly convey the vibe of the scene, I'll raise my voice for a bit. There was a video that seemed to be taken by someone on their cell phone. In the middle of the screen, I was expressionlessly walking. Please look this way for a while. Please don't push me away. Please say something. Black Dragon Witch, when can we hear the official announcements? What kind of relationship are you two? Tick. I couldn't stand watching it anymore and pressed the remote control. I frowned at Behu Ryong, who was watching the TV with me side by side. Why did you turn it off? I was enjoying it for quite a while. I opened my mouth. Because I'm so embarrassed that I could just die. This place is the waiting room. A day has passed since I received the recognition of Sword Saint. Today was the day where the press conference regarding the progress of clearing the tower will be held. Originally, it was supposed to be taken care of by the top guild masters, but this time I was invited as a special guest. After a while, the interview will start. Why don't you just kill yourself? You're not going to die anyway. But I don't want to. I didn't have anything to do until the conference was held, so I thought I'd watch TV, but it was a mistake. Fuck dash. I got it. Then switch to another channel. All channels talk about me anyway. Whether it was the news channel or the others, almost all the broadcasts were talking about the raid from the 10th to 20th floors. And TV shows weren't the only ones. Things were the same even when I looked on the internet. I had become a celebrity after a night's sleep. That's what I feel like right now. The goddess of protection points out that it was just how exceptional your achievement was. The holy sword quivered on my waist. Fame is like the taxes a hero has to pay, day by day. The goddess of protection advises that you must get used to the position of hero. I felt so burdened that I lowered the holy sword. I was so tired yesterday that I fell asleep and couldn't talk much. Ms. Goddess, you there? Aren't you thinking too highly of me? You are the light. The holy sword quivered more. I don't know if it was just me, but it felt like she was an Idols-obsessed fan. The goddess of protection whispered that she still remembers as clear as day. When you climbed up the Empire's castle and gave that roaring speech. And the imposing stance when you declared, "Leave the Empire to us from now on," you were so dashing then. Aha! I covered my ears. Stop. Stop it. That was what I uttered when I was completely excited. But it was to no avail. The sword's voice was not heard by my ear but transmitted directly to my head. The holy sword whispered endlessly about my dark history. Goddess of protection expressed. It's an unwritten law that a hero must love himself. The words of a hero without self-love are always miserable, and it would make even the people around him unhappy. In that sense, your confidence is very likable. It's really quite amazing. I was right. The goddess of protection was just my huge fan. Stop, please just stop. Just like me, who was once an obsessed fan of Flame Emperor, the holy sword had been a fan of mine. I wouldn't mind if she expressed the burning desire of a fan somewhere I couldn't see. But the sword's voice was broadcasted live to me 24 hours a day. The goddess of protection confesses. I am happy to serve someone like you as my second master. Oh my God. Have I ever heard someone sincerely praising me continuously and been in their company for this long? Someone that praised me so incessantly that it made me think about my dark past, which I wanted to forget as soon as possible. Just kill me instead. Especially when you brought the Devil King of Fall Reign under your reign, and the moment when you muttered, "The Lord has the responsibility to protect his own people." That was truly a great scene. This was really too much. I took out the Odo oil from my backpack. Odo oil was an oil used to clean a blade. I poured some of the oil on a cloth and glared at the holy sword. You started it first. This thing. My hand reached closer to the blade of the sword. A flicker of white light burst out from the holy sword. The goddess of protection feels threatened. The goddess of protection begs you to stop what you're doing. The goddess of protection, 10 minutes later. The goddess of protection apologizes to you for her blunder. Sparkle dash. Thanks to my sincere tell skills, the holy sword became clean. The blade became as transparent as a mirror and reflected my face. But the holy sword trembled with shame. Phew, it's finally a little quiet now. I lowered the holy sword, which had become more silent. So I get that you're a constellation, but why a sword? Did you possess the sword from the very beginning? As far as my understanding goes, the constellation was like the administrator of the stage. Like the vengeful ghost, the constellation may have been a monster at first. I couldn't even imagine how the sword became a constellation. As I muttered that question, the holy sword gave off a subtle white glow. The goddess of protection shakes her head. It's easier to just understand that the constellation is something that represents the world. A representative of the world. The goddess of protection muttered. I was originally a holy spirit who was revered as a god. But the empire's founder Lefanta Ejim split me into 5 swords and sealed me. You are the first possessor of the holy swords, Idol. I bat my eyes. Is the name of the sword Idol? Positive. And then the goddess of protection named the 5 swords. First sword, Idol. Second sword, Pity. Third sword, Prayer. Fourth sword, Sacrifice. Fifth sword, Salvation. These are the swords of the 5 sisters. The goddess of protection bragged that if you gather all the sister swords, she will regain the strength from her prime. Oh ho! In short, the sword that was shining in front of my eyes was really just a fragment of the holy sword. In other words, the other 4 swords must be found to draw out its real power. Interesting. So where are the sister swords? She did not answer. An awkward silence filled the waiting room. Hello? Goddess? I'm asking you where your sisters are? Silence. T/N, original text is, which means when someone is not answering even after asking about it numerous times. My eyes sharpened. By any chance, even you don't know? After a while, a voice murmured. The goddess of protection pleads the 5th. In the end, that just means you don't know. The goddess of protection argues that she can feel the presence of the sister swords if they are close by. I shrugged. Well, I'm not in a hurry to find them right now. Anyway, you must have at least a 5th of the power. Mr. Idol Sword. What can you do? I can get absolute support from the citizens of the Ejim Empire. I know that better than anyone. Anything else? Shing. As if the holy sword was waiting for it, it emitted light at its maximum output. Ack. My eyes? My eyes? I rolled around the floor while covering my eyes. I could hear the holy sword snarling in my head. The goddess of protection boasts that she is confident in emitting light. I've seen it to the point where I'm sick of it, so of course I know it. What in the world? I was lucky that I protected my eyes with aura in an instant. I almost lost my eyesight. No, what else can you do besides getting the support of the Ejim Empire citizens and shining? Silence fell. The holy sword's glow dimmed. In human terms, it was as if she was stuttering. I'm confident in manipulating monsters. Hurriedly, the goddess of protection adds that she is also confident in manipulating humans. Knock knock knock. Amid the silence, where I was dumbfounded, someone knocked on the waiting room door. I quickly sheathed the holy sword. From someone else's point of view, I would look like a madman if I was seen talking to the sword. You are? It's me. The witch's voice could be heard from outside the door. You've been noisy since a while ago. Is something wrong? I'm all right. Nothing's going on. Is that so? The witch seemed suspicious but did not question me further. The press conference will start in 5 minutes. The reporters will probably shoot you loads of questions frantically. And the 21st floor will be open by the end of the press conference. We're gonna answer the reporters in moderation and then head straight to the 21st floor. Do you understand? Yes. What a great reply. Don't come out late. I heard footsteps beyond the door. Tack tack. I pulled the holy sword out only after I properly checked that the witch's steps were far away. And glared silently at the blade. Basically, besides being able to shine, there's nothing else you're useful for at all. The goddess of protection is protesting against your biased opinions. Alright then. From now on, you're not the goddess of protection, I'll call you Shiny. It's a waste for you to have the name Holy Sword. Come to think of it, this constellation was pathetic. Didn't she fail to protect her world and got devoured by the devil king of fall rain? In the end, I had to carry this constellation and protect her world. Like the vengeful ghost, this constellation was not in a position to raise its head against me. And it's too noisy. My head's already overloaded with one of that sword emperor. I'm losing my mind because you keep going goddess of protection this, goddess of protection that. From now on, don't talk to me unless you really have to. The goddess of protection, oh ho. Don't make me return you to the Egypt Empire. Do you understand, Shiny? Silence hung around for a while. After a moment, the holy sword quivered. My lord, Shiny agrees. It was at this moment that I acquired the constellation. 2. The press conference was held in the square. Not only the central square but also the alleys were packed. A crowd that looked like it easily exceeded tens of thousands. As we walked onto the stage set up in the middle of the plaza, cameras flashed all around us. The witch, sword saint, me. The three of us sat side by side at the table that was prepared beforehand. Thank you for welcoming us. It was the witch who spoke into the microphone. As the witch's calm voice flowed, cheers soared from the corners of the plaza. Black Dragon Witch Nim. Kaya. Please look here, Black Dragon Witch Nim. Just once will do. A group of people waved their placards around. There was even a person who brought a picture of a magazine cover that the witch modeled for. Pretty incredible. Was it because the saintess had not appeared yet? As a female hunter, Black Dragon Witch was enjoying incomparable popularity. After bowing her head as a sign of greeting, the witch started the conference in all seriousness. As you all may know, we've cleared the 10th to 20th floor. It was a splendid achievement as featured by the various media outlets, broadcasts, and even small media outlets. We've been wondering how to announce this joyous news. But it seems like we didn't have to worry about it as you all promoted it well. Yes, that's right. Thank you all very much for letting us save the advertising expenses. There was a slight laugh from the press corps that occupied the front row of the stage. But there's something else that we're very proud of this time. The plaza gradually quieted down. It isn't about the fact that the 10th floor that we've been longing to clear over the years has finally come true. And neither is it related to the event of us having cleared up to the 20th floor at an unexpected speed. 0 casualties. The fact that not a single person died. Of all things, this was what made us happy the most. After a little humor, she expressed her sincere feelings. Even to me, an outsider, I could see that the Black Dragon Witch skillfully led the conference with her speech. As expected, she has to be at this level to be the biggest guild's leader. I wondered if she was really the same person who dressed me up yesterday and acted like a fool. Everyone. Please look down for a moment, said the witch. Look at the ground of Babylon's plaza that you are stepping on. You will be able to see each stone engraved with a name. The names of the fallen warriors thus far. The names of our seniors who devoted their lives to clear the tower. The cameras of the press corps flashed across the floor in unison. When we raided the 2nd floor, when we raided the 3rd floor, countless names were engraved on the floor. It is because of their sacrifices that we can be here today. In front of all these people. I'm really happy to be able to announce this. The witch's voice resonated throughout the plaza. Today, we didn't engrave anyone's name on the plaza. Snap. Snap. Reporters snapped photos alternately between the tiles on the plaza's floor and the witch. This would determine the photos that will be published in the newspaper, and also decide the atmosphere and mood of today's conference. The crowd shouted the witch's name and cheered. There's no need for me to even butt in. I watched the conference unfold with an expressionless face. I felt gratified for no reason. As expected, siding with the right people is important. Feeling at ease, I glanced at the sky. 1 hour 22 minutes and 10 seconds, It was the same as when the 11th floor was opened. Even now, there was a clock of light in the sky. When the number indicates midnight, the 21st floor will be opened. I can't wait to finish the press conference and go to the 21st floor, when the press conference was proceeding smoothly. During the session of the reporter's questions and the witch's replies. This is reporter John Evans from Babylon Daily News. A reporter sprang on his feet. I have a question for Death King, the new third rank. Huh? Me? I stared at the reporter. Naturally, the eyes of the people who gathered in the plaza were also on me. There are a lot of rumors about your sudden rise in the ranking, Death King Nim. Especially the speculation that you are the big rookie that the big guilds have been secretly raising from a long time ago. It sounds extremely convincing. If this is really true, then it would mean that Death King Nim is a hero intentionally created by the big guilds. What do you think of these suspicions? Roaring. There was a commotion at the plaza. There are also many voices of concerns that the top guilds may unite and monopolize the 10th to 20th floors. In particular, I heard that Death King Nim has been given the exclusive rights to the 20th floor. Is that true? A commotion was stirred up even further. TSK. The witch sitting next to me was expressionless, but she clicked her tongue so soft that only I could hear it. She turned off the microphone and murmured. He's trying to aggro you. Don't answer him. I'll take care of it. T/N, aggro is like aggravating you, i.e. making you lose your cool. No, I shook my head. These kinds of people will keep popping out anyway. I'll have to make myself clear at least once. But, it's all right. I reached out my hand to the witch. Please hand me the microphone. My determination was resolute. Before climbing the 21st floor, I have to make sure to nip this kind of aggro in the bud. Hey. The witch sighed anxiously. Don't just blurt stuff out recklessly. Most mistakes can be covered for, but if you really go all out talking nonsense, even I can't restrain the media. There's no one as gentle as me. You know me right. I'm the prophet, okay? I know what the most exemplary answer is. Can I really believe you? I.e., of course. I took over the microphone from the witch. The witch seemed worried about me up till the last moment when she passed me the microphone, but it was really fine. I had a secret method. I warmed up my voice gently. My voice resonated through the speaker. Hello, everyone. I am a hunter who received the nickname, Death King. Nice to meet you. Snap. Snap. The flashes formed a striking wave. I wasn't very flustered. Was yesterday's experience of being surrounded by a crowd a form of immunization against this? I was more relaxed than I thought and received the baptism of flashes head-on. Your name is John Evans Nim? Yes. That's right. The young reporter looked straight at me. Eyes burning with the spirit of a journalist. He had a heated gaze that looked as if he wouldn't miss any move I made and that he would surely reveal who I really was. It was quite an uncomfortable gaze. Well, meeting a gaze like that. There was only one idea that came to my mind. In my opinion, it's a voice of concern that comes from my shortfalls. Learn from your lessons. T/N is a Korean idiom that basically means something that allows one to learn a lesson from a mistake, or a direct translation could be one man's trash is another man's treasure. Let's just not become someone like Flame Emperor. Huh? The reporter gripped the microphone with one hand and batted his eyes. He probably didn't expect me to react in this kind of way. Meanwhile, recalling in my head the weasel-like mug of the Flame Emperor, I said. T/N, weasel in this context refers to someone who is deceitful and cunning. I'll repeat it. In my opinion, it's all a voice of concern that comes from my shortfalls. My secret move was very simple. No matter what, all I have to do is say it the other way round of how the Flame Emperor would. Did I look like I would have some kind of great knack for interviews? I was different from the witch. I didn't have a talent at captivating the crowd with speeches. No talent, no skills, no experience. But there was just one thing. I had the knowledge that others didn't. The world's most impudent hunters interviews. If I did the exact opposite of what Flame Emperor did, even if I was bad at it, it'd still be decent. I was a big fan of the Flame Emperor for nearly a decade. Thanks to that, the inside of my head was no different than a library. A library where the atrocities and the absurd remarks of Flame Emperor were recorded. What if it wasn't me who was holding to the microphone now, but Flame Emperor? He would have said this. It's because of my greatness that we could clear through the 20th floor, you little bastards. I worked to the bones to clear the tower, you know? So what did you expect me to do? The items and experiences I got there would naturally be mine. Hey, trash reporter. If I don't if I don't take it for myself, then who should I give it to? Huh? Your father? I didn't just made that up on the spot right now. In fact, he really was like that. That was why before I returned in time, the witch would turn pale whenever there was a press conference. It was the so-called, your father, case. So naturally, the press conference had a brilliant outburst. The swearing sounds of the reporters were broadcasted live, and by the time the witch rushed to the conference, it was already too late. It was literally a major catastrophe. The live broadcast was stopped in a hurry, but the disaster was not over. As Yusuha counterfired the reporters, the mother of all curses and all kinds of curses that exist in the world were thrown at him, and the scene that unfolded was broadcasted by individual streamers just as it was. His nickname wasn't the Plague for no reason. Rumor had it that the witch had been bedridden for a week after that day. Perhaps due to the "your father" incident, the witch learned what kind of existence the hunter Yusuha was. Was it not because of this incident that the top guilds distanced themselves from Yusuha? In the past, the Flame Emperor thoroughly screwed up this press conference. In other words, I just have to say the exact opposite of what the plague said. Do the exact opposite of the worst, and it'd be the best. I grabbed the microphone as I recalled Yusuha's absurd remarks. It's because of my greatness that we could clear through the 20th floor. You little bastards. I know the public opinion is in an uproar because of me. But it's overrated. Without the help of Black Dragon Witch and Sword Saint here, I would have never been able to clear up till the 20th floor alone. I worked my bones off to clear the tower, you know? Of course, I am proud to say that I gave it my all. Aiming at 0 sacrifices, we really put in all of our efforts, to the point of grinding our bones. But, I don't think this can be considered as our sacrifice. It's what we should do as human beings. As a hunter, this was the right thing to do. More than anything, I did it because it's something I like to do. The items and experiences I got there would naturally be mine. Hey, trash reporter. If I don't if I don't take it for myself, then who should I give it to? Huh? But, just 'cause of that, I don't have the intention of claiming my rights. That is why I entrusted the rights of the 10th floor to the 19th floor to the guild masters. I only said that I wanted the 20th floor to myself. No. The 20th floor is a kind of green belt area. On the 20th floor, the residents of the tower who originally resided there will live there. I will be happy with just the administrator role. Your father? Reporter Evan Nim. That is all. Do you still have any other questions? The young man who was burning with the spirit of a journalist stuttered. Noth. Nothing else. Good. From here, I worked my brain even faster. If it was the Flame Emperor, what would he have responded with when he heard the reporter's words? Okay. If you don't have anything else to say, then fuck off, you American pig bastard. It was a scene that I could obviously imagine happening. In addition to this, he would have showed off his bulky middle finger. Let's see. If I wanted to say the exact opposite line of this. I opened my mouth. Thank you. Ah. If you have any other questions, I'll answer it for a while, everyone. There was a moment of silence that swept through the plaza. Though it was really just a moment of silence. Here, here. I'm from Huanma newspaper. Please take our question, Death King Nim. I'm from Only Tower Daily. We came from the Tower of Babel Broadcasting System. Death King Nim. The reporters raised their hands in unison. As soon as they sensed that I was an easygoing person, they rushed to make an article. This scene felt like baby ducks who were diligently swaying their beaks towards the mother bird. Wow. I was inwardly impressed as I watched the press corps. The learning from your lesson strategy was insane. As expected of the plague. A psychopath that was shittier than anyone else in this world. He was always the man who would become my compass in a bad sense. Even now, the compass clearly told me how to react. What? Huanma newspaper? I'll never do an interview with you guys, there's nothing but old buffoons there. Even when I flip open the newspaper, it gives off a geezer smell. Hey, if you're gonna call yourself a reporter, at least shower. Again, I recalled the words of Flame Emperor and said, then, starting from the reporter of Huanma newspaper. The effect was magnificent. The conference ended on a good note. It was literally a great success. Questions and answers popped up from everywhere for over an hour, but I didn't make a common slip of the tongue. In actual fact, it wasn't easy to end the conference on a good note. The reporters shot vague questions at me to somehow extract even one line of extra information so they could put it in their articles. In the end, the witch took over my microphone and said a simple thankful greeting. Everyone. I understand your desire of wanting to know more about our new hero. Unfortunately, there is little time left. The witch pointed at the sky with her finger. 5 minutes and 27 seconds, before we knew it, the clock of light was close to midnight. There were only 5 minutes left until the new stage opened. There was no better excuse than this to be used to end the press conference. We will end our night's rest here, and concentrate on clearing the tower again today. Please watch over us with your great interest and warm support. This time too, we will do our best to achieve the goal of 0 casualties. Ah! There were regrettable bellows popping out from here and there. As I wondered if the press conference would end just like this, a brave figure raised his hand. Black Dragon Witch. One last question please. Yes. With this one question, the conference will really end here. Black Dragon Witch and Death King. What is the relationship between the two of you? At that moment, people's eyes shined. Pure interest. Slight mischief. Since the dawn of history, the one thing that humans have been most curious about was the story of love. The reporters probably wanted to match up the witch and me in that kind of way. The witch thought for a while, then glanced back at me. Should I say it was something like a mischievous prank? There was a faint playfulness in the witch's eyes. The relationship between the two of us. That's right. The witch slowly opened her lips. Then, a statement that would remain as a famous line of the era came out of her mouth. A more than friend, comrade in arms kind of relationship. Fluttering. The reporters cheered. Should they focus on the word more than a friend? Should they focus on the word comrade in arms? Either way, it was a mood where they were unable to make out the heads or tails of what they were told. The reporter who asked the question also widened his eyes. A more than a friend relationship, is what you're trying to say, right? Who knows? The witch leisurely uttered. I'll repeat it again, it's a more than a friend, comrade in arms kind of relationship, that's all there is to it. I hope there are no misunderstandings and misinterpretations. If you have any misunderstandings and misinterpretations, the press conference hosted by the Black Dragon Guild will end here today. The witch stood up from her seat. I would like to sincerely thank everyone again for all your interest and support. This has been the guild leader of Black Dragon, the Black Dragon Witch. I wish you all a good day. The reporters all jumped to their feet. Black Dragon Witch Nim. How can you just leave like this? Please give us a more detailed comment on what you just remarked. Black Dragon Witch. Death King Nim, what are your opinions on the statement just now? Death King Nim. Wow. The reporters clamored even as they shouted in hoarse voices. However, the witch maintained her relaxed demeanor. As she guided me to the backstage, she chuckled lightly. "Let's go quickly." I looked back at the press corps for a moment. Everyone was crying out. "Are you going to just leave after putting out such a heated topic?" "I'm a woman who watches drama." The witch gently winked. A playful wink. "Originally, you have to set a fire at the end to leave a deep impression." Her words showed the dignity and authority of a guild master that reigned over the tower. 3. Backstage. We walked all the way to a place we wouldn't attract people's attention. Only when we reached there, the witch went "phew-wow" and exhaled deeply. Then she grabbed my hands. It was perfect. Death King. The witch's eyes lit up brightly. I wondered if she was really the same person who managed her facial expressions calmly throughout the press conference. "When did you even learn how to do an interview? Be proud." I just did the opposite of what the Flame Emperor would have." "Your humble attitude was a particular plus factor. People like heroes, but there are things they like more than that." "Which is a hero who bows his head." "Of course, your humility shouldn't be too overboard that it becomes servility. But you did just fine." "Oh my gosh. The balance was exquisite." I just recited the opposite of what the Flame Emperor would have said. "I didn't know you even had a knack at dealing with the press." What the hell has this child been doing all this while, to have only appeared now? Besides clearing the tower, you even know how to create a good image. I feel like my shoulders have become 10 times lighter." "What's this?" My heart was uneasy as I saw her expressing her joy this much. I couldn't bring myself to say that I just imitated the psychopath the other way round. "If you have anything you want, tell me right away." "Money? Fame? Authority? Or a lover? Don't worry about it. As long as it exists in the tower, I'll give you anything." "It's okay, I kind of already have what I want, Black Dragon Witch." The statement just says, "More than a friend, less than a comrade in arms." What was that all about? I was taken by surprise inwardly. That?" The witch shrugged. An expression that seemed to say it was something trivial. "It's nothing. I sprayed some smokescreens on purpose." "Smokescreen, you say?" The media will be digging into a scandal that doesn't even exist anyways. That way, your image will only be damaged that much. That's why I'd rather put a smokescreen so that they will focus their attention on me and you." "Is that so?" I had never dealt with the media before, so I don't know if what she said was right or wrong. The witch vaguely laughed. "Don't worry, Death King. It's already been several years since I shouldered all the public opinion by myself. Trust me entirely when it comes to this area. Leave special areas to the experts. Okay?" Yes. Strange. I don't know what it was, but it felt odd. That's right. It felt as if I was aiming for a monster on the hunting ground whose abilities were unknown. However, this was not the hunting grounds, but the first-floor city of Babylon. It was impossible for a monster to be here. Was it because of the mood? Tisk tsk tsk. Behu Ryan clicked his tongue. "You're pathetic, zombie. Since you have a head but not a brain, how can I not call you a zombie? Even though you're a hunter in name, you don't even know that you're heading towards your own deathbed, my. What are you talking about again? You're pathetic. Pathetic." Behu Ryan pounded his chest as if he was suffocated. Still, he was a nasty-looking man that was just like a gorilla pounding on his chest. It was at that time. Wah wah. On the other side of the stage. From the direction of the plaza, came the sound of a loud shout. It held a different excitement than the cheers that were sent towards us. 10. 9. 8. It was the countdown. The witch and I stopped our conversation and looked up to the sky. 00:05. Before we knew, the time had come where the 21st floor stage was about to be opened. 3, 2, 1, and 0000000. The rays of light that formed numbers in the sky scattered in all directions. The cheers of the people became even greater. As if to answer back to the cheers, the rays of lights gathered again and formed the hologram of the goddess. Warriors. Blue sky. The hologram of the goddess parted her lips. Those who climbed the tower. Congratulations on breaking through the shadows of the Devil King. It was the moment when a new stage was about to open. People started making noise as if they were happy, perhaps because they had already witnessed the hologram of the goddess. But I, who had experienced the tower in the past, knew. Hey zombie. Yes. I nodded. It's okay. I'm not letting my guard down. Just like the tower, which was a tutorial up till the 10th floor, changed from the 11th floor onwards. The fact that the 21st floor would again have a completely different stage from the 20th floor. The lot of you can stay on the first floor of the tower forever. The hologram of the goddess calmly announced that fact. This is a refuge for those who have fled. In return of giving up on the challenge, you could choose a snack. But you all chose to clear from the 10th floors up to the 20th floors. A voice resonated in the wide sky. To witness the ending of this tower. Then, it would be right to respond to your will. Quack. White rays of light enveloped us without prior notice. It wasn't just the witch and me. From the direction of the plaza, flustered sounds could be heard. What's happening? I didn't say anything though. This was the biggest difference as compared to the last time. No one had even said transmit, but the white light swallowed us up. The witch looked down at her own feet with a confused look. No way, is this a forced transfer? Her speculation was correct. Those who climb the tower. Those who are determined to climb the tower. Those who are willing to receive a new name and become warriors of the tower. The goddess gathered her hands towards her chest. As if she was praying for someone. From now on, only the chosen warriors will carry out the noble duty. Suddenly, the white ray of lights completely covered us. No matter what field, latecomers are always at a disadvantage. It was already a red ocean that was filled with the dead. Latecomers would have had to jump in and prove their worth. Just like the soldiers that were struggling to climb the walls occupied by the enemy. In this regard, the tower was no different. Welcome. As the white rays of light faded, I opened my eyes again. It wasn't the goddess voice that greeted us. Warriors that came from the tower. It was a child who I couldn't discern as a boy or a girl. The kid was wearing loose clothes. At first glance, the clothes resembled traditional Oriental clothes. I have been waiting patiently for a day that felt like 3 autumns. T/N, it's an idiom that means one day apart seems like 3 years. But once I looked closely, it was completely different. Except for the long sleeves, there was nothing else that resembled an Oriental attire. No, in fact, it was exceptional, starting from the sleeves. The cuffs were not long enough to be stretched more than 5 m. But it's okay. Life begins with encounters and ends with encounters. In the end, once you look back, the meaning of life isn't all about encountering people. Waiting is like a seasoning that deeply sweetens life. There is a saying that the face completes fashion. No matter how special the clothes someone wore was, in the end, it depends greatly on who wears them. In that sense, the kid that was flapping his 5 m long sleeves was definitely unique. Once again, I'd like to sincerely express my respect. Air. Welcome to the great library of all things. The little kid was floating high up in the air. He looked down on us who had been summoned out of nowhere. Librarian Bangusuk welcomes you all. A constellation, Librarian, Bangusuk. Those who manage the 21st floor up to the 30th floor. The representative of this world spread his arms wide and smiled. Unfortunately, no one accepted his greeting. Chattering. The hunters had yet to figure out what was going on and looked around in confusion. What's this? Why did we get transferred automatically all of a sudden? Where is this? At a glance, there were hundreds of people. The hunters whispered around as they were confused. Most of them had just gathered in the plaza to do the countdown together. But there were also people who were spending personal time in places other than the plaza. Kaiawea. Don't look here. Embarrassed screams came from here and there. A hunter summoned during a shower. Lovers transferred here naked. Whether they were summoned while asleep, or even a person looking around with sleepy eyes. The unfortunate hunters who had to face this unexpected situation popped out one after another. Oh my. The librarian, a constellation, giggled. It seems I have been a little lacking in consideration. Amid hunters who were floundering around without knowing what to do, thuck. The librarian flicked his finger. Then large bookcases flew around. Those bookcases that had holes for the head, arms, and legs, just like an outfit, went to the naked hunters and suited up on its own. Ah. Thank God. The hunters who were watching sighed with relief. I was relieved too, as I was pretty flustered. What the hell is this shit? Actually, the people involved were fussing over the cardboard-made Gundam suit that looked as if it were worn inside out, but that was only a minority. A wave of embarrassment gushed over them just like that. The people barely regained their composure. One by one, they began to look up in the air. Who are you? On behalf of the hunters, the witch opened her mouth. And this place is, I'm just a small character who manages this slightly larger than normal library. Black Dragon Witch. Compared to you, I'm just an existence close to an extra. Just treat me as an unimportant person. The witch frowned. How did he who she didn't even know, find out about her identity? It was suspicious to the point that she got an ominous feeling. It couldn't be helped. I had already gotten used to the constellation to some extent, as I was able to put Devil King of Fall Rain and Goddess of Protection under my control. However, to the other hunters, the constellation was still an unknown existence. Just a library that's a little bigger. Waiting for the timing when the witch closed her mouth, I spoke out this time. I'm not too sure about that. I don't think it's just at the level of a little big though. The 21st floor stage. There was a great library here. Maybe, it wasn't enough to simply just call it huge. From the surrounding vicinity to the far horizon, from the floor we stepped on to the ceiling above, there were countless bookshelves filled with books. It would be better to call it a world made of libraries. Who? The owner of this world stared at me. An innocent and simple gaze. Eyes as pure as an innocent child glistened. I see. You're the Death King. Yes. Don't be so vigilant. Gentlemen. I don't mean any harm. I just want to welcome all of you. For me, the lot of you are no different from heroes of an epic story. Heroes in an epic story. The meaning of that word, after regressing 4,000 days, I knew what it was. Because this place wasn't an ordinary library. But I pretended not to know deliberately. What do you mean by heroes in an epic story? It's like this. Thuck. The librarian flicked his finger. Then, 2 hardcover books were picked out from countless bookshelves. The hardcover books flopped as they flew and hovered around the librarian. A title was written on the cover respectively. Plus, The Chronicles of the Ejim Empire, The Tale of Dungeon City, T/N means ascending to the heavens. Plus the librarian smiled gently. Reading books is my hobby. However, the books that are gathered in my library are by no means ordinary archives. The history of the lot of you. These are books that talk about the world where the tower is built. The librarian touched the back of the book with his sturdy fingers. I know you all must be wondering why you were summoned among so many warriors. The reason is simple. Because in your world, only you all are a character who have a name. A character's name? I suppose you all call it a title. The librarian gently grinned and looked down towards us. The 302 people gathered here. You are all warriors who carry a title. The hunters were buzzing. Only hunters with titles will be summoned? What about other people? Wait a minute. Don't tell me we're going to be the only one raiding the tower. That was right. Not the real name used in the outside world, but the name given by the tower to the hunters. Title. That was the entrance ticket needed from the 21st floor onwards. So that was why before I regressed in time, I couldn't even step in after the 20th floor. Frontrunners with titles. Latecomers who didn't receive a title. The gap between the two groups will widen more and more. I fiddled with the hilt of the sword on my waist. It was something I relied on to calm down, it was my own little ritual. The me now is different from who I was before. The failure that didn't have skills or a title who couldn't even step in after the 20th floor, was no longer here. There was only the hunter who held the third rank in the newly updated rankings. I wouldn't have been able to participate, and would have fallen behind. However, other than me, there were only a few hunters who remained calm. The witch was like that. Unable to hide her confusion, she muttered. What a load of nonsense. What do you mean by 300 people, raiding the tower with such a small number? Fret not. The librarian grabbed the Chronicles of the Ejim Empire, and chuckled. You all protected the Ejim Empire with just 3 people. 300 people is a whopping 100 times that. You'll clear the stage I prepared without much difficulty. Have some confidence. Most of the hunters looked at each other with anxious faces. In the middle of the great library that extended endlessly even beyond the horizon, there were over 300 hunters present who looked like a handful of sand. I took the initiative before the restlessness spread any further. Proceed quickly, Sir Librarian. Oh who? I know you are excited to meet someone that is alive, but we'd like to climb the tower quickly. You haven't even given us a quest yet. I'd like to request you to proceed quickly. Oh who. The librarian chuckled lightly. I see. I was too happy that I didn't even issue the quest. However, it's not in my nature to explain things in great detail. Thud. Hundreds of books flew around. The hardcover books hovered around, with the librarian as the axis. Let's see. Which kind of project would most definitely be within your reach? This apocalypse is too boring, and this is also too peaceful in terms of destruction. Oh. That's right. This is the best. The librarian grabbed a book. I warn you in advance. And the book flipped open. A white ray of light exuded from the open book. It's just to give you a taste of what's coming, so don't be too surprised. Sheeing. Waves of light gushed at us. 5. All the hunters were transferred somewhere. We didn't know where it was, but it was clear that it wasn't our world. It had an architecture style that was never before seen in our world. Buildings, as if they were a termite's nest that was enlarged hundreds of times, formed a forest of buildings. The hunters, including me, were floating in the sky. We were high up, and on the dark ground below our feet, buildings that we had never seen or heard of before were lined up. Eek. Someone screamed. Was it someone who had acrophobia? Despite not plunging at all, the hunters instinctively grabbed each other's sleeves. The librarian laughed as he looked at us. I am a librarian. But, as I said, the archives gathered in my library are not just ordinary history books or novels. They're a little more. No, it can be said that they are of a higher standard. The great library of all things. A library where records of various worlds gathered. There, the worlds were kept in the form of books. This is the world the lot of you will be raiding. The librarian touched the hardcover book with the title of The Chronicles of the Ejim Empire, written on it. And this is the world you will all be in. There was also a book titled The Tale of Dungeon City. Besides those two, hundreds of books hovered around the librarian. The constellation with the appearance of a young child looked at the books in his possession, as if he couldn't hold in any more of his love for them. These books are called many things. Some call it an epic story. Some call it a novel or a chronicle. Annals. Some even call it a saga. Still, there is another expression that I prefer. The librarian looked back at us. Apocalypse. The constellation laughed. A bizarre sound of laughter resonated in the sky. Your apocalypse. Yes. According to the terminology I like to use, it's still in serialization. After a long prologue, you are finally starting to climb the tower. It can be said that this is the section where the flavor of reading can be felt. It was then. But, not all apocalypse are in serialization as smoothly as your world. Kuyurururu, T/N, a sound of something falling down. Something started descending from the sky. No. The word descending was too gentle. That something was tearing through the sky. Although it is a pity. Meteor. There was also an apocalypse that was discontinued. Covered in flames, huge blocks of stones came falling down. A meteorite crashed on the buildings that looked like a termite's nest. Kaboom! A deafening boom shook the world. Even the earth split under the torn sky. Even the city where an intelligent race different from ours lived was destroyed without a trace. The hunter screamed. As the meteorite crash landed, a cloud of dust rose up and covered us in an instant. This is not the only one. In the darkness where nothing could be seen, only the voice of the constellation resonated. There are many others. Thud. I could hear the sound of a book flipping open somewhere. At the same time, the cloud of dust disappeared. The destroyed city disappeared. The split earth disappeared, and the torn sky disappeared. Instead, a new world unfolded underneath our feet. If the apocalypse's reason of discontinuation just now was stone. Tsunami. The reason of discontinuation of this apocalypse is water. The tsunami, which filled up to the base of the sky, swallowed the city whole. It was too huge to call it a wave, and too overboard to say it was a tsunami. It was a disaster. As they watched the tsunami that came up all the way to the front of their nose, the hunter screamed again. Ah! The constellation sighed sadly. How sad of a tragedy is this? A world in which all of mankind died of illness. A world where sand had covered the ground and was dried down to the last drops. A world where volcanoes erupted and smoke clouds covered the sky. Even a world where zombie viruses were rampant. Those people are humans just like you. They were alive, just like you. They were creating their own legacy the same way. But before it reached a proper ending, before it had an epic ending, it all ended due to unjust reasons. The librarian covered the book. Though I call this discontinued serialization, hundreds of books still circled around the constellation. To you, it would simply be called destruction. Suddenly, we were all back at the great library. Ugh, hi, Yui weak. T/N, sound of vomiting. Sounds of vomiting could be heard everywhere. We witnessed the destruction of dozens of worlds. Although there was no damage to the physical body, there were many hunters who were mentally scarred. The quest I will be giving to you gentlemen is simple. The constellation looked at us that were behaving like that from above. Choose 8 series from the discontinued apocalypse. Choose 8 series out of the worlds that were destroyed. I want to finish reading the apocalypse which was discontinued. Wanting to continue reading the tales of the destroyed world. You will all personally enter the 8 books of apocalypse, entering directly into the 8 worlds. Save the apocalypses from the crisis of discontinuation. Prevent the destruction. That's the quest that I will give to you all. That was the quest given from the 22nd floor to the 29th floor. While the vomiting in the library didn't stop, a single voice rang in the heads of the hunters. The quest for the 22nd floor has been given. Messages appeared in front of my eyes. Plus, remake the world. Volume 1. Difficulty, to be determined, mission objective, as there are countless worlds, there are also countless destructions. The constellation Librarian Bangusuk describes this as a discontinued serialization. Librarian Bangusuk wants the world that was discontinued for unjust reasons to continue their stories again. First, choose one of the discontinued apocalypse. If you succeed in saving the world, that world will be registered as your 22nd floor. However, if the mission fails, the 22nd floor will not be opened. Plus that's right. That constellation was nothing else but a book fanatic, who was obsessed with the worlds. So, I slowly opened my mouth. You didn't like the ending, so instead, you want us to rewrite that book? That's exactly right. The librarian smiled brightly. I hope that you will satisfy my reading preferences. We had to remake the endings of the world for this book fanatic. That was our mission. 1. There was silence in the great library. Hunters with weak stomachs felt nauseous. Hunters with strong stomachs thought prudently while staring at the quest that jumped out in front of their eyes. Only the constellation. Ah. Only the librarian opened his mouth while fluttering his 5 long sleeves. Please clean the vomit yourself. Isn't that just basic matters? The hygiene of the library can only be maintained if all the users work hard. Clap. The librarian clapped lightly. On the backside of the bookshelf. From the dark corners of the shadow, unknown things came close. It might have seemed human at first glance in terms of running limbs. The witch squinted her eyebrows. Bookmarks? The unidentified things had bookmarks as their bodies. There was even a strange picture in the middle of the bookmark. Servant clothes? Maid clothes? Anyway, the clothes that were worn by maids of the old were engraved as pictures. Oh. You pointed it out exactly. These are bookmark maids. The librarian went ahem and assumed the hands-on-hips pose. They will be looking over the lot of you until you clear the 30th floor. The bookmarks that had maids engraved on it bowed down. When you want to eat or go to the bathroom, tell the bookmark maids. Though they look like that, they are still quite capable. Monster, right? For starters? The librarian covered his mouth with his sleeves. The constellation's eyes were smiling. You can think of it that way. The librarian's eyes were grinning, but his voice didn't have the same feel. The hunters flinched. The voice of the constellation, which had been consistently bright, was cold for the first time. Everyone, you should be mindful of a few things while staying here. The librarian said. First. Never touch a book without the Great Me's permission. Just don't touch it. These are all hard-earned books that I shed blood and sweat for. These are the one and only apocalypses in this universe. Bastards who don't even ask the consent of the owner and touch these books carelessly, fuck. At that time, a hunter cursed out. What a load of bullshit. In the end, aren't you the boss monster, you bastard? Hey. You guys arm yourselves. The quest is a whole load of shit, we just have to kill that guy and we'll be able to clear up to the 30th floor. Great me my ass. If 300 people attack him together, we'll be able to beat him anyways. Everyone became noisy. The librarian didn't particularly stop the instigators. He just smiled and watched silently. Upon seeing the silence of the constellation, the hunters became more amped up. Us too, we can beat that little kid. Even a greenhorn such as the Death King or whatnot cleared the 20th floor alone. Were they trying to win me over? Is there anything we can't do? Huh. When the instigator pointed at me, several people looked towards my direction. Everyone was of different ethnicity. The colors of their eyes were also different. However, the glare in their eyes and the colors of their emotions were the same. Envy. Jealousy. Greed. They were all the feelings that I was very familiar with. You all, leave me out of this. No, all the top 5 guilds should stand down. It wasn't just me, the hunter also shouted at the witch and sword saint. He even shouted at heretic questioner, count, and other top guild leaders. I didn't like the fact that the lot of you monopolized the attack from the 11th floor onwards. Huh? Like only you guys are the representative of the tower. Then you dragged a greenhorn from somewhere and then you framed him up as a new hero or something. You think we don't know the bullshit you guys are making up? The witch was infuriated. Who do you think you are talking to now? Kuuk. T/N, sound of grabbing something. I grabbed the witch's wrist. Bear with it. But, Death King. If you leave those kind of people alone, but for now, bear with it. I whispered to the witch. This now. Everything is being live broadcasted. The witch batted her eyes. A live broadcast? What are you talking about? They are projecting via hologram videos on Babylon Square. In the past, I couldn't even step foot on the 21st floor because I didn't receive a title. Nevertheless, I knew in detail how the stage was going to be carried out, and what the quest would be about. It's like a television program. People in the plaza are seeing everything we do. Live. Why is that kind of thing? That constellation said so. We're no different from characters. I said softly. Of course there would be viewers who'd be watching the characters. That's right. I also saw it from the plaza in the past. I watched. Although I couldn't participate in the raid. I watched the whole process of how the hunters with titles cleared the 21st to the 30th floor. There will still be a hologram shown in the plaza now. Every move the people gathered here made would be broadcasted live. The lines we say, and the actions we make. All of it is being watched live by hundreds of thousands of viewers. In the truest sense, we were on the stage. Don't let your guard down just because there's no one looking. Black Dragon Witch. If you say strange things or show a bad image here, they will remain in the memories of others forever. The guildmaster in front of me immediately understood. How scary it was. Indeed. It isn't important whether we clear the stage or not. I nodded. Yes. How we clear the stage is the most important thing. Don't do anything that would cause yourself to be blamed and caught later, even if you actually did it. People, no. In the eyes of our viewers, we really were like the heroes that came out of a book, so we have to act the part and calm ourselves down. We are already in the series called The Great Library. It was at that moment. After the quest popped up, I heard a notification that should have been heard. Not the voice of the witch, nor the voice of the librarian, but the voice of the tower. Welcome, Death King. I smiled inwardly. The 20th floor clear reward is being given. The me yesterday protected the Aegean Empire and the continent. The time had come for me to receive it. 2. The tower was harsh on its latecomers. However, as much as it was harsh, it gave a high price to the front-runners. Normal stage reward. Blessing, the grace of the goddess of beauty, is coming down. You can observe the favorability of the characters from the 21st to the 30th floor. The reward didn't end at that. The returns for completing the hidden quest still remained. Hidden stage reward. Blessing, the grace of the goddess of vitality, is coming down. You can observe the psyche of the characters from the 21st to the 30th floor. Fantastic. These were perfect bonuses. In this quest, the key was how well you perform with the role you were given. These bonuses are exactly what I need right now. To perform a role, it wasn't enough to be good alone. People other than me. I had to be able to see through the mentality of other characters too. Performing is always about team play, and not solo play. Status window. Before fully working on the quest, I checked my status. Plus name, Death King, rank, D-class skill, 5/6, 1. I want to become just like you, S+, 2. Returner's Clockwork Watch, EX, 3. Sword Constellation, A+, 4. Goblin High Society, F, 5. 100 Ghosts Reincarnation, SSS, 6. None. Goddess of Beauties, Grace is being utilized. Goddess of Vitalities, Grace is being utilized. Plus OK. I glanced back at the witch. Only then did I realize that I was still holding on to the witch's wrist. While I tried to let go of her wrist as naturally as possible, I recited some decent instructions in my mind. Character window. Softly. A hologram popped up in front of my eyes. And I saw a status window for the first time in my life. Plus name, Black Dragon Witch, favorability, 82 favorite genre, romance, unfavorable genre, history, favorite characters frowny face prince on white horse, young man, wolf man, dazzling man, unfavorable characters, psychopath, soldier, politician, incompetent female lead, preferred plots, repay, sacrifice for the greater good, undesired plots, oblivion, betrayal, delusion of the female lead, psychological state, if whatever we do is broadcasted at Babylon. We'll have to act as a noble figure in the future. Stage clear is a secondary goal. I'm going to have to make some thorough political calculations. After that, the wisest tactic is, plus a. While I was confused and lost my words, the witch's expression hardened. She was probably nervous thinking about what to do if some kind of trouble came looking for me. What is it? Did something happen? No, it's nothing. Then I'm glad. If you have any other information I need to know, please tell me quickly. I'm still working on countermeasures in my head. Yes, got it. The witch turned her head and was deep in thought again. With a very serious look. As I looked at the witch's side profile, some kind of emotion hit me. What's this? What was this unidentified sense of guilt? This feels like I had secretly stolen someone's diary, puhahaha. Behu Ryong, who shared my consciousness, was already rolling around. He kicked the air with his feet and burst into laughter. White, the prince on a white horse. Prince on a white horse. Coo. A person who grew up, and maintained the youth of her face, at that age, a prince on a white horse. Hey zombie. Get a nice horse from somewhere and ride it. You look just like a warrior. Doesn't a warrior who wears a crown become a prince? Wow, you'll be soulmates. I blatantly glared at Behu Ryong. What? Those eyes. Why do you look like you're looking for a fight? I muttered quietly in my mind. Character window. Huh? Hey, Kim Zombie. What are you trying to do right now? You bastard. Hey. Behu Ryong was flustered and shook his hands around. But, shaking his hand couldn't stop the command. In my eyes, the character window of Behu Ryong was clearly in view. Plus name, Sword Emperor, favorability, 59 favorite genre, martial arts, unfavorable genre, everything except martial arts, favorite characters, macho, rival, mother, unfavorable characters, weak guys, pushovers, preferred plot, victory, cider, undesired plot, defeat, sweet potato, psychological state, fuck. Don't tell me that also works on me. Plus puhahaha. I burst into laughter on the inside. My poker face nearly broke. Mother it says. Mr. Sword Emperor, I didn't see you that way, but don't tell me you're a mama boy, I'll kill you. Behu Ryong glared angrily. It wasn't just a glare, he was completely furious. He desperately struggled. He swung his limbs around and started rampaging. I'll kill you. Fuck. Turn it off right this instant. Forget it. Erase it from your brain, fucker. If you don't erase it right now, I'll blow your head away. I will really kill you. I'll really end our relationship, you hear me, bastard. It had been a long time since I've met Behu Ryong, but it was the first time I saw him this flustered. Usually, the more disadvantaged someone was, the louder they got. Unlike Behu Ryong, I was completely relaxed. No small talks until the 30th floor, and bow to me. Otherwise, I will open up your psychological window whenever I have spare time. Hayek. Behu Ryong huffed. The snort was great. But no matter how epic his snort was, what could he do? Behu Ryong could never hit me, and he couldn't block my abilities too. Watch out. Someday you'll suffer badly. Cuckoo. I wasn't the least bit scared of the man who asked me to watch out. While I tried out my new bonus, the hunters continued to split into two different factions. On one side was a radical group that followed the instigator and tried to deal with the boss monster together. On the other side, including me and the witch, was a cautious faction who wanted to wait and see what would happen. The radical group had about 100 radicals. The cautious faction had about 200 people. Foolish people. Sword Saint, who had been quiet all this while, opened his mouth. The old detective was looking at the radical faction pathetically. Have you already forgotten that the constellation just showed you worlds themselves perishing? If you wanted to, that constellation could throw us into such a world, and slip out leisurely. And still, you're going to fight with such a being. You're crazy, I see. If it's a group suicide, I won't stop you. With one comment from the Sword Saint, half of them deserted the radical faction. About 50 hunters remained in the radical faction. Hey! Don't be scared. The first person who instigated the hunters shouted. Death King also cleared the 10th floor by himself. The 20th floor was also a solo play by him. Originally, all boss monsters were just like that, but the top guilds are doing this to monopolize the profits. If you're going to live your life shaking your tails at the top 5 guilds, then fuck off. That instigator seemed to be a pretty high-ranking hunter. Seeing that there were still 50 people that listened to that hunter's words. Maybe not to the extent of a top guild, but he's probably a pretty reliable guild master of a small medium-sized guild. But the crucial point was that I couldn't remember the instigator's face or title. Flame Emperor, Alchemy Master, Witch, Sword Saint, and more. This came from me, who obsessively remembered all the top rankers. If even I couldn't remember. There was a reason for everything. Is all the traffic control done and over with? The librarian looked down at the 50 hunters from the radical faction. Hundreds of books were revolving around the librarian, just like planets revolving around the sun. Okay then. Fucking boss monster. 50 of us are enough for a kid like you. I'm sorry. I don't really prefer clichés. Thud. The librarian grabbed a book. The title, Epic Tales of the Sealed World, was written on the cover. Let's just get it over with quickly. Shing. When the book flipped open, a white light emanated out again. However, this time, the light didn't stop shining. Somber arms. Countless tentacles oozed out, they swooped up the hunters from the radical faction. The hunters let out a scream. What's this? In this particular apocalypse, mankind went extinct, and only one wizard survived. 1 person. 2 people. 3 people. The hunters from the radical faction were caught by the monster's tentacles and dragged around into the air. Well, after going through various adversities, the wizard became more like a tentacle monster than a human. The main character was someone the Great Me was very fond of. It's on a higher number among my favorite characters. Kaiawaiawak. The hunters who were dragged around in the air were soon swallowed up into the book. Save me. The hunters who luckily managed to avoid the tentacles began to run away, but to no avail. Slurk. Tentacles 10 times more than before oozed out from the book. Some hunters had their wrists, some hunters had their waist, and some hunter had their ankles caught by the tentacles. This wizard. Basically, the Great Me's favorite character specializes in sealing magic. Should I say it's a customer and owner relationship? In exchange for the materials I hand over occasionally, the wizard is willing to accept my request. In an instant, 50 hunters were eaten up by the book. The librarian giggled brightly. Just like right now. Thuck. 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 Hootutuck. Tuck-tuck. T/N, sound of something falling from the sky, in this case, the book that swallowed up the hunters began to spew something out. Binge eating and vomiting. We held our breaths and looked at the scene unfolding before our eyes. I couldn't see it from here. The hundreds of thousands of people gathered in Babylon Square was probably holding their breath just like we did. Oh yeah. What the book spewed out was a huge bookmark. As tall and big as a person. Bookmarks with limbs. The wizard's hobby is to make the products that he made were made clothes. In the middle of the bookmark, made clothes were engraved. I know it's a little bit perverted. Well, what could he have done? All mankind had perished except for himself. If he stayed sane, it would be weirder. The hunters looked around fearfully. 50 bookmark maids stood there silently. If we looked around the library a little more widely, it wasn't just 50, but hundreds. Thousands of bookmarks were doing work while holding mops and tablewares. The hunters went silent. Counting those in their line of sight was the extent of what they could do. This great library stretched beyond the horizon. If we could look at the library as a whole, exactly how many bookmarks would be walking around? It became cleaner. The useless extras have been taken care of. Thud. The librarian closed the book. Now would you all be more willing to become the main characters? 2, 3. Hunters sat around in the library. The hunters were sitting in a wide circle. In the middle of it, hundreds of apocalypse were piled up. From now on, they had to choose one from all those books, but no one hastily approached the pile. That was a given. Just a moment ago, their companions were eaten up by the book. And it was 50 people. Everyone was afraid or depressed. If anyone could laugh energetically in this situation, wouldn't it be likely that they were some kind of nut job? Ha 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 ha. Surprisingly, there was such a nut job present. I can't believe 50 people got eliminated as soon as we started. This is a big hit from the get-go. A blonde-haired boy. A certified, top of all nut jobs in our world. Heretic questioner stroked his chin. But there is always a sacrifice needed to go forward. Let's not forget their sacrifice. We'll have to work harder to clear the tower. Let's cheer up. We're lucky we've only lost 50 people so far when it could have almost been 100 people. Instead of grieving for what was lost, we should be happy for what remained. The more heretic questioner opened his mouth, the more severe the mood became. Bookmark maids still roamed around us. They served hot coffee and black tea that we had no idea about where it came from, and out of 250 hunters, only the heretic questioner said, "Ah. Thank you," and accepted it at once. Heretic questioner sipped the black tea and tilted his head. Everyone, are you all not going to drink? It's very delicious though? First, I cut off the heretic questioner. There was nothing good about letting a psychopath talk for a long time. Heretic questioner, please keep your mouth shut for a bit. Huh? Why should I? The more you talk, the lower our morale becomes. We're losing motivation. It'll be big trouble if our morale drops any more from here on, so please shut up until I say it's okay. Oh. If that happens, it'll be a big problem. Heretic questioner gave me a broad smile. Okay, Death King. I'll happily shut up. The hunter stared at the heretic questioner and me with a puzzled look. Don't look at me like that. I just figured out how to deal with that nut job. Now. I purposely raised my voice to change the mood. Everyone. I'm sure you all know now. You can't just go against that constellation recklessly. Right now, we have no choice but to behave ourselves and follow the quest that the librarian gave us. The hunter's eyes slowly gathered on me. Instinctively, I felt a burden, but I swallowed hard. I'm third rank now. The third strongest hunter here with the right to speak. I had to get used to getting people's attention as if I was breathing. I opened my mouth while putting up my best poker face. But just because we're following the quest doesn't mean we're at a disadvantage. Everyone, please take a look at the quest window. The hunter's gazes were stuck in the air along with my words. The same hologram I saw would have also been reflected in their eyes. Plus, remake the world. Volume 1. Difficulty, to be determined, mission objective. As there are countless worlds, there is also countless destruction happening. The constellation Librarian Bangusuk describes this as a discontinued serialization. Librarian Bangusuk wants for the worlds that were discontinued for unjust reasons to continue their stories again. First, choose one of the discontinued apocalypse. If you succeed in saving the world, that world will be registered as your 22nd floor. However, if the mission fails, the 22nd floor will not be opened. Plus, you've read all of it, right? The hunters nodded. Some of them even answered yes. Was it an effect from making the heretic questioner shut up? For the time being, no hunter looked like they would challenge my authority. The most important thing here is the last part. If you succeed in saving the world, that world will be registered as your 22nd floor. Do you all know what this means? The hunters were puzzled. They still didn't know how big of a reward this was. I said. The rewards will change depending on what kind of world you save. Well, let's say we saved a world packed full of diamonds. Then, that world becomes our 22nd floor. The hunters' faces began to change drastically. Diamond is just an example. For people who live in the tower like us, there's no need to pick that piece of crap. But what if it's a world buried with an abundance of food, water, and all kinds of ore? Self-sufficiency, the witch murmured. Then being self-sufficient would really be possible. That's exactly it. I stood up from my seat. And a pile of books in the middle. I walked towards the apocalypses that the librarian told us to pick from these books. Hey now. Death King. Came the venomous snake's shout from behind my back. If you touch that recklessly, then the tentacle monster. I picked up a random book from the pile. Huck. The hunters screamed and shut their eyes. There was even a hunter who ran away because he was afraid that the tentacle monster would pop out again. But even after 1, 2, and 3 seconds passed, nothing happened. The apocalypse laid obediently still in my hands as if it were an ordinary book. Venomous snakes, I silently went wide. Nothing's happening. Her. The librarian, who was floating in the air, laughed. That's right. As long as the great me doesn't activate my powers, the apocalypses are just plain old books. Of course, there are forbidden books that could prove to be dangerous just by touching them. Those books are sealed somewhere secluded, so don't worry. Yes. I nodded. And when I opened the book in my hand, another hologram popped up. It was information about the book. Plus, Tales of Sormon Academy, genre, romance, fantasy difficulty level, D-class player limit, 4 to 5 people. The serialization is currently suspended. Introduction, Sormon is a historical magic academy. It's an ordinary academy where friendship and competition, love, and jealousy comes and goes. This apocalypse could have remained as an ordinary academy. If only it wasn't for the world destruction class artifact that was sealed in the academy's basement of all things. Reason for discontinuation, the evil lady lost her fiancé, Crown Prince, to a schoolgirl who was reincarnated twice. She then changed for the worse, and unsealed the artifact, liberating the great devils and causing the world to be destroyed. Plus the reason for discontinuation, in short, the cause of the world's destruction, was very pitiful. It would have been better if the world was destroyed because of meteorites or tsunamis. What a pity. The world was destroyed because of the children's love quarrels. It was obvious why the librarian got angry. Let's think about it. ED/N. Dear readers, this is definitely SSS Class Suicide Hunter, please don't be confused and keep on reading, Like a crack in a blue jewel, the ice-cold eyes of the Crown Prince began to gain an understanding. The long misunderstanding that had driven a wedge between the two of them all this while had finally melted and collapsed after the second life. My half was here. Dear Sylvia. She was my half. The Crown Prince, muttering, let out a sigh and knelt on one knee. Sylvia sobbed silently as if holding her breath. The two of them unwittingly realized that they would never forget this moment until they died. At that very moment. With a bang, the Crown Prince burst entirely. Eek? The next moment, Sylvia burst. What came to the consciousness of Sylvia as she was blown away, was a flurry of screams. Kaiwaok. It's the devil. The devil has appeared. What bad luck. The world. It was the moment where everything came to an end. Imagine that the romance novel that you had been reading was discontinued because of something like this. Any reader would have been pissed off. It was like that even in a novel, so it would have been worse if it was the real world. Anyways. This wasn't important right now. Everyone. Come here and take a look at this book. I yelled at the hunters. Every book has a different difficulty level and content. There are levels that we can clear more easily among these books. We have to choose the books that will benefit us the most among these. Several hunters stood up from their seats. But still, the majority just stared at each other. Stupid. They're like that because you're using honorifics. You still don't understand how hard it takes for these hunter bastards to listen? Beihurayong said. There are 250 hunters you have to deal with right now. 250 people. You'll have to drop the honorifics to at least make them listen. Really? Every time you level up, you hear, your presence has become clearer, right? Do you know what that means? It's, your pride has grown stronger. By nature, the higher the level a hunter has, the stronger their pride will be. They'd never listen to you. Indeed. I gave a declamatory speech that was filled with my aura. There are hundreds of apocalypses here, how can I read them all by myself? Come and read. Flinching. Only then did the heavy hips of the hunters pick themselves up. Listen, everybody. I continued ordering without a break. Let's split into groups. Those that have read some novels or history books, to the left. Those that really don't know anything about novels or history, to the right. Come on now. Quickly. Their steps quickened. Thump thump thump. The people were divided into two sides. People who have read books, divide according to your favorite genres. Romance lovers to the romance group. Fantasy lovers to the fantasy group. If you're a mystery novel lover, to the mystery novel group. Chop, chop, get to it now. At last, the atmosphere of the library became a little busy. Hunters under my command began to go around. Now. From now on, we're all going to read. I picked up an apocalypse and tapped on it. We will divide the hundreds of books into genres. Romance, group reads romance books. Other groups too, read the books according to your genre. Read the book, and decide for yourself if it's a hit or a flop. Hup. Hup. The heretic questioner shook his arm hard. He was still keeping his mouth shut and following my orders. Yes, you can speak. Death King. I don't know what a flop is. Please tell me the standard. If the story is good, it's a hit. If the story is bad, is it a flop? No. That's not it at all. I opened up an apocalypse and showed it to him. For example, this is a flop. Plus, survive the volcano. Genre, survival, romance difficulty level, D-class player limit, 2 people. The serialization is currently suspended. Introduction, this world has been devastated by nuclear warfare. But the vitality of humanity is amazing. Even on the ground where the nuclear warfare broke out, the main character and his lover survived. After overcoming all the adversities and hardships, the main character couple vow to be the new Adam and Eve. Reason for discontinuation, of all places, the main character couple had to spend the last night in the active volcano zone. The volcano erupted during the night. The main character and the main character's lover were smashed to death by a rock that flew from a volcano. Humanity thus perished. Plus I spoke in a wretched tone. It's not just a common flop, it's a shitty flop. Why? Heretic questioner tilted his head. New Adam and Eve. Isn't it romantic and nice? It's useless saving this world. It's a world where there's already nuclear warfare. I sighed and closed the book. What can we do if we get a world full of radiation as the 22nd floor? Do you want us all to die of radiation contamination? Aha. For instance, in the past, the Flame Emperor had cleared the Great Library in an amazing way. From the 22nd to 29th floors, he only targeted worlds that had lava or volcano. What a crazy bastard. The Flame Emperor was immune to fire. Even in a disastrous world where there was flowing lava and volcanic eruptions, he could leisurely take a stroll. He chose the apocalypses based solely on the criteria of how easily he can attack. He really didn't consider what kind of apocalypse he should have saved so that it'd be a benefit to all of us, not even a little. If he did well, there was a chance where he'd be able to get 8 treasure troves. At any rate, a man who feeds off his own pride wouldn't be of help. After all, it'd be a loss to other people living in the tower. This time, I'll only pick out the best possible apocalypses so that it'd benefit us. Apocalypses where monsters sprang out which could help the hunters gain combat experience, or in apocalypses which was filled with rare minerals, or apocalypses which were set in ruins full of treasures, or an apocalypse where seasoned chicken and sweet and sour pork run through the forest and shrimp fritters dance in the sea. No. Let's cancel the last one. It would be quite scary if it actually exists. Anyway, bear in mind, it doesn't matter whether the story is shit or not. I shouted while handing out books to hunters. Whether the main character has cancer, or if the story's no fun, pay no heed to anything like that. Just read it. Read it from beginning to end, and evaluate whether saving this world will benefit all of us. Paused. I paused when I was handing out a book. One hunter made eye contact with me. Excuse me. Black Dragon Witch? What's wrong? It was the witch. I slowly opened my mouth. This is the mystery group. A gathering of people who enjoyed reading mystery novels normally. For some reason, the witch was sitting there proudly. This person, didn't it show that she was a romance fan when the character window popped up just now? I know. The witch nodded as if it was natural. Would I have sat here without knowing where I was? Black Dragon Witch. Did you always like the mystery genre? Of course. Slurp. The witch modestly drank some black coffee. I'm an intelligent woman. Crazy. Why was this guild leader suddenly cosplaying as a normal person? She liked dramas. She liked romance. Anyone who knew her could tell she was an enthusiastic reader of nonsense romances even at a glance. No way. I realized something. Does she not want to let people around her know that she's obsessed with romance? Come to think of it, the romance group particularly had very few hunters. There was not even a single man. On the other hand, for some reason, the martial arts group was full of men. I assure you, less than a handful among them actually read martial arts novels. Wow. My mind went blank. Are these people cosplaying even in this situation? I told you. Beihurayan murmured sullenly. High-level hunters feed on their pride. Besides, they're all people who received a title. They'd rather die than lose face. Didn't you see? Just now, the 50 people that were doing a suicide special all at once? They're all crazy dudes. It drove me crazy. No, Black Dragon Witch. No matter how much you want to. What do you mean no matter what? The witch asked back calmly. Her calm face had the feel of an impregnable fortress. I thought desperately of what to say, and I spoke slowly. No. I thought you were a pretty romantic person. That's what I thought. So to see that you aren't in the romance, but in the mystery group, is a little surprising. The hand with which she was drinking coffee paused mid-action. Is that so? Her voice was exactly the same as usual. Do I look like someone who goes well with romance? Yes. That's why it's weird that you're not in the romance group but somewhere else. It feels like you're wearing something that doesn't suit you. Huh. The witch put down the coffee cup and stood up. I can't help it if Death King says so. I've never read romance novels in my life, but yes. Should I take this chance to get used to a new genre this time? It's the right attitude as a hunter to challenge new things no matter what the task is. It's just as you've said. Got it. The witch headed for the romance group with light steps. It was like a cowboy walking to the far side of the wilderness in a Western movie. I couldn't help but to look at her back with a very subtle feeling. Well done, Death King. Heretic Questioner looked at me with sparkling eyes. He was sitting in the mystery group too. When the black dragon witch sits somewhere, she doesn't get up easily. For real, an incredible rookie showed up. 10,000 Temple Guild leader. Do you read mystery novels, too? Heretic Questioner smiled like an angel. I know Sherlock Holmes. Oh. I know Dr. Watson too. I chanted the command quietly in my mind. Character window. Snicked. Messages flashed before my eyes. Plus name, Heretic Questioner, favorability, 50 favorite genres, fairy tale, myth, legend, unfavorable genres, none favorite characters, human, unfavorable characters, none preferred plots, greatest happiness of the greatest number, undesired plots, none psychological state, I know Sherlock Holmes. Oh. I know Dr. Watson too. Plus crazy. I got goosebumps. How come his outward demeanor and his innermost thoughts are exactly the same? Furthermore, there was nothing he hated or disliked. Is he really a human? I genuinely felt fear and shock. In a literal sense, he was purely a natural-born crazy psycho. What's wrong, Death King? The crazy psycho tilted his head. I was pondering over how to deal with it. Then I took out a pen and wrote down some letters on the back of the hand of the Heretic Questioner. Fairy tale, I said with a solemn expression. Heretic Questioner Nim. Yes. You're in the fairy tale group from now on. Fairy tale, you say? That's right. Heretic Questioner Nim is the only person in this group. You have to verify and screen all the books that come into the group alone, Heretic Questioner Nim. Oh. What a heavy responsibility. The crazy psycho's eyes glistened. I nodded. Yes, it's very important. So I'll leave it in your good hands. Ahahaha. Don't worry. Death King. I'll screen it properly. That's right. Out of the hundreds of apocalypses, there was not a single fairy tale. I searched thoroughly to see if there was any other hunter who tried to cosplay as an ordinary person. The result was unbelievable. Out of the 250 people, as many as 100 of them were lying about their taste. These crazy assholes, in the end, it took 3 hours just to split them into groups. As many as 112 cosplayers were sent to their rightful places. But even for him, as the last one, he couldn't help but keep silent. Plus name, Venomous Snake, favorability, 32 favorite genres, otherworldly fiction, strongest fiction, destruction fiction, harem fiction. Unfavorable genres, political fiction, crime fiction, favorite characters, older sister, younger sister, married woman, pure, coy, girlish youths. Unfavorable character, mafia, gangsters, blonde-haired and tanned bully, preferred plots. I've been summoned to this world, and it turns out that I have the blood of the world's strongest dragon and the devil realm's strongest empress. I'm going to show you what a purely peerless cheat character is, but something seems to be the problem. I think my younger sister became a god of creation for me, but I just want to be an ordinary high school student who just wants to have a quiet day. And it is only troubling me. And as follows, cheat, peerless, harem, well, it seems I have no choice but to come forward, undesired plots, NTR, psychological status, wow, fuck. What's with this old file room? What's up with the martial arts group? Every time I read a line, I feel like my eyes are falling out and it feels like a sign, it's full of sweaty guys. Shit. Isn't this too inconsiderate for the readers? Plus that person had an eye patch covering one of his eyes. That person was a swordsman called Chen Muman Master. That person was the Emperor of Light Novels. Huh? Venomous Snake looked back at me. What are you looking at? I'm busy reading. And Venomous Snake was sitting in the martial arts group. Nothing, I couldn't bear to say anything. I'm sorry to interrupt you while you're reading. Continue reading, okay. I turned my back and walked feebly. I realized for sure when I came to the 21st floor this time. The top-ranking hunters were all crazy. And I had to carry these crazy madmen. 3, 4. Find a book that has high chances of having a popular plot. This was what I had instructed the hunters to do. Do you all understand? I roamed among the hunters and said, if the difficulty is too hard, it won't do. But then it shouldn't be too easy, too. An apocalypse with a suitable difficulty. In addition to that, choose one that will give us a suitable reward. Following my instructions, 250 hunters began reading the apocalypses. As if it documented the imprints of the world itself, the volume of each apocalypse was so extensive. Even when all of the hunters were reading it, it was never ending. Death King, it's strange. The only exception was the heretic questioner, who did not have a single book to read. On the back of the crazy psycho's hand, it still said fairy tale. What is? I'm the only one who doesn't have an apocalypse. Is fairy tale a minor genre? No way. There may be people who have never read fantasy, and some may have never read romance, but I'm sure everyone has heard of fairy tales. It's a majority even among the majorities. You're right. But why isn't a single book coming to me? Crazy Psycho tilted his head. 'Cause there's no fairy tale ending in the destroyed worlds. You natural. T/N, it's a short form for his small nickname that Death King gave. The full name is Natural Born Crazy Psycho, literally this was what he called him. These words almost rose to the top of my throat, but I held it in. And pretended to know nothing. Who knows? Just wait a little longer. Out of all these books, there should at least be one that has fairy tales as its genre. That's certainly true. I guess I'm a little impatient. I'll wait calmly. Crazy Psycho walked to a corner and sat there. I knew that the day when he would be given a fairy tale book would never come, the witch also knew, and all the other hunters knew too. Hey, religious brat. Let's correct it. It seemed that the Emperor of Light novel did not know. Yes, Chen Mumun Master? Did you call me? This seems to be a fairy tale. There was a book mixed into the martial arts group. Oh who? Thank you. Heretic questioner received an apocalypse from the venomous snake. A bright smile, as if it had been made by grinding angels and saints together, hung around his lips. It was a little scary. Then Death King, I'll get to reading too. Aha, I wonder what kind of apocalypse this will be. Ah, yes, that, what's the title of that apocalypse? It's called, Me and Our Scapegoat. The title was also a little scary. In the end, all the groups received books. And they started reading. Some time passed and then it was mealtime. Ugh. I think my eyes are going to fall apart. Anguished groans were coming from here and there. It was to the extent that everyone just took and ate the sandwiches and black tea that the bookmarks maids prepared without a single complaint this time. Death King, the witch in charge of the romance group, was no exception. I can understand how that constellation feels. Huh? I'm talking about these apocalypses. They all got discontinued at the climax scene. The witch looked exhausted. As soon as the female lead confesses to the male lead, the meteor comes falling down. As soon as they held hands and kissed each other, aliens suddenly invaded. It's all messed up. Let's disregard the meteors, but why the hell are there alien invasions in a court romance comedy? Furthermore, said the witch. It's even worse because up until it gets discontinued, it's so interesting. The main character is charming and even the story is interesting. It's just the ending is rubbish. It's a perfect course meal, but when I cut the cutlet from the main dish, it feels like something would pop out. No, you don't have to tell me what's going to pop out. Can't you see I'm eating a tonkatsu sandwich right now? T/N, tonkatsu is basically pork cutlet. I'm sorry. Death King. You're right, sorry for not being careful with my words while you were eating. No, but, I must tell you, what this feeling is. This is all being broadcasted live. Witch Nim, live broadcast, okay? The witch laughed and shut her mouth. This person really, even when she tried to make eye contact with the one-eyed giant zombie a while back, she always lost her temper at strange moments. Anyway, it was a relief as the moment I finished the last bite of the tonkatsu sandwich, the witch looked around and brought her lips closer to my ear. What this feeling is, will the viewers in the middle of Babylon Square hold their breath, while watching the witch whisper in my ear? I could hardly breathe when I heard her whispering. It was something that made me not want to look at the tonkatsu sandwich for at least a month. Oh, dear God. Please save me. Shiny is giving her best effort to save you. I wished that the goddess, who couldn't even save her own world, would just stay silent. Of course, the god of the Great Library did not save me either. Instead, Bangusuk, the librarian, smiled as he floated around in the air. Finally, you lot seem to understand the pain the great me had suffered. The appearance of the librarian was that of a child. But the laughter on the face of the constellation now was not childlike at all. It was a smile of a gourmet who lost his taste because he couldn't overcome the sweet and salty combination of life. I won't hide it any longer. These 683 volumes of apocalypses which I have allowed you to touch. Even in my great library, they're magic grimoires that boast a particularly destructive power. Magic grimoires? That's right. While being extremely exciting, they're so interesting that the readers cannot help but love these books. The librarian's laughter resonated gloomily. But that's all there is to it. Even though it's so interesting, you lot will never be happy with it. No, it's even more unfortunate as it's so interesting. Because all these magic grimoires have a shitty ending. The witch swallowed her saliva. Don't tell me you chose only those kinds of books on purpose? To inflict the same pain on us. You may think of it that way. That's the only thing I can think of. Now then. I hope you lot fall into this hell of discontinued books and struggle with eternal pain like the great me. Come on. Hurry and suffer. The librarian laughed. Some hunters trembled with fear. Are you perhaps a demon? I can't believe you purposely let us read only the masterpieces that got discontinued. You're crazy. This deserves heavenly punishment. Later, it turned out that they all originally had the hobby of reading novels. I didn't really know, but for novel lovers, the librarian's remarks were very frightening. It was then. Hunternim. I heard a familiar voice from somewhere. As I turned my head, one of the members of the fantasy group was waving his hand. For a while, I wondered who that woman was waving at, and soon after I recalled her face. What's this? Aren't you Sajangnim? T/N, Sajangnim refers to boss/president. A hunter, who would later grow to become the Ministry of Alchemy Master. The alchemist who made me an elixir was here. Did Sajangnim also receive a title too? It happened by chance. Though it's a tasteless title such as alchemist. The alchemist who became an alchemist smiled awkwardly. I was a little surprised. The Ministry of Alchemy Master already received her title? No matter how great of a hunter she was, the woman in front of her had been wandering around the slums until recently. Title. It was a little early for her to have made an admirable achievement. Even me, who was armed with fraud skills, I only managed to get a title after doing crazy things repeatedly, as expected. As the twig is bent, so grows the tree. T/N, as the twig is bent, so grows the tree is an idiom that means a promising person that stands out even when they're young. You're really amazing, Sajangnim. How did you get a title in such a short time? As expected, my eyes are never wrong. At first glance, I knew that Sajangnim would succeed. I did a profitable investment. No. I'm not amazing at all. The alchemist shook her dry right hand. I'm serious. I'm not being modest or anything. All I did was stay still and I got a title. What? I also don't know what happened. A few days ago, I suddenly heard a sound. The item you produced has helped save the world, and I was given a title. Ugh. I'm sorry. You're probably really baffled, right? Ah. The alchemist looked like she didn't know what she was talking about even after she said it. But I was different. I realized the truth of the situation upon hearing her words. It's because of the elixir you made for me. The cause was the elixir I took when I was fighting the Devil King. In my bloody fight with the Devil King, I properly felt the effects of the elixir. Thanks to it maximizing my senses, I was able to watch the Devil King swinging his sword in slow motion. What the? Then? In other words, have I been carrying her all this while? T/N, carry in this context is like the gaming term. In other words, RMC carried her by using the item she made. That was why she could get a title. It was like giving someone a bus ride unintentionally. The alchemist wriggled his fingers as she didn't know that. Really what's amazing is not me, but you, Hunter Nim. Ah. I should call you the Death King now. Death King Nim is indeed the awesome one. Up till a few days ago, you were out of the rankings, but you went up to 3rd rank at once. It's such a great honor for me to get to know someone like you, Death King Nim. I really wanted to tell you this. What do you mean? I just have good luck, that's all. As she scratched the back of her head awkwardly, the alchemist went hee and clasped her hands behind her back. Death King Nim, if you need anything, please tell me. As long as I can do it, I'll help you all I can. Wow. What's this person? Perhaps she was an angel? Hey zombie. Can't you raise the hurdle a little bit higher for judging people as angels? Mr. Sword Emperor, I'm just trusting people. No matter how much I get betrayed, I can't stop believing in people. It's not my sin for carrying such a warm heart. You're speaking bullshit today as well. In English, it's called a hot dog sound. T/N, literally, he said hot dog sound. Let's pretend I didn't hear the last bullshit. 5. It's been 4 days since we started reading. We finally succeeded in reading every single volume of Apocalypses. Every hunter announced that they had completed reading. In Romance group, we recommend a total of 4 books. The SF group recommends 2 books. In the Mystery group, each group announced their recommended masterpiece. Moderate difficulty. Adequate reward. Recommendations that fit these 2 criteria were listed. My Fairy Tale group will recommend this. Although that's the only book I have. Plus, me and our scapegoat, genre, Fairy Tale difficulty level, A-class player limit, 2 or more. The serialization is currently suspended. Introduction. This world's humanity had succeeded in creating a utopia. But a special power source was required to maintain the utopia. The power source needed were the screams of suffering of an innocent child who bears no crimes. Though it was a pity, for the perfect happiness of 17 million people, one innocent child should bear with it, right? Thanks to the meticulously developed torture techniques and life-saving treatments, about 5 years' worth of screams were able to be extracted from each child. Such efficiency. Reason for discontinuation: 118,000 years had passed since the creation of Utopia. Eventually, all the innocent children were used up. The Utopia, which lost its power source, came to a stop. Plus I'll have to stop by that apocalypse regardless of the level of difficulty or reward being given. However, there was a separate apocalypse that caught the eye right now. The Martial Arts group strongly recommends this masterpiece. The Sword Saint said. Sword Saint was the team leader of the martial arts genre. Unlike someone who appeared as a martial arts lover but instead lived as an emperor of light novel, the Sword Saint was indeed a connoisseur of martial arts. The old man flipped open an apocalypse. This is the book. Plus, the Chronicles of Heavenly Demon, genre, martial arts, fusion difficulty level, B-class player limit, 2 to 4 people. The serialization is currently suspended. Introduction, Murim. A world of those who revere Mu, those who use Mu, those who strive to attain Mu. A heavenly demon descended here and tried to unify Murim. A demonic cult, brought together centering on the heavenly demon. The opposing forces who go against this demonic cult, fighting over the control of the world, would be what they would have done. T/N, Murim, is the martial arts world. Mu is basically martial arts. If it wasn't for the sudden super epidemic reason for discontinuation, an unidentified epidemic went rampant in the world, causing the heavenly demon to die. The demonic cult was annihilated. The other forces were also destroyed. End. Plus, T/N, I know, it reminds us of a certain manhwa/novel. But I just had to. The reason I recommend Chronicles of Heavenly Demon is simple, said the Sword Saint. There's a character called Heavenly Demon in this world. It is the Murim, where the strongest of strongest martial arts scriptures are gathered at. Therefore, there will be a huge hidden treasury at the stronghold of the demonic cult. Well, in short, a library or something would have been built. The Sword Saint had an awkward look. It was because all the people who were not part of the martial arts group were saying in reaction, martial arts scriptures? Hidden treasury? What the hell is he talking about? In the end, the Sword Saint gave up on using martial arts terminology and used words that were easier to understand. It's safe to say that the martial arts scriptures are books that contain the secrets of a skill. If we succeed in saving this world, we will be able to get a library where the best skills in the world are stored. It's a chance for our hunters to be a level stronger. The hunter's eyes glistened. Martial arts, huh? Does that mean we can get new skills? Well, it's really rare to be able to learn skills. It's an opportunity to learn the way to be strong. Everyone's mood was pretty good. People who valued individual strength, just like the Sword Saint, responded particularly positively. Right now, our priority was to be strong. These claims were convincing. Of course, it was a good story for me, too. Isn't that pretty good? I stroked my chin. There must be a lot of masters that fly around in Murim. If I die once by the hands of those masters. Wow. Wouldn't there be an A-class skill even if I picked poorly? Hey zombie. Are you afraid no one would know you're a zombie? Why are those screwed up thoughts all you have filled in your head? A world I want to destroy just appeared. But it's difficult with my current strength now. The Sword Emperor silently shut his mouth. Instead, another being spoke up. Shiny notifies you that she sensed a vestige. The sword on my waist was suddenly vibrating. What do you mean a vestige? What vestige? Shiny says her sister is very close. Sister, you say? Shiny, the so-called constellation goddess of protection, was split and sealed within 5 swords. One of the swords was on my waist. Even Shiny doesn't know where the rest of the swords disappeared to. But to be able to sense the vestige of her sister's swords nearby. Where? Where did you sense it? I looked around. The great library of all things. The bookshelves that continued beyond the horizon. Each bookshelf was huge. Looking up, it was as high as a tower. Of course, I couldn't see anything besides books. Shiny advises that you focus your eyes ahead instead of looking around the wrong place. In front of my eyes? There's only Sword Saint in front of my eyes. Wait a minute. Apocalypse. A book containing a world. Is it perhaps in there? The holy sword vibrated. Shiny affirms and says yes, warrior. Shiny says she feels her sister's presence from the book that the Sword Saint is holding. At that moment, my next destination was decided. 1. A bathroom had already been set up in the Great Library. Okay. After washing my face at the sink, I said. Before we go to the Murim. Let's just start with dying once. Silence flowed around. There was no one else but me in the bathroom. But there was a ghost and a sword, and they responded to me. What do you mean by okay? Shiny doesn't understand your intentions. Behu Ryan batted his eyes, and the holy sword's light glimmered. La Fanta Ejim. The first emperor of the empire and the one who made the goddess of protection into Shiny. Shiny pointed out that you were the one who named her Shiny. I don't know what kind of guy he is, but he could travel back and forth between the various worlds. I put on my overcoat. It was a custom-made suit gifted to me by the witch before the press conference. Looking at my reflection in the mirror, it made me look like a fresh recruit who was ready to go to work. Strangely, this appearance gave me a sense of psychological stability. Think about it. Shiny, you were in the world of the Ejim Empire, right? But the other sword is in the Murim world. That means Lafanta Ejim had the ability to cross over worlds. Hoo. He must be a munchkin-like dude. I touched the shaft of the holy sword on my waist. He's capable enough to establish an empire, and he's strong enough to split and seal a constellation. He even has the ability to cross over into this world. It's not a good idea to blindly jump into the Murim without any plan to look for fragments of the holy sword. I needed to be a little more cautious. I'm not invincible, either. That's right. In fact, lately, I was a little on edge. Should I say I was worried about my current self? I was worried that if I relaxed even a little bit, my confidence would turn into arrogance. I rose to 3rd rank in the Hunter ranking. I almost single-handedly defeated the Devil King. In the city, the people only talked about me, and now I'm even giving orders to hunters that carry titles. So what? I'm afraid I'll let my guard down if I make a blunder. There were up to 100 floors in the tower. As of right now, I was just a hunter who had only reached the 21st floor. It was too early to relax just because of the success I had right now. The Flame Emperor was also hunted by me because he let his guard down. Because he had a skill that revived him even if he died, Returner's Clockwork Watch. It was a crazy cheat skill that looked as if there was no way to subdue it. However, what happened to you, Suha, the Flame Emperor who had such a crazy cheat ability? He died. What's more, after his death, he even danced a big round of Kozatsky dance in front of the world's army. It was a very good example that no matter how strong a hunter was, he should not let his guard down. No. That's because zombie, you're quite the devilish bastard. Anyways, I'm not going to jump into Chronicles of Heavenly Demon without any countermeasures. I need to know what kind of bastard Lafanta Ejim was. Right now, I really don't have any information about it. Preparedness averts peril. T/N, it's an idiom, which basically means, with all precautions taken, one would be safe. Or it could also mean better safe than sorry. Why was there a fragment of the holy sword in Murim out of the blue, and not in the world of Ejim continent? What was the munchkin named Lafanta Ejim even thinking, and for what purpose did he split and scatter the goddess of protection? I wanted to at least get the minimum amount of information before entering the next stage. Well, it's not a bad mindset to think before you leap. T/N, it's a Korean idiom that means to think carefully before you commit to your next action. Baehu Ryong tilted his head. How exactly are you going to prepare? Just like you said, you don't know anything about the guy called Lafanta or whatever it is. There's also no way to find out. You're right about me not knowing anything. But, I tapped the holy sword with my finger. You're wrong about there being no way to find out. What? Even if it looks like this sword is the goddess of protection. Though it's been divided into 5 fragments, it's undoubtedly a constellation. I grinned mischievously. A question now. If I stab myself with this sword, would that count as suicide? Or is it murder by the constellation? Baehu Ryong's eyes widened. He looked as if it was something unthinkable. Huh? It could be suicide or murder. Let's say the odds are 50-50, and I don't know which one it is yet, but it's worth testing out. Shashing. T/N, the sound of pulling a sword out of its sheath. I took the holy sword out of its sheath. Then I heard a desperate voice. Shiny sincerely asks the warrior to reconsider once more. Why? Shiny strongly asserts that it is embarrassing for her past to be seen by another person and that she would like to protect her privacy. I raised the corners of my lips. There's no such thing as privacy between us, right? I'm also showing my personal life to you, broadcasted live 24 hours a day. You should be fair. Shiny is begging you to stop, Schlick. The holy sword pierced my body. The next moment, I was sure I succeeded in the 50-50 gamble. You have died. Your death has satisfied the skill condition. Goddess of Protection skill is currently sealed and cannot be acquired. It was a bit disappointing that I couldn't copy her skills. But what I was trying to get right now was not a skill. You are currently a D-Class Hunter. You will receive a penalty due to your skill. The trauma of your enemy is being reenacted. The extremity is moderate. Vengeful Ghost Road. Shingig. The scene I had hoped for unfolded before my eyes. Your long journey finally came to an end. I could hear a beautiful voice. I knew you could do it. Warrior Nim. It was a woman I had never seen before. But somehow I realized right away who she was. The Goddess of Protection that wasn't sealed in the blade. It was a constellation that could fully control her power. Yes. A man. A silver-haired nobleman, probably whom the goddess was referring to as a warrior, was sitting on a rustic jade throne. From the chin upwards, there was a hint of fatigue on his face. It was the Empire's first emperor, Lafanta Ejim, who replied to her. Is that dude Lafanta Ejim? The man opened his lips. It seemed like it was just a few days ago that I was taken aback by the sudden summoning. Before I knew it, I'd become an emperor that unified the continent. Life is full of surprises. I feel refreshed too. At first, you were a normal human who really didn't know anything. Now, you're stronger than me. No, most gods wouldn't even be able to hold a candle against you. It was then. Huh? What the dash? Behu Ryong, who was looking at the trauma scene with me, made a sound. It feels like I've seen that bastard before? Huh? I mean that blonde-haired dude. Even at a glance, I can recognize, he's definitely the constellation killer. Behu Ryong muttered as if it was strange. I was surprised at the fact that Behu Ryong had met Lafanta Ejim before. What does constellation killer mean? It's that bastard's title. He got that title because he was a crazy bastard that only went around looking for the constellations and crushing them. Crushing the constellations? Don't you see? The tower is connected to the worlds. From the 50th floor, you have to compete with hunters from all over the world. Oh, really? MMHMM. And that, constellation killer, was a bastard that was cooped up on the 50th floor. Behu Ryong said. He would never climb the tower, and just stayed locked up on the 50th floor all the time, and when the words of a constellation being there came by, he'd chase after them immediately. I'm sure that there are at least a few hundred constellations that were killed by him. Then Lafanta Ejim is also a hunter? That's right. I was wondering what kind of world such a crazy madman was born in, that brat. So he's from Ejim. Behu Ryong murmured. I never thought I'd see an old connection in a place like this. Phew. What was the relationship between the two of you? What else could our relationship be? We had a proper fight, that's what our relationship was. He was strong, that I'll give him, but he couldn't dare match me. The trauma scene kept unfolding even in the midst of our chatter. The Goddess of Protection opened her mouth. What do you plan to do from now on, Warrior Nim? There are no longer any gods and demons that can block Warrior Nim's path. Your long journey is now, constellation. Yes? It's neither god nor demon. It's constellation. Lafanta Ejim stood up from his jade throne. The world belongs to humans, not to the constellations. Lafanta Ejim looked back at the goddess. A dark red aura blazed forth from the emperor's body. Warrior Nim? Why are you suddenly using your aura? With an exhausted look, the founding emperor of the empire seemed to be agonizing. It wasn't for long. I won't kill you. Because you've been helping me up till now. A red aura swoop over the goddess. I will split and seal your existence. If I do that, you won't be able to regain your power again. And when the constellation is gone. The latter part of his words couldn't be heard because of the piercing scream. The goddess's existence was being torn apart in front of us. I'm sorry. Lafanta Ejim said. But this is the right way. After the goddess's scream faded away, the trauma moved away from us in a flash. Trauma reenactment finished. Confirming that the subject's psyche is maintained. The penalty is ending. What's this guy? After coming back to the day before, I mumbled in the bathroom that I came back to again. I thought I would see what kind of guy he was after getting a glimpse of the past through the trauma. Now I'm confused even more after watching it. Hey, Shiny. Why did your old master seal you? Shiny replied sullenly, saying she doesn't know either. The holy sword glowed lightly. Was it because she was down? The light of the holy sword seemed unusually weak. The Lafanta Ejim, who she remembers, was a man of few words, but he was a righteous warrior. Shiny expresses that she had no idea why he sealed her, and why he left behind the empire that he founded. The mystery only got worse. I told you. The higher the levels of the hunters are, the crazier they are, okay? Beihurayong shrugged. Don't try to understand those crazy madmen. If you peek into the abyss, you will fall into the abyss yourself. Become strong just like me, and crush all the fuckers you don't like, whether it is Constellation Killer or whoever. I sighed. Well. It's considered a harvest just by knowing his face. And I was certain of one fact. Lafanta Ejim. The so-called Constellation Killer would be hostile as soon as he saw me. Because I was carrying around the fragments of the goddess of protection that he sealed away. I wrinkled my forehead while looking in the mirror. If we're going to meet on the 50th floor anyway, I'd like to take care of it in advance. Hold your horses. You're no match for him with your current ability. He's just weaker than me, but that guy is a master among masters too. Also, if you already have time to worry about the 50th floor, how about you clear the 22nd floor, you wimp? Ehem. He wasn't wrong, so I quietly repeated the same day. The next day. The hunters picked out the 22nd floor after reading all the apocalypses. Chronicles of Heavenly Demon was chosen without difficulty because it was none other than the Sword Saint himself who recommended it. Who? I see you all chose martial arts as your first genre. The librarian watched us make our decision and meaningfully laughed. It's not a bad choice. Although it may not exactly be the same Murim you lot know of, it is the same in that there are martial arts and strong people. Depending on how you lead the story, you might even gain a miraculous encounter. Martial arts that are priceless. According to the expression you lot use, you may even be able to learn skills. Oh, the hunters got excited. Everyone was in high spirits and yet the librarian immediately sprayed ashes on the mood. T/N, sprayed ashes is a Korean slang for ruining a mood. However, all things are high risk, high returns. That's how strong the enemy characters are. Needless to say, but if you enter the apocalypse and lose your life, you will actually die in reality. Of course, you won't be able to escape from the apocalypse until you've completed the ending properly. The hunters shut their mouths. It was a given. Unless you had an unusual skill like me, death always had the power to shut people up. Chronicles of Heavenly Demon has a play limit of 2 to 4 people. Now, who's going to be part of the characters of this apocalypse? The hunter's eyes naturally turned towards the top rankers. Among them, I was the one who garnered the most attention. The reason was simple. It was because, over the past few days, I ordered and directed the hunters around as if I was some sort of representative. With power comes great responsibility. I'll take part. And I had no intention of running away from my responsibilities. At my quick answer, the guildmaster smiled delightfully, as if saying I knew he would do that, and the majority of the hunters stared at me with a surprised look. I'll get in on the act too. The Sword Saint followed up and said. You can't leave out the person who recommended the apocalypse. He looked solemn, but there was a slight smile on the corner of his lips. I could plainly see his body was itching for excitement. Perhaps as a reader who loves martial arts, isn't the fact that he could enter the real Murim a pleasure in itself? I'm glad. The minimum number of people has been met. The librarian chuckled. We can have 2 more characters coming with us here. How do you guys want to do it? There's one more reason why I recommended this apocalypse. The Sword Saint immediately opened his mouth with confidence. Everyone, look at all the reason for discontinuation. Plus, the Chronicles of Heavenly Demon, genre, martial arts, fusion difficulty level, B-class player limit, 2 to 4 people. The serialization is currently suspended. Introduction, Murim. A world of those who revere Mu, those who use Mu, those who strive to attain Mu. A heavenly demon descended here and tried to unify Murim. A demonic cult, brought together centering on the heavenly demon. The opposing forces who go against this demonic cult. Fighting over the control of the world, would be what they would have done. T/N, Murim, is the martial arts world, Mu, is basically martial arts. If it wasn't for the sudden super epidemic. Reason for discontinuation, an unidentified epidemic went rampant in the world, causing the heavenly demon to die. The demonic cult was annihilated. The other forces were also destroyed. End. Plus, looking at it again, the reason for discontinuation was ridiculous. It didn't even state exactly what the epidemic was. In the text of the apocalypse, only this was written: the heavenly demon suddenly died due to the unidentified epidemic. Soon, all the other forces died too. No one knew what happened specifically. We'll find out when we really enter this world. In any case, it was clear that the Murim was destroyed because of the unidentified epidemic. The Sword Saint nodded. As you can see, the epidemic was what destroyed this world. Needless to say, we should not only take strong hunters but also hunters who have extensive knowledge about diseases. And I know who is the most educated when it comes to diseases. The Sword Saint smiled brightly and called for someone from the martial arts group where he came from. Medicine King. Will you come out? A stubborn-looking elderly man walked out with his hands behind his back. This time again, the Sword Emperor pretended as if he knew. Ah. That guy. Why? Who's that? What do you mean why? You know that store, right? The place where I tried to bring you to first, zombie. He's the shop owner of Marcus Grandpop's favorite drugstore. Aha, really now? That Grandpop is good at making drugs. But, he's good at it, but... The Sword Emperor mumbled towards the end of his sentence. No one knew the reason better than I did. Don't worry. I will be the one mainly fighting, and Death King will help if I am not enough. And when this, Medicine King, resolves the matter regarding the disease, this apocalypse will only be for the 3S. Death King, is there anything you want to say? As he spoke confidently, the Sword Saint stared at me with his hands raised. Ah. Yes. There's one person I'd like to bring with me. I lowered my hand and pointed to one hunter. The hunter, who was pointed out of nowhere, gasped for words. Ha. Are you talking about me? It was the alchemist. I nodded. Yes, that's right. The alchemist trembled as if she had been struck by lightning while walking down the street. Death King. It hasn't even been a week since I received my title. I'm very weak. It wouldn't be of any use even if you took someone like me with you, so why? You're the most capable pharmacist and doctor that I know, alchemist. Huh? Yes. And you also said earlier. Death King Nim, if you need anything, please tell me. As long as I can do it, I'll help you all I can. I smiled widely. If it wasn't just empty talk, you'll help out. Right, Alchemist Nim? The alchemist's eyes were in despair as if she was looking at the devil. Why? Didn't she get her title thanks to me? If you got carried, you have to pay the price for being carried. T/N, this was talked about in C58, but just in case, carry in this context is like the gaming term. In other words, RMC carried her by using the item she made. That was why she could get a title. 2. The hunters cheered. Oh, what's this? So all 4 spots are filled? But who exactly is that woman? That's what I want to say. The elder, Medicine King, as you know. The Sword Saint also had a puzzled look on his face. Isn't that the girl I saw last time? Hick, the alchemist tried to hide herself behind me. Back when the Sword Saint mistook me as a mass murderer, she had tried to stop the #1 ranker alongside the Crusader. The pressure the Sword Saint had emitted that time was so chaotic that it looked like she was recalling the memory of that incident as soon as she was able to see him from up close. Perhaps the Sword Saint was also thinking the same, so he cleared his throat. You don't have to be so scared. The misunderstanding between me and the Death King has been resolved. Is that so? Yes, that's right. Well, but just because of that. The Sword Saint looked at me with an awkward face. Death King. Where we're headed now is a very dangerous place. Didn't the constellation also say so himself? If you die in the apocalypse, you also die in reality. Is it okay to take that lady to such a dangerous place? Yes. I nodded confidently. She's the best alchemist I know. At the same time, she was probably the greatest alchemist in existence. Ugh. Did the Sword Emperor also disagree? Even though they used the same ingredients, she produced 15 times the quantity than the store he had originally introduced me to. In other words, it was the store of the Medicine King or whatever that was standing over there. That guy makes pretty good elixirs, but it's not the best. Now, since we have that lady. Yes. However, the Sword Saint eyes had a subtle feel in them. The best alchemist you know. I pulled up the character window to get a handle on the Sword Saint's psychological state. It's a remarkable young man's recommendation, so there must be something special, but there's a bigger ocean in the world. I see, Sword Emperor. It's been a long time since you said the right thing. Even a king carp who's been living in the open water all this while, when it goes to a river, it will find out that it isn't the smallest carp. Alright, I think we should take this opportunity to build a relationship with those 2 young people and the Medicine King. T/N, bigger ocean in the world, it means that there are always people that are better or more skilled. Wow. I built some connections all this while, and perhaps it was because Sword Saint had made a promise with himself, so he didn't say anything out loud, and I knew his words held good intentions behind them, but, really, he still had an old-fashioned mindset. And he said, Sword Emperor, so it was probably the other Sword Emperor by the side of the Sword Saint, meaning that he also looked down on the alchemist just like he did last time. Not surprising, as there was another figure here that laid down his old-fashioned mindset brazenly, and spoke without any good intentions. Huh? What do you mean the best you know? It was the Medicine King. This is why they're greenhorns. Oh, my. It's laughable that you think you've crossed a mountain when you have really just crossed a stone. Geez, I hate it because I have to feel like this youngling is my rival. Ugh. Medicine King, please be understanding. Death King is an outstanding man. It's just that his life experience is a bit, that experience. That experience is what I'm talking about. Experience is the most important thing. But you don't even know that and pretend you know the entire world. I'm the one who's ashamed of it all. He's acting the same as when I earned about $1 billion in Silicon Valley when I was in my 20s. The same rotten, corrupted mind. But you're the only one who doesn't know. Calm down a little, my. I've been calming myself down all this while. It's a sin to say and do whatever they want, even if they're just greenhorns. Marcus, I'm holding myself back for your sake. And what? What did he say just before? He was saying he wants to bring along this low-key girl who turned up from nowhere. It's just like a young billionaire carrying a trophy around at the Silicon Valley. Death King is not that kind of youngling. What do you mean he's not? You brat. Look me in the eye and tell me. Are you sure he's not? Impressive. What was impressive was that there exists a man who could make the sword saint flustered. It looked like it was a food chain of the oldies version where an oldie was being dragged around by an even greater oldie. It was hard to shut up my brain, which was thinking about the mysteries of this newly discovered ecosystem. Maybe that was why I was not the one who talked back to that oldie of all oldies. I don't mind you calling me a kid, but, the alchemist grabbed my collar tightly and gritted her teeth. Death King Nim is absolutely not a greenhorn. He's an incredible man. What do you mean a rotten mind? See, Marcus. Doesn't it look like she's defending her own man? This is what it's like to be young. When I was young, I thought that was what youth was all about. What do you mean defending my own man? The alchemist puffed up her mouth. She had heard such absurd things that it seemed like her brain couldn't process it. Crusader took a step forward and defended the alchemist. Stop. Alchemist is undoubtedly an excellent pharmacist. Although I learned of her existence because of the introduction from Death King, my civil militia has also received countless excellent medicine from the alchemist. The Medicine King snorted. Only the civil militia standard would be able to accept that. What did you say? You should say the right thing. Have you ever stopped by my pharmacy with your financial conditions? You think the ceiling is high because you don't know the sky. And you don't even know that it's a box lid, not a room ceiling. Even your ridiculous look is just like that of a young rival. TCH, the Crusader bit her lips hard. Although it was listed as one of the top 5 guilds, the civil militia was always suffering from financial difficulties. She was brutally pricked in her sore spot. The Medicine King shook his hands like he was chasing away a junkie. What's the point of talking? Let's just stop. You'd just be tired of listening to me ramble. Well. That was right. Mr. Sword Emperor. Is listening to this nonsense good enough? More than enough. Why are you suffocating yourself? I glanced around the library. I'm not suffocating myself. As I've said many times, this scene was being broadcasted live to the hunters in Babylon Square. In other words, this timing was optimal for both debut and retirement. I said to the Medicine King. Would you like to duke it out? If what the Sword Saint had was an awkward look, then the Medicine King was literally on our throats. Look now. Marcus. Because he couldn't reason it out, he really immediately pointed his knife at me, that rotten expression. It reminds me of when I became the boxing world champion in my 40s. No, not with me. I took medicinal herbs out of my bag. I'll provide the medicinal herbs. You two can make one elixir with it. Then, we'll compare the performance with the elixirs you both made, then wouldn't we be sure? Eek. The alchemist jumped. Death King Nim. That old man. I'm very upset that he insulted Death King Nim, but, still he's a person called the Medicine King though? He's a big name that all the hunters know about. In comparison, it's only been a week since I received my title, Kayat, the alchemist shuddered. I held her shoulders. Alchemist she. Yes. With her glasses in between, I made direct eye contact with her and said. I believe in you. Death King Nim. So you need to believe in yourself, too. The alchemist took in a deep breath. Beyond the glasses, I could see that her shaking pupils had regained light. With clenched fists, she nodded vigorously. Yes, Death King Nim. I'll do my best. No, she immediately shook her head, and the alchemist corrected her words. I'll win. The Medicine King looked at us as if it was ridiculous. The Medicine King shook his head. There are always things like this. You have to dip it and try to see if it was ketchup or blood so that they'd know their place. It's the same as when I was about 3 years old. TCH, you've been blabbering for too long. Are you trying to run away? All right. Youngin'. Be prepared to see that girl shed tears. I don't know how to go easy on young people. Medicine King vs. Alchemist. An extraordinary match had begun. 3. The hunter's reactions were cynical when the match began. Of course the old man Medicine King will win. That old man's drugstore is so expensive, but it still takes almost a month for reservations. Do the two of them really have something going on? No matter how much I look at it, Death King is being too irrational. Death King and Medicine King. They're both kings, but there's still a difference in the years of experience. In a literal sense, their reactions were normal. Now, those that think Medicine King will win, come here. Those that think Alchemist will win, here. On the other hand, there was also the Count, who didn't miss out on the chance to make money and opened a gambling table. Out of nowhere, two bookmark maids were holding a collection box. Death King, will you be all right? The betting odds right now are 1.08 to 47. The witch came close and whispered to me. That's great. Why do you think about making some pocket money and betting on the alchemist's side so that the betting odds wouldn't drop too much? Death King, this is all being broadcasted live. You were the one who said it. The witch looked as serious as she could be. If that alchemist you recommended breaks down horribly. If that happens, it'll all be broadcasted live to Babylon and to the world. No, the viewers on the internet must really be in an uproar right now. If it were me in the past, what comment would I have been writing? Something like I want to become like Medicine King too. Would I be posting comments like that? While I was having such idle thoughts, the witch touched her forehead. That'll damage your reputation if it happens, Death King. Are you sure it'll be all right? I'm a little sorry for the old man Medicine King. No. Honestly, I wasn't sorry at all. If you spouted rough words, you should take responsibility for your actions, right? Isn't that the true spirit and reason behind respect for seniority? The witch stared at me and the alchemist in turn with an odd expression. I was wondering what she was thinking, so I was thinking of pulling up the psychology state window of the witch to see. It was then. I'm finished, Greenhorn. Medicine King. He bellowed while lifting up the elixir he had made. Bow your head before my great creation. Plus, unique recovery potion, rarity, unique producer, Medicine King description. Although it is a little bitter, drinking it will heal even the deadliest of wounds. Needless to say, as it's a recovery potion, it has to be taken in a safe location to take into consideration the after-effects of healing. Anyway, it's an amazing feat to be able to produce a potion of this quality. Plus cheers resonated throughout the library. It's a unique recovery potion. Oh my god. Pulling out a unique recovery potion. He's indeed the Medicine King. It really is a king never dies. Old man Medicine King. Would you like to sell it to me? How dare you cut in line? Medicine Kingdom. I'm at the top of the reservation list. I'll buy it. The Medicine King raised his chin and looked at me and the alchemist in turn. He had a face that was saying, the two of you dare to touch a tiger's nose, so now you will get to properly and completely know what it means to be humiliated. T/N, dare to touch a tiger's nose is like a slang that means to mess with the wrong person. It was then. I'm done making it, too. The alchemist showed everyone the elixir she had made. Plus, Soma strawberry, rarity, quasi, myth producer, alchemist description, it tastes like strawberries. Why does it taste like strawberries when there are no strawberries in it? And what's with this effect? As long as the preservation state is good, it can graft the severed body parts without any after effects. What on earth was just made? Plus silence covered the library.
You've reached the end of this segment of the audiobook. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, be sure to like and subscribe and continue with the next video in the playlist if it's available. Want more exclusive audiobooks and content? Visit my Patreon, link in the description. Thanks again and happy listening.